If you want some excitement, today you're going to join me a tavola, at the table with stinco. Contrary to what you think, stinco is a luscious, wonderful piece of veal, the veal shank, roasted to golden perfection with rosemary and sage over Swiss chard and potatoes. Buongiorno, benvenuti. Sometimes my kitchen sizzles, sometimes my kitchen steams, sometimes my kitchen fries. Today, my kitchen is full of the aroma and the sounds of roasting. And we're going to roast this magnificent piece of meat, stinco, il stinco. Stinco is the part of the veal, stinco di vitello, because there also could be a stinco di maiale, which is of pork, but this is stinco di vitello of veal. And it is the shank, the whole shank of the veal from the knee down. This is also the piece of meat that ossobuco is made out of. Exactly the same piece cut in half. Therefore, we're going to proceed to brown it and then put all these aromatic vegetables and herbs and then roast it in the oven until it's golden brown. And with it, we'll make some Swiss chard and potatoes. Okay, so let's proceed. I'll pick up a little bit the heat here. And what's very important with raw meat before you begin to actually cook it is that you season it, that the salt goes all the way in. And it's a big piece of meat, therefore it will require also some fresh. And you can just grate it right on the board and just roll the meat on the board then. There. Put some oil. We'll lightly flour it. Again, I don't want too much flour, just enough to caramelize on the meat. Why is this piece of meat so great? Well, because it has muscle. It is all muscle. It has a lot of cartilage. It has the bone. It has the marrow. It has all the makings of that wonderful sort of sticky texture to a good roast. Okay, make sure that the oil is hot. And you don't need to tie it. Whereas the ossobuco, when it's cut in half, you need to tie because you're cutting the muscle in half. This will stay all together. It'll sort of begin to fall off the bone, but it will stay all together. You don't need to tie it. While that is browning, we'll begin our vegetable for the base of the sauce. And I'm going to wilt the vegetable in the same pot that I'm going to roast the stinco in. Okay. Some carrots, onions. The base of the sauce is carrots, onions, a little bit of garlic, sage, and loads of rosemary. I like the sweetness that onion gives to a sauce, especially when it's nice and caramelized. Okay. Let's salt the vegetables lightly. I'll add the garlic. Now, do you hear the sounds in my kitchen? You know when they Oh, look at this, how wonderful. And this is what you want when you're roasting meat, this caramelized effect. When we were planning doing this show, they had all kinds of proposals, all kinds of sets and wonderful kitchens. And I said, no, I can't. I need to work in my kitchen because my kitchen is where I feel good, where I'm surrounded with all the things that I love, my family, my flowers. Now look at these wonderful peonies, which are in full bloom. Look at the roses. Look at the geraniums. This is from my garden. This is part of me, show or no show. And I tell them, I said, in my kitchen, I know the exact distance between one burner and the other, between my burner and the sink. And I can talk to you, to my audience, with ease because I know exactly where I'm going. So here we are in my kitchen, in my home, doing my thing. As the contorno in Italian is the side dish, and it's a general term that you can use for anything. We will make Swiss chard and potatoes. So I have here some potatoes boiling, and I'm going to add the Swiss chard to that. Now this is Swiss chard for the sake of time. I have washed some, but I wanted to show you. This is what Swiss chard looks like. And it's green chard. There's also red chard, which is wonderful. But I like the green chard. And the stems are also very good. You use the whole thing. Chop it fine. Sort of shred it. And put it in with the potatoes when the potatoes are halfway cooked. It is one of those side dishes that with one side dish, you get a multitude of flavors. You have the potatoes, the feeling, the comfort of mashed potatoes, and then you have the taste and the feeling of sautéed greens. But this whole meal is about comfort and food that hugs you. All right. Let me turn it on all sides. I want it nice and brown on all sides. That looks great. Let me add the herbs, rosemary, sage. I'm going to nestle the stinko right. The stinko is nestled in the vegetables. A little more salt for everything. And I'm going to deglaze it with some good wine. In this case, a nice Pinot Grigio. Nice acidity, good flavored wine. Because the ultimate result, the taste, reflects all the flavors that you put in before. So I get asked, can I use just cooking wine for cooking? Sure you could. But have you tasted cooking wine? And that's what you ultimately will get. So the better you use it, the better wine you use, the better the flavor in what you're doing. And we'll put some stock. And what we'll do now, when we put it in the oven, we want first all the liquid. It's going to permeate the meat and it's going to cook the meat. It's going to almost boil the meat. But then we're going to render it very low where it begins to roast. And all those flavors that have come out of the meat roast back into the meat. And now it is ready to go into the oven as it is. And here is the stinko, the roasted stinko. It's wonderful. It'll take about another 10, 15 minutes from the looks of it. This is just wonderful. You know, I get asked a lot of times, oh, Lidia, your skin looks so great. And I could swear it's the steam herb baths that I get all the time when I'm cooking. Okay, we'll just sort of turn it. Let all the sides get browned and moist. I'll teach you just a little secret when you roast. And that is to get that golden color to your roasts. You take some of the sauce that you're roasting. Take some honey, not too much, just a little bit of honey. And sort of mix it well. And then with this, you baste your meat in the last 10-15 minutes of cooking. Don't do it before because you really get mahogany colored roast meats. But 10-15 minutes before it finishes, just brush on this sauce. That's great. There we go. We'll put it back in the oven. And we'll go and make the contorno, the Swiss chard and potato, which has been boiling. Let me put the pot so it begins to warm up while we drain it. We'll drain the Swiss chard and potatoes. Drain it well. And some good olive oil. Okay, we'll begin the chard with some garlic. I love garlic. I have problem digesting it, but I love the flavor. So I just put extra and I crush it. So this way I get a lot of flavor and I can just pluck it out when the vegetable is ready. You want this to be golden. And then we'll put the vegetables. Stinko is a dish that is quite popular in Trieste. Trieste is a beautiful city. It's actually what it was my second home when I left Pola, and I'll tell you how that happened. It's a city in the Friuli Venezia Giulia, and it's nestled right at the end of the Julian Alps on the Adriatic. So therefore, the city is hugging the coast, beautiful port, with the steep cliffs right behind it. And it is notorious for la bora. The bora is the wind that sometimes blows up to 140 miles an hour in the city, because the warm sea air, the cold mountain air, create this swift change of air currents, and the bora is born. Do you know that I remember when I came to Trieste and I was 12, they had the cordoons, they had sort of cords on the street. It was blowing so hard that you had to hold when you walked. But the Triestini, as they call themselves, look forward to the bora because they feel that the bora cleans the city. Now, I'm going to cook and talk, so I'm going to interrupt myself to tell you what I'm doing. The garlic is golden, and I'm going to add the Swiss chard and potatoes. So, here it is. I'm going to season it now completely, some raw olive oil, and I love raw olive oil because you really get to taste the flavor of the oil when you put it in like this at the end, rather than bringing it to high temperatures and letting all the aroma oils evaporate. This way you're capturing them in the food. Some pepper. And ultimately what you want to do, you want it like a rough mashed potatoes, but all together. What wonderful colors, what wonderful smells. The stinco is ready. And now I'll show you how we served it. Very typical. This is so typical of Trieste, vegetables and all. But first we'll remove the stinco and make the sauce. It is soft, falling off the bone. Did you see the nice caramelization with just a touch of honey? So when you pick it out, help yourself. You don't want it. And all of this will squash everything out of as much as we can of the vegetables and make it into the natural gravy. I just pass it through a sieve and extract as much as possible of the vegetables. Now, I want to go back to Trieste, to Zianina. Zianina was a majestic woman, was a woman of jet black hair, even though she was about 68 when I remember her. She had a thick braid, sort of split in the middle and rolled in the back in a cocon. We used to call it cocon. That she had wonderful earrings, simple but wonderful, and she had a white skin, a beautiful white skin that looked like a peach. I think that she was the first that really made me sense what elaborated cuisine is all about. She was a personal chef. She was a chef of wealthy families. And in the morning, she would take me shopping. And I had a ball. We would go to Ponte Rosso. Ponte Rosso is the mercato in Trieste. And it was called Ponte Rosso because you had to cross a little bridge, a little red bridge, to get to this piazza where all the stalls were with the vegetables. Now, I'm going to go back and forth because I don't want you to miss anything. Collect everything with a little bit of stock and proceed. Well, the stalls that I remember were vibrant with produce, with oranges, whatever the fruit of the season, but mounds of it. And usually women would sell, and they even had a name. They were called vendirigole. And I remember they were like sirens luring you to come to their stall as you would pass by. And, you know, as I was holding my aunt's hand, I would just look back. And then if you went by and you went to somebody else's stall, they got mad at you. All that gentleness, sort of. And I couldn't figure it out, you know, how they can switch like that, but they did. When we did all our shopping for the day, for whatever meal she had planned, we tested everything, we tasted, we smelled. And I mean, just all these aromas are still lingering with me. Around 10:30, we would finish and we would have a merenda. It's very typical in Trieste, for that matter, in Istria too, to have a 10:30 merenda. And merenda is a little snack. Now, they had around the mercato, they had this little sort of bar where you can have a stuzzichino, you can have a little bit of tripe, you can have a little bit of boiled pork with salt and fresh horseradish. I didn't go for all of that, but I would go for a salsiccia di crem, which is almost like a frankfurter. It was Viennese, salsiccia Viennese, was almost like the frankfurters today, but quite different. It was made fresh. I did have one of those. And of course, a cecchine of wine. She always had her little cecchine of wine while I had my aranciata. And then we'd go home and I would help her cook all those wonderful things. Okay. Now, let me squash some more out of this with the back of a ladle. Will do the job. And collect everything. This is also time to skim the fat off and bring it up again to simmering so it's nice and hot while we are serving. We are ready to plate. Let's begin with the Swiss chard. The plate is nice and hot. The Swiss chard is hot with the wonderful smell of garlic and the herbiness of the Swiss chard. Now you could serve it this way and present it to the table as the whole stinko, which is wonderful and majestic. I'm going to teach you one little trick. It's not a trick, it's a technique. If you have a sauce and the sauce is really not dense enough for you, you want it a little denser, how do you do it quickly? You get yourself a pan and heat it really hot, empty. And when it's really hot, you just this is the sauce, and it'll get nice and dense, just the consistency that you want it. You see it oozing down? And let's decorate it with some of its original ingredients. And bring it to the table like this. Now, as a host, you might want to have a board and carve it at the table. I will show you how to carve it and how to either carve it at the table this way or make the individual presentation this way. You catch right by the bone, you hold it with the rag, kitchen rag, and there's the big muscle. You leave that for last. You begin on this side. If there's any cartilage, that you just set it aside, but it's all good. Let me tell you, it's all good. And you just begin cutting down, slice by slice. And as you hit in the bone, just sort of slide out away from the bone. Now we'll remove the muscle, the large muscle. Just clean it a little bit of the fat. And this muscle will cut across this way. Okay, I think that's enough for one portion. What do you think? I'm hungry, but I think that's enough. Top it up with some more. And just let the sauce fall down on the side over the Swiss chard. Now, this is so reminiscent of Trieste, with a little bit of red wine, Merlot wine. Merlot is a wine that is drank and that is grown in the Friuli Venezia Giulia and in the Veneto. The freshness of the grape with a stinko, it is just wonderful. And as we say in my house, tutti a tavola a mangiare. What am I doing with the brick? Well, making a wonderful galletto al matone, chicken pressed with the brick, and some fricco di Montasio, a cheese crisp made with Montasio cheese. So stay with me. Buongiorno. Welcome to my kitchen. Welcome to my kitchen del focolare. Focolare. Focolare is a hearth. And in Friuli, especially in the north part of Friuli, right underneath the Alps, the Julian Alps, the focolare, which is the hearth, is usually in the middle of a room. And it is really the hearth of the house. Everybody gathers around it. The polenta pot usually hangs in the center, and it's cooking. The cheese is being grilled. So today's dish, fricco, is typically from that region. And I'm going to teach you how to make fricco. I'm going to let you see two forms. The fricco chip, which I'm sure you've had around, which is just a sort of a lacy chip of cheese, and the filled fricco. What I'm doing here, I'm sauteing some onion just until they're wilted. And I have here some boiled potatoes. And basically what I'm doing here as a filling, I'm doing just as you would home fries. Now mind you that the filling could vary. Potatoes are always good because the potatoes are the starch that is in it and that sort of balances the dish itself. But within the potatoes, you could put the spinach, Swiss chard, whatever you'd like, a little prosciutto, pancetta. As you make home fries, you can add anything else to this. A little salt, a little fresh pepper. This is Montasio cheese. And the Montasio cheese is a cheese indigenous to Friuli, Venezia Giulia. It is 100% cow's milk. The cheese itself is a semi-soft cheese. And I begin to clean the rind. Let me just cut a piece. You don't want a too aged cheese. You want to eat it as a table cheese. You want it aged about 12 months, 14 months. But for the fricco, you want it young. You take a grater and the larger sort of holes of a grater because you want like flakes. Okay, here we are. I have some already grated for the sake of time. To really assure success of this dish, use a non-stick pan. And you heat it up first, and you just sprinkle the base of it, not too thick, with the cheese. Then you take some of the potato filling. Now, once you have sprinkled the cheese, lower the heat to medium. You don't want to burn the cheese because then it gets bitter. You put the filling in, the potatoes and the onions or whatever else you have chosen. You top it again with the Montasio, and you just let it cook over a medium flame. Now the cheese will cook, all of its water will evaporate, and it will begin to form a crust. Don't pry on it. When it is done, it will slide by itself. I will show you. See, now it's standing firm. It's not yet formed a crust. So feel confident. Leave it there until it will slide by itself. Now, while that's cooking, I'm going to also show you how to make the chip itself. Again, it's a non-stick pan. This you want very light. There I put a little bit more cheese because that's going to be the sort of the envelope that's going to hold the potatoes. But in this case, I want them nice and light, almost like lace. And again, you have to let it sort of slowly cook over medium heat, and you will see it developing a nice yellow color. Then we'll flip it. Let me tell you, if you want to capture the essence of a cuisine, if you want to cook Italian, if you want to cook Chinese, the first thing you should focus is on ingredients. Authentic ingredients, authentic Italian ingredients will make half of the dish. If you are using these ingredients, you are halfway there. If you're using Montasio, if you are using Parmigiano Reggiano, if you're using prosciutto di Parma, if you are using aceto balsamico, this will guarantee you the taste of Italy that nobody can take away. So before beginning, the recipes are very important, the technique is very important, but focus on the ingredients and make sure that you get those authentic ingredients. And this is one of those cheeses that is authentically Italian. And when cooked, it will give you that Italian flavor immediately. And actually, there you go, you see? It is coming off, not yet, but almost there, we're almost there. With this one, we are ready to flip it. There we go. When it slides like this in your pan, then it is ready to be flipped. Now, I could just flip it like that, or you just take a spatula and do it the same way. As you see, it has formed a nice crust, and now we want the crust on the other side. And this has been sometimes referred to as the crustless pizza. I don't know. But it certainly will have two wonderful crisp crusts on the side and the filling. This is the frico, the lacy frico. And by the way, this is wonderful for hors d'oeuvres if you're having somebody come home, and you can make it in advance and to serve it with white wine. Now, you can just have it like that flat, or you can just sort of set it over this, and slowly it will fall into a nice shape that will sort of give you a little height in the presentation itself. Okay. As you see now, it sort of let go of the pan, and it is ready. You can close the fire. The cheese does release some fat, so it's always nice. I slide it on, sort of pat it, and then put it right back on. Cut it in half. You can cut it in quarters. You can cut it in little slices, just like pizza, I guess. That's why it is called. Yeah. You can handle it freely. It is best when it's done and eaten right thereafter. You could make it ahead of time and then reheat it in the oven, but the cheese will really sort of be a little harder. So the best it is like this. While this one, you can make way in advance and no problem. I'm going to serve just a little bit of salad. Here I have a little of the radicchio and arugula. That's from my garden right in the back. And my mother and Giovanni take care of that. Radicchio is very, very traditional salad of Trieste, specifically the city of Trieste. And we plant it in the springtime, and it's most prized when it's primo taglio, which is the first cut. It is a leaf, let me show it to you. It is a green, simple leaf, but it is in the chicory family. So it has a bitterness, and it is just wonderful. Here's your finished frico and the chip, and I think I'll have a little bite of the chip, actually. Crunchy and delicious. Asparagi gratinati, one of my favorites. I love asparagus. And they're used a lot in the Italian cuisine. Although there we use them mostly in the springtime and the wild ones. And I'll tell you how I used to go and forage for them, but first I want to get these in the boiling water. To clean asparagus, I think that all of you just have done this. You just sort of peel the bottom part, and you sort of just bend it where it's really tough, cut the tip off, and the rest is all usable. I'm gonna just sort of blanch them in boiling water. And then gratinare means to gratinate, to give a nice little crust on the top. And for the topping here, I'll use Parmigiano Reggiano, that true Italian ingredient which will really make this dish very Italian. A little breadcrumbs I'll add to that, just to add a little crunch when they're toasted. And for freshness, just a little bit of lemon rind. lemon rind, I use it an awful lot, and lemon zest, even when I braise meats and whatever, try putting in just a piece of the lemon zest or the oranges. You won't taste it, but it'll give such a fresh taste to whatever you're cooking. And whenever you are grating it, just do the yellow part. Don't go into the white, because the white is the bitter part. Just toss it. Springtime is the time for asparagus. In the wild, there is the asparagus fern, which is a fern with sort of, it looks like a lacy fern with it's very prickly though, it really, and it spreads out. And in the middle, there's these new shoots, which would be the next sprig. But in its prime, it's the asparagus. And they're very thin. They're the size of a pencil and kind of long. And we used to forage them, used to have a stick because you wanted to press aside the prickly sort of branches to get to the new shoot that was coming up. But inevitably, we would be all scratched from the prickles of this asparagus fern. My favorite was frittata di asparagi e uova, an omelet of wild asparagus and fresh eggs. The flavor, and you know, I go back now, specifically in March, to go forage asparagus and have that frittata. It's right here, the flavor just haunts me. All right, now, the asparagus, I like them crunchy. You could shock them in a sense, you know, put them in cold iced water. If you want to prep this in advance and wait just for your guests to come. But otherwise, if you're going to do it continuously right into the broiler and onto the table, leave it nice and hot. You don't need to. Here I have some melted butter. I'm going to just salt them a little bit. Put half of the butter. Top them with a mixture of the breadcrumbs, the Parmigiano Reggiano, and lemon. I'm going to leave just the tips out. I want to see the tips. I don't want to cover the whole thing. Top with a little bit more butter, just to sort of moisten the topping. And like this, you put them in the broiler and get them nice and crisp. And serve them family style like this, or put them next to, in our case, we'll put it the chicken. Galetto al mattone, spring chicken under a brick. Very typical Italian spring dish. We have a brick here, and what you really want to do with the brick is to weigh down the chicken, the galetto, so the skin has maximum contact with the hot surface, and it caramelizes and it becomes crisp. So wrap it up in a double foil paper so it doesn't break through, and you just wrap it up as you would a package, nice and tight. Okay, and we are ready to cook with that. This is a galetto, a spring chicken or poussin. You could do this with quails if you want. You can do this with a larger chicken, but this is a wonderful size to do it this way. Let me put my glasses on, since this needs fine precision work. I have my cast iron skillets already heating up, and I'll tell you about them in a moment. First, let's cut any excess skin off, fat, the neck. And what you want to do, you want to cut out the backbone. So you start from one side and you just go down. One side. Then we want to take the backbone out completely. Okay. Just want to pry it to get the breastbone, and this is the actually breastbone that you want to remove, and you just cut through the membrane, and then right underneath the ribs, and just with your fingers you work underneath slowly. Again, you just run the tip of your knife against the bone. Poultry is wonderful. Everybody likes it. It's healthy. It's easy to prepare, but you have to be careful, of course, for the health reason, for the salmonella, and that is that when you are working with poultry, you work just that, and you clean completely before and specifically after you finish all your utensils and the tables where you have been working. Now, chicken does get slippery when you work with it, and in order to avoid that sometimes, if you use a clean kitchen rag and hold yourself down, so this way you don't there's the little sort of wishbone. Which comes out right at the joint. This is the wishbone. And again, you go for the joint of the... If you can't find the joint, just bend the wing and we'll give you the joint itself. Okay. Again, the wings here, let me cut off a little excess fat here. And the wings, we can either fold them or you can cut them halfway, but you can cut them after they're baked. And we'll marinate them right on here. Okay, we're ready to season the chicken, and again, simple salt, fresh pepper, some garlic slices. The longer you let it marinate, of course, the more flavor will absorb inside, but half an hour is fine. And you let it marinate in the refrigerator. A little bit of... Well, what I usually do, let's put a little pepper and salt on the side, and that's going to be for the other side. So. Fresh rosemary. Very good. So you leave it like this for about a half an hour in the refrigerator to marinate. You can leave it an hour or 2 hours, sometimes even overnight. But you know, the young chickens are so tender that they really absorb in a lot, and all they need is about half an hour. And for the sake of time, I have some that have been marinating. Okay, we've been marinating for the past half hour. Now, what's very important in preparing this dish is the cooking surface. So let me just talk a little bit about that. And in both cases, it's cast iron. Now, this is a portable cast iron grill, and if you have a grill, a full-fledged grill, then that's perfect. But if not, the portable cast iron grill is fine. Get it nice and hot, just a little bit oiled. Before putting the chicken on, just a tiny bit. And if you don't have that, then a cast iron pan also is perfectly fine. The same thick sort of surface that retains even heat. And I'm going to take the rosemary and the garlic away, because if you put it on underneath, it will burn, but I really want it to give flavor. And what you want to do is that you want to put the skin side first down. And once you put things down on a griddle, just let it be. Don't begin to move it, because the skin is just beginning to cook and it sticks. So let it form that little crust. All this garlic and rosemary that I have on the side, I'll put it on now, and I'll take the brick and just rest it right on top. This will give it the weight, and the weight is right on. I'll do the same for the one in the cast iron. Put the garlic and the rosemary in it, and then top it with this skillet. The weight of this skillet on top of the chicken will make maximum contact with all of the skin, and do press down occasionally. And now you have to let it be. You have to let it be until it forms that crust. I mean, the problem is always, even when you put things on the grill, you pick it up and it's sticking. Just let it be. Let it form the first crust. It will release itself, and then you can move it. I'm going to check at which point we are now. As you can see, a nice golden, even all over. Replace this. Let me check the one in the cast iron. Just as nice. Let's check. I think everything is ready. Wow, this is wonderful. This looks great. This one is done also. Now, how do you know when chicken is done? Of course, the nice color and all that. But when the juices, the sort of water of the meat stops flowing out, and you see a dryness beginning around the meat, more or less that's the time that the chicken is done. So check it, look at it and see that it is cooked. But if there's no more juices flowing out, that means that it's done. And of course, you don't want to overcook it, because chicken, especially the breast, does get sort of dry if it is overcooked. So we are ready to serve. And I'm going to serve this in sort of a platter family style. I love serving things in platters family style because it creates sort of an opportunity for interaction, giving it to each other, commenting, not just focusing on your own little plate, and that's what you're going to eat. I think that family style, there's more to it than just sort of all on one plate. These are the asparagus which were gratinati, and I'll use that sort of as a backdrop for the chicken. Now, you could just serve the whole chicken if you want everybody to have a whole, or you can cut it in half. I like to just sort of cut it in half. It's kind of hot, so it's nice and juicy and moist. Some fresh rosemary and fresh herbs. When added like this as a garnish at the end, one would say it was just for the eye. No, it's not, because the heat of the cooked food makes some of the oils of the herbs to be released, and you get that sort of fresh scent of rosemary coming right into your nostrils as you're, okay, a little bit down here, a little more. It looks like almost like a coronation here. Oh, it's wonderful. This dish, in its simplicity, it's really magnificent. But also cooking it this way, I'm sure it's going to be a big conversation item for your guest when your guest comes in and says, "What are you doing with that brick?" But it's the technique, as you saw, that really makes it work. And as we say at my house, with this wonderful dish, I want to get quickly tutti a tavola a mangiare. Strozzapreti, for those who don't speak Italian yet, because I'm going to slowly teach you, strozzapreti are wonderful ricotta dumplings, and they're called strozzapreti. Strozza means to choke, preti is a priest, and literally priest choked over this delicious dish. So here are strozzapreti. I'm going to teach you how to make gnocchi ricotta with radicchio sauce, and I'm going to teach you how to make this wonderful, delicious, zesty ricotta cheesecake. So stay with me. Buongiorno, benvenuti, welcome. Welcome to my ricotta kitchen. And ricotta is very versatile, but we're going to begin with making gnocchi ricotta. Now, here I have some ricotta draining overnight, and that's very important whenever you do anything with ricotta. But we begin with some eggs. Now, I know gnocchi. Gnocchi, you're familiar with gnocchi because you watch me make many times. But these are made out of ricotta. And the beauty of this is that you don't need to cook the potatoes. You don't need to, if you have some ricotta, some nice dry ricotta, you can whip up gnocchi in 15, 20 minutes for dinner. Okay. We'll season the eggs with a little bit of salt, a little bit of fresh pepper, a little nutmeg. Nutmeg is a spice that is used in Italy often, especially making pasta or gnocchis. And not too much of it, because it's very pronounced, especially when it cooks. Now, the ricotta. I had the ricotta here draining overnight, and that's the best way. Just put it in a sieve, and you see it will release a lot of its water. And why do you want that? It's because otherwise it will take the humidity. This water will absorb all that much more flour. And the more flour you put, you remember in the regular gnocchis, the same thing, the heavier they get. And of course, you want this to be light. Now, what is ricotta? Ricotta. Ri means again, done again, and cotta is cooked in Italian. So how is ricotta made? I made ricotta with my grandmother. And what happens is that you take milk. We used to make goat's milk ricotta, but you can make sheep's milk ricotta and, of course, cow's milk ricotta. And what it is after you make the cheese and the major curds, the big curds, are set aside to drain to make the cheese, there's the whey that's left. And in that whey, there's still some proteins and some solid. So you reboil that. And that, again, forms into another curd, which is looser than the curd for the cheese. It is leaner because most of the fat went into the cheese. So you get these loose curds of milk proteins. Casein is the milk protein. And they come to the top, and you drain them. And then you put them in a sack or in a sieve, and that's what ricotta is all about. It's very mild. It's wonderful. I will add some flour this time. And be careful not to add too much, because again, we want them light. I will add some parsley, some chopped parsley. And again, you can add to this any flavoring that you want. I'll add some Parmigiano Reggiano, grated Parmigiano Reggiano. Okay, here I have some margarine. And I think margarine is a nice mild herb. It goes very well with the ricotta. I use margarine a lot also with chicken. If you really want to get the flavor of an herb, let's say rosemary or whatever, just before putting it on this finished dish, blanch them in hot water or stock, and the heat will sort of break those oil molecules, and there's the flavonoids, the flavors will come right out. So here we are. It is a little bit soft, and that's what you want again. You don't want to overwork it, and you don't want a lot of flour because it just be heavy. Flour makes it heavy. And again, we want to work as we do the regular gnocchis. Make it into a cordoon. Except these gnocchis are sort of a little lighter. We won't shape them. When you cook pasta, what you really want is to bring the boiling point up as quickly as possible, because if you don't do that, these gnocchis will stick at the bottom, and they will stick together. So you want them to enter with abundance of water, high temperature. They get scalded right away, they seal themselves, and then you finish cooking them. We finish the gnocchi, and just keep them separate. Don't pile them. Use two sheet pans if that's necessary. But you need to cook them right away. You don't want to leave them hanging around because they will sort of get wet and need more flour. But what you can do, you can boil them, then just butter them and leave them on the side, and then you can reheat them somewhat. But they're best when you just cook them and serve them, and they're that easy. So let's begin with the sauce. Something that requires a little bit more work in making, the sauce requires less work because you don't want to complicate matters. In cooking, simple things and simplicity is best. The less ingredients you can put in a dish, the better it is. So for this dish, we're going to need a little garlic, pancetta, olive oil, and a little bit of stock. As simple as that. And again, Parmigiano, of course. Let me make some space here. So garlic. I love garlic, but sometimes I have difficulties in digesting, and a lot of people do. So what I do, you can chop it up and leave it in the sauce if that's what you like, or you can do what I do. Just crack it, and what that does, again, it breaks those molecules of flavor. And actually the garlic, you know what happens in the garlic? In each cell, in the cell wall, there are the enzymes, and the flavors is inside in the center. Put in a pancetta, or when you cut garlic, and you know the more you cut it, the more flavor you get out of it, is precisely what you're doing, this interaction, this chemical interaction. Now, we'll do some radicchio. And you want to shred it, just shred it. As I have it here. And let's put it right in. Now, the bacon fat, you can drain it out if you're sensitive, or if you have dietary restrictions, or you could leave it in for flavor because you don't have that much fat or flavoring, and that's good. I sort of like that flavor. And plus, this bacon was a lean bacon. It didn't really render so much fat. And what you want is you want to braise. Now, the radicchio has that sort of little bitter taste. The actual ricotta, and that there's a little sweet, so it's a nice sort of harmony at the end between the sort of bitterness of the radicchio, the complexity of the pancetta, and the sweetness of the gnocchi. Okay, can add a little stock, a little fresh pepper. And while this is simmering, we're going to put the gnocchis. Okay, the water is boiling. And when, again, you cook pasta, you need that water to be boiling vigorously. You need that high temperature, crank everything up, and just drop them in. Give them a gentle stir. Old tradition, we used to always put this, just so as it comes up fast, it doesn't overboil and get your whole stove sort of messy. Okay. I'm looking at this, it has flavor, but I think I would like to add a little bit of raw olive oil. I love drizzling olive oil at the end. And again, it's those flavors, because if you put them in the beginning, in cooking, you lose a lot of those flavors. Oh, okay, the gnocchis are done. You see how they grow, ricotta gnocchi sort of expand they grow in about half of the size of what you put them in. So I did them a little big because, you know, the show has a time limitation. And here my producer is always after me. But make them smaller. And again, gnocchi, the less you handle it, the better. So if you can flip, I think that's the best. Now we always put cheese, this is Parmigiano Reggiano, when the heat is off, because Parmigiano Reggiano is a finished product, and you heard this before from me, if you cook it, it will divide on you. The fat and the strings, you remember? Okay. So let's plate it. Nice hot plate. Let me get actually one unslotted because we want the sauce. Now, the gnocchi, when they're like this, they're pretty stable, so you don't have to worry about them breaking down any further. So you could make a big platter. I think that's always nice, a big platter in the center of the table, but you can even serve them individually. And do serve them in a sort of a soup bowl or something so that they stay all together and they maintain their heat longer, because if you put them on a white plate, they just will run out and will cool off much faster. This is actually lavender. And it just matches the color of the radicchio. Feel free to do that. It's so nice. I mean, I love working with vegetables, with flowers, with whatever. This looks great. Yeah, it really smells wonderful. You didn't think I forgot about strozzapreti. Well, here we are back to making strozzapreti. Wonderful ricotta dumpling in a different way from the gnocchi that we made. You make it just as quick. So in these, we include spinach. The spinach are blanched. And again, you want to get as much water as you can out of the spinach. You let them sort of strain or drain for a while, and then you press them just with your hands. You can put them in a cloth and just twist, dry them. Because again, if they have water, water requires flour, and they become heavier. And all we want is to sort of chop them up in small pieces. Okay, this is perfect. Let me just whisk some eggs. Here I have the ricotta draining. Again, you want it dry because you don't want to use a lot of flour. A little pepper, fresh pepper is best. If you don't like to see the whole grinds of black pepper, you can use white pepper. A little nutmeg, great flavor, especially in gnocchis. Ricotta, which has been draining also. And this will sort of densen up, not with flour in them, but rather with some breadcrumbs. And in here I used it, again, to pull all the water, if there's any, to absorb it so that the gnocchis don't fall apart. And of course, the Parmigiano Reggiano. Now you notice I haven't put any flour yet, but I will use flour to roll them in. You just flour your hands well, and you make sort of little balls with it. And then you roll them in the flour, and you set them on the side. This is quite simple. I think, you can get the family involved. I think children would love to do that. Now we need to put them to cook, and while they're cooking, the sauce will be made. And this is a wonderfully simple sauce. We'll take a little bit of butter. Fresh sage leaves. Now, sage is very intense and it really has a wonderful, paired with butter and Parmesan cheese, it's really wonderful for pasta dressing. But you don't want to chop it up because eating sage could be a little bit too much. So you want the leaves, let them float around and stay in there with the flavor. But if somebody wants to eat them, let them eat them. Now, I don't want the butter divided, so I'm going to put some stock right away. Okay, the water really vigorously boiling, a lot of water, it's salted, and we'll just plop these right in there. And again, you need space for these, they need to move in there. And these are sensitive, because as you notice, the only thing that binds them in there is the bread. Again, let me cover it, and let's get it back to boiling point as soon as we can. And this I'm going to serve, again, hot plates, remember, pasta, hot plates, and bowls again, because you want to keep them contained. I serve a lot pasta in the bowl because of the same reason, because you sort of pile it in the center, it retains its heat as you're eating it. In enjoying food, all of your senses really play a part. So you look at something, it looks good, you really begin, you smell it, it reinforces that sort of excitement and begins you salivating. The sensation that you feel actually on your palate is very important, that sort of tactile sensation that happens in your mouth. It really stimulates you, and you have certain expectancy out of certain foods. Can you think of eating celery that's not crunchy? So you might not have thought of that way, but there is. And these two, you know, being so big, I guess strozzapreti sort of just fills your whole mouth with it, and it sort of caresses you. I don't know, pasta caresses me when I eat it, and it goes down. So it's that feeling of being sort of hugged by these strozzapreti to the point of being choked. Oh. And you don't want to work too much. You don't want to mix them. Just shake the pan to get the sauce. And we'll close the fire, and then we'll add the Parmigiano Reggiano. Okay. How many proportion? I guess as a minestra course or a pasta course. In Italy, the courses go antipasto, minestra, or pasta. And minestra, even though it means soup, means actually in the sequence of courses, a pasta course. So this is a minestra course. And if you serve it as a minestra course, I think 4 would be fine. If you serve it as a main course, then I would double that, give 8. Should we make a main course here? Okay, let me just fill it up nice for you. What do we have? 4, 7, one more. A bit of sauce. And again, the decoration of the sage. And you know what I have here? The boragine flowers. The sage have the same color flowers. So I'm going to use just a little bit of boragine, if you don't mind. Oh. And they can eat that. Okay. This looks great. It has a wonderful aroma. And I truly understand why those priests were choking over this. Torta di ricotta. Ricotta cheesecake is one of those traditional desserts, Italian desserts, that's always a wonderful finish. Simple and delicious. I have separated some eggs here. Eggs, uovo. I'm going to teach you Italian, you remember? Uovo, one word at a time, uovo. And we put in sugar, zucchero. Zucchero is sugar. Like to work these, as in most desserts, to get it really sort of a pale, ribbony-like consistency. Okay. I'll add the ricotta, which has been draining. You want a dry ricotta again. Now I'm going to add half a cup of cream. Just a pinch of salt. And again, we want to get it really creamy and homogenized. I'm going to add the orange and lemon zest, and that I want mixed well in. The rest is just folding in. Here what I have some raisins soaking in rum, and I'm going to put the whole thing in. I have some pinoli nuts. Always toast them first and let them cool. It just brings out the aroma in them. You know those oils? You want to sort of break those oils and let the aromas come out. And I'm going to work the egg whites separately. Let me just put a pinch of salt. Okay. You want it until sort of peaks form. But of course, you know that. You've been cooking with me so long. We'll just fold the egg whites right in. And once the egg whites have been whipped, you just want to slowly fold it in and retain that airiness about it. So lightly, let's lightly butter a spring form. A spring form is good for this, although you can use a solid form. But since we're not using really a dough or crust, it is much easier to sort of demold it. And again, breadcrumbs. I love working with them and using them all up. You could use cookie crumbs. You could use shell, a pie shell or a tart shell. And basically, just pour this right in. And let it bake. It will rise, and then it will sort of fall in the center. That's perfectly fine. When you pull it out, you'll see it's nice and risen, and then it falls back into the center. But that's the way it is. Just like this. Maybe we want to settle it a little bit. So just give it a little tap so it settles in. And we'll cook it for about an hour at a 375-degree hot oven. Not too high the oven because you want it slowly to cook throughout. So here we are, ready to serve dessert, ricotta cheesecake. It's been baked and let out to cool at room temperature until it's really cool. But I like it at room temperature. I don't like it cold. You might want it cold, but I like it at room temperature. So just let sort of move the spatula around just to detach in case it is sticking someplace, and of course open the spring. Come right out. And you could serve it right out of here and cut it, but I think I'm going to just slide it on a plate because it looks so much nicer. Okay. Nice generous portion. It's nice and moist with the raisins and the pinoli nuts. And here is the raisins. We can make the same decorations out of the same ingredients. And I'd like to just pour a little bit and just sprinkle a few around the plate. While you were waiting for the cheesecake to cool, I made some candied lemon rinds. And all this is just sort of lemon rinds, cut shoestring, boiled in sugar syrup. You let them steep in sugar syrup until they cool. You drain them, and then you toss them in a lot of sugar. So this is ready, and I'm going to pour a little bit of the Muscadet wine to enjoy with this. Now, of course, powdered sugar is always an option, and it's a nice option. Gives a little bit of sort of different texture to the dish, a little bit of the lemon rinds. You know, one of my fondest sensual memories is a springtime in Sicily. And if you go there around February, Sicily is the land of the mandorle. Mandorle are almonds. And you have this whole countryside, all these white puffs of trees, and the aroma of almonds, the intense sweet aroma of almond blossom all over. So I went out here, just outside in front. Yeah. This is wild plum tree, but it'll do. It'll do for almonds. Here we are, simple, beautiful, and delicious. With this, I'm going to have a little bit of moscatel, as I told you before. It's made out of Moscato grape. The Moscato grape grows all over Italy, and it's a wonderfully aromatic grape, and it makes excellent dessert wine. So look for this Moscatet with this cheesecake. It just goes beautiful. And salute e tutti a tavola a mangiare. Scaffare, is that something you've been doing lately? Or maybe you want to learn how to? Well, stay with me and I'll teach you how to make this wonderful dish of lamb scottadito with scaffata and rosemary roasted potatoes. Buongiorno, benvenuti. Welcome to Primavera in Cucina. Springtime in my kitchen. I just love springtime. I love the change of season, but especially springtime. And I love all the new products that I have to play with, that I have to cook. And today, the whole meal is the product of spring. We're gonna do some lamb scottadito. Scottare means to sear, quickly cook, so you need some nice baby lamb and just sear them. We'll prepare some sauce to go with that, and we'll braise all the spring legumes, all the sweet spring legumes together to make one side order, one contorno, and then we'll roast some rustic potatoes for the other. So let's begin. When you go to your butcher, ask for spring lamb, young spring lamb. Now, the rack of lamb, there's two. This is half of the rack of lamb. Usually has either 8 or 9 bones, so that you know how to divide it proportions. I think 4 chops is sufficient. The ideal lamb chop is where you take one bite and the whole lamb chop is gone. That means a really small baby lamb. You can have your butcher clean it for you and cut it for you, or otherwise it's rather simple. So as you see, there's a top flap, and again, when you're working with a knife, first of all, make sure that it is a sharp knife. Just cut the sort of membrane, and you can even just follow. Remember that you never have to fight with a knife. A knife has to glide into whatever you're doing or cutting. If you're finding a lot of resistance, there's something wrong. Therefore, take out the knife and look over the situation. Either there's a bone, or you're going against a grain or something. Right butt against the bone themselves. Now here's a lot of fat. I'm going to discard the fat, and I'm going to use the cartilage, and the bones are the best part for the sauce, so save all of that. Just puncture your knife right underneath where the meat meets the fat, and just glide along. There we are. This is going to be the basis for our sauce. I'm going to just lightly flour that. A little bit of oil, salt, fresh pepper. Toss it. And now what I'd like for this is to really get caramelized, to get that caramel-colored cooking where all the flavor really lies in all cooking. So whenever you're either roasting or sauteing or whatever, get to reel down where all the liquids disappear, evaporate, and the meat begins to caramelize, because the flavor in sauces, in roast, is really there. And you put this to bake in a hot oven, 450 degrees for about 20 minutes to a half an hour. It should be golden. Again, what we want is now the chops by themselves. Just butt against the bones themselves. Just the fat. There's a little membrane here. Don't clean it completely. That's what holds your chop together. And actually, when you sear it, it will caramelize. Now we want to French these also. To French means to clean completely the bone, clear of any meat. So when you cook it, you don't have these little particles of meat on it. And you just go under the skin. You can do it as a whole, or you can do it individually. And you pick up a piece of the skin. Again, here you need something to hold the lamb and what you're pulling, because it is slippery. And then you cut your chops. Okay. When you're at this point, again, we want to clean all of this. Then it's just the work of actually scraping it off. And you take one side at a time. Never work with the knife towards you. Always the knife away from you. And yes, leave the bone long. It's quite impressive when you serve it. So this is ultimately how your chops should all look. While the bones are browning, we'll begin just with the vegetable as a base for the sauce. Olive oil, onions, a little salt with the onion. It seasons it and it helps to get all the water out of the onions quicker. So this sauce basically is going to be the nice caramelized bones with a little bit of onion, celery, carrots, with a little bit of orange rind, a little bit of orange juice, white wine, and stock. And that will simmer and simmer and simmer. And then we'll pass all through the sieve and get this natural sauce with just a tinge of the essence of the orange. I added the carrots and the celery. Yeah. And we'll let that wilt a minute. Some fresh rosemary. Lamb and rosemary are just meant to be together. And rosemary will permeate the whole meal. We'll put some in the potatoes. I think that this is just about ready. Let's pull out the lamb bones. Nice and caramelized. This will deglaze it with a little bit of white wine. We'll put the orange peels right in. To the orange rind, we'll add just a little bit of the juice also, the orange juice. Bring that to a vigorous boil. Add a little bit of the stock. And you let this simmer and simmer and simmer. The stock that I added was chicken stock. I like a light stock. I like flavorful, but light stock. But you can add meat stock. You can add vegetable stock. Remember that the end result is the sum of all of its parts. We'll put the potatoes in the oven. And it's the whole potatoes with the skin on, washed and just quartered. I'm just cutting off a little bit of the blemishes. Salt, a bit of olive oil, just toss them. Some fresh rosemary, just peel the leaves off, throw it right in. I like a nice cast iron skillet. It really collects a lot of intense heat. It sort of browns everything and browns it quickly all the sides. And we'll put this in the oven while we continue to make the scaffata. Let me add a little bit of olive oil. So scaffare is to sort of open. It's a dialect word in the Roman dialect, and it is to open. And spring certainly is a season to scaffare all kinds of legumes, peas, fava beans. Well, today we'll combine all of these ingredients in making the scaffata. Let me just begin with the onions. Again, these wonderful spring onions. And they are small, they are slippery, so sort of be careful that you don't cut yourself just with the point, just as you would cut the shallots. And they don't need to be all this small for this, because we'll braise it and they'll consume themselves. Use also the green part. So we have the spring onion. Here I have some scallions. And as I cook it, I need to be surrounded with beauty, with flavors. And beauty to me means wonderful herbs, wonderful vegetables. And yes, I follow a recipe, but I love the spontaneity that when I see something, I say, this is what I want to put in here. And I see this just some wonderful thyme here. I'm going to use some of that. And then I see some mint here. I'm going to use some of the mint. Let me get this When the onions begin to be wilted, we add raw peas. These are shelled raw peas, sweet. And these are favas. In order to get favas like these are the raw fava, the pod. You have to open it up and pull out the beans themselves. In turn, these need to be blanched. They will come out like this once they're blanched. And then you peel them again. What does blanching mean? A pot of boiling water where you throw them into the boiling water. You pull them out, put them into cold water. Quite simple. So you clean the pot, you blanch them, you peel each individual fava, and you get fava like this. Now, when you do this, do not add any liquid right away. If you add water or stock now, the peas will remain, oddly enough, hard. They have to sweat in their own water. So we'll add all of the ingredients, put the lid on, lower the flame, and let them really sweat it out, like I am here. Let's add a little bit of peperoncino. This is a spicy contorno. In Rome, they use a lot of peperoncino. Peperoncino is a wonderful spice because it adds zest, but not a lot of overpowering flavors or whatever. So when you want a little zest in your food, use the crushed pepper. Okay, we'll put the herbs. Let me just check the sauce here. It is doing fine. Maybe I'll add a little bit more stock. I'll add the fava beans. Then we'll shred some lettuce leaf. The outside tough leaves that you would usually throw away are very good to be sautéed as vegetables or to be mixed as vegetable or to be put in soups. This is romaine lettuce. Okay. Let me add a few garlic cloves, whole cloves. Let me crush them. I love garlic, but it does stay with me. So I crush it, I put it in. This way, when I'm finished, I can see it and I remove it. And I get all the flavor, but not the remaining pieces in my mouth. Okay. Now this we'll cover. We'll lower the flame. And you come back to it regular to mix it, but you let it sweat in its own water until all is consumed. By the time you're finished, the peas have let all their water out and they really have shrunk, but they're so sweet. The vegetables have changed their color. It's sort of a sage green rather than a bright green, but the flavor is incredible. Well, we are just about ready for our final step and our pranzo di primavera. The scaffata is almost done. We'll prepare the chopped, we'll season the lamb chops. And to do that is with a cleaver or even with sort of a wide knife, just you slam it and pull out at the same time. Season them, and whenever you cook or grill or sear meat, it needs certainly to be seasoned before it goes on the heat. Salt, a little fresh pepper, some rosemary again, just a few leaves, and a little bit of olive oil. Because ultimately, in the cast iron pan, we will not put any olive oil. You know, there's a lot of talk about the Mediterranean diet and it being healthy and the products and the oil and the legumes. But in my 25 years of having restaurants, there's one major difference that I see that really has not been addressed, and that is the quantity of proteins. The ratio of proteins on a plate versus the contorno, versus the vegetables. In Italy, when you have a meal, you have antipasto and a little bit of it, but very diversified. And cured meats, marinated vegetables, legumes. Then you have a pasta course, or a minestra course, as it's called. A minestra course in Italian means pasta or soup. But then you have a pasta course and a little bit of that. Not a mega plate, just a little bit. And again, a lot of flavor, intensity. Your senses are really going. And then the main course comes. The main course comes, and you look at the plate, and usually what you will find is about 1/3 of proteins and 2/3 of contorni. Here, when I serve, and I guess it's the way restaurants have been serving, or the way the culture is eating, that there needs to be 2/3 protein versus 1/3 of the contorno. So in addition to all those good, wonderful ingredients, I think that maybe we should address more the ratio of our proteins in the plate itself. And another element that comes out of these meals that have different courses and is the intensity of all flavors, the satisfaction, the satiation that comes from these wonderful flavors, that you are satiated emotionally, that you are happy, that you are contented. Not just one big mass of one thing to fill you, not just the volume, but rather a well-being and a pleasure of all of the senses. And I think that is a big determinant and ultimately the quantity of food that we eat. Well, now let's get back to eating food. Here is the sauce. Just perfect. I'll remove the meat itself. Let me just put it here because actually the meat itself is good to eat, although it might be a little stringy and a little tough. But what we're really after is the sauce itself. And again, we want to squeeze out all of the carrots, as much of the celery, all of that into our sauce. There's one quick tip that I will give you, and that is when you have passed your sauce and it's too watery, too runny, bring it to a boil, add some breadcrumbs to it, a teaspoon per cup of sauce. Let that all come to a vigorous boil, and then pass it through a sieve like I did. The bread is a starch, but it's a cooked starch rather than throwing in raw flour or starch itself. You don't have that starchiness on your palate. We'll take our potatoes out of the oven. They look wonderful, don't they? You should smell them. Just pure rosemary. Take the potatoes, you just sort of crack them a little bit. Now you can do this. They're hot, but you can handle them. Just crack them a little bit. I want a little bit of the flavor to go right in there. In my kitchen, I always keep one of these, and I make it at the beginning of the cooking process. And all this is crushed garlic, olive oil, chopped Italian parsley. I add a little bit of salt, fresh pepper, and I use this as dressing, and in this case, I'll use this for the potatoes themselves. Just a little bit. Let me catch some of those garlic, because while the potatoes are still warm, they're gonna impart the garlic flavor to the potato. And then I just toss it. Okay, so that's ready. We'll keep it warm. We are left to sear the meat. If you really want it hot, this really cooks very quickly. Again, it's called scottadita di agnello. Scottadita, scottare means to sear. Let's 3 potatoes, is that enough? Well, let me make an abundant. Okay. Let's flip them over. Biscafata. You see now that the colors have wilted, but so what? Tastes wonderfully. The sweetness of the fava and of the peas really intensifies. Since the meat is crunchy, as a nice finish, I'm going to put the sauce on first, because I don't want to take any of the crunch or any of the beauty of the lamb chops away. And this is medium rare. I like it like that. Now, if I were to do Italian style, maybe even 2 would be enough. But let me. I want it to come up high. Okay. Let me take these 2 out. And we'll decorate it with mint sprigs. I have just a little bit of the orange juice here. I'm going to put a drop just for that freshness. Just a drop. And while with our imagination we are in romantic Tuscany enjoying this wonderful lamb scottadita, a good glass of Chianti is in order. And as we say at my house, tutti a tavola, mangiare e a bere. Cin cin. Do you think that Michelangelo's David, the big hunk of a man standing in the museum in Florence, got that way by eating porridge? No way. It was Bistecca Fiorentina. And you stay with me in my Tuscan kitchen and I'll show you exactly how. Buongiorno, benvenuti. Welcome to my mangiafagioli kitchen. Mangiafagioli, that's what the Tuscans are called. And they're called that because bean eaters, because they eat a lot of beans. And let me tell you, I would sit at any time at their table with some beans and a great bistecca fiorentina such as this. And we'll get to that, but let's start with the beans. Here I have actually soaking overnight, and I'm going to drain them now, cannellini beans. Now, cannellini beans are the beans that are used in the Tuscan cuisine an awful lot. They're wonderful because they're very soft skin and they have a lot of pulp. So let's drain them. And when you cook beans, you don't put salt when you're cooking them. The salt gets added at the end because salt will really keep them hard. So let's put cold water. For that matter, you can put even hot water. It's not. And you put just enough water, cover them, and to cover them about an inch. I'm going to put some fresh rosemary. Rosemary is another one of those herbs that the Tuscan really use an awful lot. Some olive oil. You seal it tight, and you bring it to a vigorous boil, and then you simmer and let them simmer. And you put just enough water that when they're finished cooking, all the water will be just about absorbed by the beans in the cooking. At that point, we will address the salt and the condiment. Let me check the beans. I think they're perfect. Just a little underdone. I'm going to shut off the fire. Add salt. Now you remember we didn't put any salt at all. At this point is where the beans are going to finish cooking and they're going to absorb in the salt and the flavors. I put some rosemary before, but the freshness of the herbs as you put them later really comes out. So I'm going to put the whole sprig sort of, and I'm going to put olive oil, an abundant amount of olive oil, because you're not going to do any other condiment to them. Stir them and let them just sit here, steep. The beans will absorb in the salt, the oil, the rosemary, and they'll be just the way the Tuscans like it. For that matter, I like it. Now, you want to know what the beef is? The Italian beef right here in Tuscany, in Firenze, Bistecca Fiorentina. Some hunk of meat. This is what you would know as a T-bone steak, where you get the filet in the inside and the steak on the outside. And this is what a Bistecca Fiorentina is called. It is always served thick like this. It is always sliced, set back on the bone, and I'll show you, and served at the table. This is not certainly a one-person portion. Now the Italians, and I'm going to begin to sort of just trim a little bit and put it on the fire because, as you can see, it'll take a while. Now I don't want to take too much fat off because this is a large piece of meat. We'll have to stay on the fire a substantial amount of time, and you don't want it to really scorch on the outside. No condiments on the steak on the outside, just like this plain right on the grill. In Tuscany, most households have an outside grill. Grilling is very traditional. All of the restaurants have an outside grill. So grilling in Tuscany is really very, very traditional. Okay, I'm going to put it together. And the tail, they always leave the tail also. It's together because it somewhat protects the filet. So let's put this baby right on the fire. And just like that. Now, this grill, you know, I get a lot of email from you saying, Lydia, what's that behind you when I'm cooking in the kitchen? And this is a wonderful grill. I actually brought it from Italy, and I had this enclosure built. It's a fan, and it's a freestanding grill and a rotisserie also. The fire is sort of lit in the back. There's no direct burning fire underneath the meat because, you know, if you put oil or if you burn the fire directly, you sort of kindle the fire directly, there's all that smoke and the meat really becomes sort of encrusted with that smoke. This way, always make your fire away. If you don't have this, put it on the side and then just sort of push the coals underneath your meat. It is also wonderful because I can control, I can lower it or make it higher or whatever temperature that I want. It has a spit, and I can grill birds on it and chicken and so on. So this will take a while. We'll watch it. Let me go back and make a rub. You figure you just put the steak there. It really has no seasoning. I know it's a good piece of meat, but where do you get the flavoring and the seasoning? They make, the Tuscans, the Fiorentini, actually make a rub. And the rub is made out of, and we'll make it right here in the mortar, anchovies, let me sort of just helping myself a little bit, getting a head start. Coarse salt. And you want the coarse salt because you want a little bit of the friction to really break everything up. And rosemary. You know, so I asked myself, where does this tradition of eating such a big steak only in Tuscany, only in Florence come from? Well, Tuscany and Florence was loved by everybody. So many tourists there. But it's specifically by the English. So much so that if you go there today, there's a whole section on the southwest of Florence into Chianti that's called Chiantishire, mind you, Chiantishire. So I guess that the tradition did come down with the English and their love for big pieces of meat and raw meat. And when something is good, it's good. You could make this in a food processor, absolutely, but I want to show you the traditional way. You can do the same thing and sort of drizzle oil slowly as you go along. We're just about ready. It's a little rough, but that's fine. You want those little specks of anchovies on the sizzling steak, and it really makes a harmony of flavors. Okay, let's put this on the side. Let me just check on the steak here. Looking good. This is my son, Joe. And not only he is my son, but he is my business partner, and a very good business partner at that. We run together to Lidia, Becco, Frico, and Lidia's Kansas City. About 8 years ago, right, you decided to leave Wall Street, and he says, Ma, I'm really not happy down there. And I said, what are you going to do? And he says, well, I think I'll hang around the restaurant. And I got worried there for a moment, but let me tell you, it's been a great relationship. And it's not always easy. You know, I had my apprehension. I said, gee, what am I going to be, a mom or a partner? But somehow, you know, when it comes from the heart, it comes right. And I think his strength is really wine, and he loves wine, so much so that we bought a vineyard about a year ago in Friuli, and we're going to play a little bit around with that. But Joe, what are you doing here?
Well, today I thought with the luscious, juicy steak from Toscana, we would have a zippy, peppery fruit bomb Chianti Classico. Chianti Classico is made with Sangiovese grape in the zone in the hills of Chianti between Siena and Florence. And actually, Chianti was one of the many wines of Italy that, being red, there's actually white grapes in it. It's made of 10% Canaiolo traditionally. So it's a red wine made of some percentage of white grapes. Today's Chiantis, though, are made with more international new varietals, generally 90% Sangiovese and Merlot, Cabernet, or Syrah.
You know, they're really great. A Chianti is supposed to be fresh, fresh fruit, and yet you feel that sort of spiciness, a pepperiness, almost like the Tuscan oil, which has a pepperiness at the end. And I really think it will go great with the steak. But Joe, before, you were sort of swiveling the glass.
We're just rinsing out the stemware just to prevent any imperfections in the glass to affect the wine. So we rinse through and then we taste.
Let me tell you, if you want to impress your friends, it's called svinare. He's modest, but I'll play it up. It's called svinare. And what you're doing, actually, you have a glass, and should there be any impurities of flavor from soap or for whatever, you rinse it and you throw it out. And then you pour your wine so that your guests really get the full flavor. Now, let's just analyze it a little bit.
It's got a very musky nose. Cooked cherries, raspberries, very, very fruity. Chianti should be a wine that's very, very easy to drink, very, very forward, very pleasurable, very much a fruit bomb. And the Chiantis that are being made today, especially in Chianti Classico, are just that, a great expression of what the Tuscan sun has to offer in its ripening of Sangiovese.
Chin chin, in anticipation. Great choice, Joe. This is going to be a great steak. And this is the mother part. Well, we are ready for il momento grande, the grand moment. The steak should be ready. The beans have been simmering and have been sitting actually. We simmered before and have absorbed the oil, the salt, the rosemary flavor. And you get the sense that this is a real sort of rustic meal. I have some nice Tuscan bread here, and I'm just going to throw it on the grill, and while I cut the steak up, this will be nice and toasted. So come with me. Looks so good. Okay, we are ready to brush the steak with the rub. And think about that there's no salt on the steak, so a nice abundant amount, and it sort of melts right in the steak. And you will always get it served this way in Tuscany. It will always be sliced. And this size here is enough for about 4 hungry Italians, but even six people. 2 slices each, and that's leave the tail. Just a little bit more of a little more olive oil. Again, for that flavor, and then this will remove, of course, as they're eating it. Just Let me check the bread. Just let me give it a little brush. The Tuscan olive oil. You know, if I was ever sorry that you're not here with me, really here with me, I know you're with me over there, but here with me is to share the steak with me. The Bistecca Fiorentina, it is really wonderful. And I'm going to taste it. So this is the filet portion. Let me take a nice piece. And it's still sort of very rare. And of course the sides. And let me go right to the middle because I want to show you. And this is the steak part. And this is how they eat it rare. Sometimes even a little rare. Some beans. It is so delicious. The saltiness, the anchovies, you don't taste the anchovies. They just sort of accent, bring out the flavor of meat and the mellowness of the beans. And a little wine now. Delizioso. Do you still have room for dessert? Well, I do. But this is kind of a light dessert and actually is fun. And what we're going to do, we're going to do caramelized tomatoes served over vanilla ice cream. That's simple. You blanch and peel the tomato. Now, you know how to do that? You take the tomato, you just cut a little bit out, open it up, throw it in boiling water, pick it up, leave it there about a minute, not even, fish it out, and dunk it in ice water. And the skin will just sort of pop out, and you peel it. And then you cut it in half, and you remove all of the seeds. And leave it in half like that. Let me get the caramel going. And caramel is basically sugar and just a little bit of water to begin the caramelization. And I'm not just gonna want to get everything wet. And I'm not gonna even touch it. It's gonna sort of caramelize itself. And while the caramel is going, what I did here for decorations, this is so simple, and I'm going to put a little bit of Grand Marnier, a little bit of orange juice, so it has that orange and tomato sort of flavor. I candied some orange rinds. Now, let me show you the three different things. This is just dried orange rind, and that's wonderful. That could be a nice decoration. This is orange rind that's been cooked in sugar syrup. Sugar syrup is water and sugar that has been boiled and really reduced to sort of a syrup, like a maple syrup consistency. To get here, these are cut a little bigger, you cook them in the sugar syrup. You cook them, and then you let them steep in that syrup, and then you drain them, and then you roll them continuously in a lot of sugar. And the sugar will adhere and absorb in the rinds. And they're really very nice. You can do orange like that. You could do lemon like that. Okay. Here is the caramello. And it's ready. And it's sort of going to harden up right away because you're adding fresh orange juice. It'll melt right back into a little bit of some orange liqueur. And you notice I'm not using any spoons because anything you put in there will stick to it. So just sort of work it full blast. And actually, while this is sort of condensing itself, I'm going to go get the ice cream. I had the plate also in the freezer this way because this is hot and all that, so you really don't want the ice cream to melt immediately. Could you do it over sorbet? It would go very good also with a nice lemon sorbet if it's really hot in the summer. Okay. This is a little overcooked, but that's perfect. I'm just going to... I really don't want the tomatoes to cook. They're going to be cooked by the intense temperature of the syrup itself. So by the time I'm finished with the ice cream, it's going to be perfect. I want you right there. Just clean it up a little bit. A little bit of mint. You would never think of put this combination together, would you? Well, it really goes very well together. It's a wonderful harmony. It's the creaminess, the sweetness, the intensity of caramel, the tartness of, and the unexpected flavor of tomato in a sweet context. So, let me taste some. It's delicious. The tomato, it's almost like an orange tomato, if you can imagine that. What a wonderful send-up to our trip to Tuscany. So as we say at my house, Tutti a tavola mangiare, una tavolata toscana. Today it's a Tuscan table at my home, so please come in. Oh campagnola bella, tu sei la reginella, negli occhi tuoi c'è sole, c'è calore delle vali tutte in fior. You and your guests too will sing the praises to these wonderful chicken dishes. So stay with me and learn how to make them. Buongiorno, benvenuti. Welcome to my free-range kitchen. Today we are cooking chicken. Yes, today you hear all this talk about free-range chicken and pan chicken and whatever, but from what I can remember, I always ate chicken like this. You hear of vegetables, organic, hydroponic, whatever. I mean, this is the way we were supposed to eat to begin with. So why don't we get there already and start eating like that? Now, chicken. Chicken is undoubtedly one of the favorites of everybody. I guess it's easy to make, it's healthy, it's quick, and this dish is bocconcini of boneless chicken, small pieces, bocconcini is one boccone, and small pieces of sausages, and just sort of caramelized together with a little honey and vinegar. I have a chicken breast, and I guess this is pretty clean. I'll be cutting this while I'm telling you. Okay. There is the Busan, or the smallest chicken, which is about a pound. And that is a wonderful chicken when you do a whole chicken, or if you want to grill the whole. Then there are the fryers, and those are from about 2 to 4 pounds. And they are exactly what they say. If you want to pan fry them, if you want to bread them and fry them. And then there are the roasters, and the roasters go from 4 to 6 pounds, and they're exactly what it says. They're good for roasting. So nice, good whole chicken for roasting. And what to look for is, I guess it's hard to say because there is so many bad chickens out there, really. Chicken that are just sort of slipping right out of your hands. Look for a nice firm chicken that the skin has some texture, is dry, and it's taut on, it's connected to the rest of the meat. A nice sort of healthy looking chicken. The sausage that I have here that I'm going to be using, there's the regular link sausage, and there's the Luganiga. I kind of like this long Luganiga sausage, and it's pork sausage, and I like it simple. I don't like the aniseeds in it, especially if I'm doing chicken, because I want to really taste the flavor of the chicken. Let's see, nice little pieces. Okay, I have some ready here because of time. Now, sausage, there's an endless array of sausage flavorings, and you know, you can ask your butcher. Most of the butchers make them. I'm going to add a little bit of oil. I'm going to begin with the sausages themselves, sort of caramelize them and get all. And what you want to do in this dish, you want sort of space, because you want quick, high, intense heat, and you want everything to be caramelized. As you know, chicken breast can dry out rather quickly. Now you can make this dish with other parts of the chicken if you prefer the thigh, or you can make it with chicken on the bone. Just keep in mind the cooking time. In that case, I would put the chicken right in with the sausage, brown it well, and then use more of the stock and more of the wine to let it cook thoroughly. Slightly salt the chicken. High heat, intense searing off the chicken breast. I'm going to find a little corner here and just put a little bit of olive oil. And I'm going to put the garlic. I have chopped garlic here, chopped fine garlic. And when you chop the garlic fine like this, the garlic will remain amongst the meat and the sausages. If you do not want the garlic in there, but you want the flavor of garlic, take the whole garlic clove, crush it, put extra on, put 6, 7, 8, and just let them cook with it, and then you can see it and remove it. But in this case, I'm going to leave it, because if I were to throw it right in with the meat, it would stick on to the meat, and then not brown or something, and then there's raw garlic is really very, very hard to digest. So just make a little corner for that and let that caramelize also. Now the chicken is nice and caramelized. I'm going to add just a little bit of honey. And honey is a wonderful product. Of course, it's a basic product. But in cooking, in roasting, the sugar makes everything caramelized. It gives it a wonderful color. If you are roasting, you're having a roast, and at the end you take a teaspoon of honey and you take some of the juices from the roasting pan and you mix that. and you brush the roast with that, you'll get a nice mahogany finish. There you go. You see the color that the honey is giving to the chicken? Okay, make sure that you don't burn it, but we put pepper at this. At this point I'll put a little bit of butter. See the goldenness? Now to counteract the sweetness, I'm going to add a little bit of vinegar. So, you know, it's all a play of flavors, a balance of acidity, sweetness, and okay. So I have the color there. I have the balance between the sweetness and the tartness. I'm going to add a little bit of white wine, some more salt, a touch of stock, not too much because everything is just about cooked. And what I want here, I really don't want all that much sauce. I want the sauce basically to adhere to the chicken, to the meat. But whatever you do, when you work with chicken, make sure that you cook it properly, that you cook it thoroughly, and that you clean all the surfaces where you have worked. I mean, the chicken should be addressed, and then everything should be washed thoroughly for you to proceed with anything else. Okay. I'm slowly watching it because I want the sauce to attach itself to the meat, but I don't want it to burn. A little parsley at the end. And we are ready. Just freshen it up with a little bit. Just a little bit of color, I kind of. There's a wonderful aroma of vinegar, garlic, sausages, and this wonderful mahogany color. Can you taste that? Can you smell it? Well, I can tell you, it's wonderful. Pollo alla campagnola, country-style chicken. The name sounds comforting. It is wonderful. And it is one of my daughter's favorite, Tanya. And if it's her favorite, of course, makes me happy to cook it. These are the spring chickens, the small, about 1 pound. Let me show you. What this dish is best if it is the chicken with the bone, the whole, and the skin gets caramelized. So it's best that way. You can do it, I guess, with boneless chicken or with just breast, but you have to be careful not to overcook the breast. Okay, to debone the chicken, you just, nice sharp knife, and again, slow strokes, and you just get to the joint, and you just press out, and it will tell you exactly. Next we go to the wing, and again, just give it a little cut, and it will tell you exactly where it ends. Now the wing, you can cut this part off. I leave it on, and then you can take it off later on again. Now the neck, I usually take away. This is the backbone. It's actually, I like this part very much, to eat around the bone. It's the sweetest. So it's up to you if you'd like to put it in. I'm going to put it in, or if you'd like to save it, but don't throw it away. Whatever you do, don't throw it away. The next in this, you can save it and you can make a nice stock with it. Oh, that's Chicha. Do you hear Chicha? That's my dog. I have a Chow. I love it. It's beautiful. It has a blue tongue and is such a good watchdog. We're really my house. We're really my kitchen. So therefore, all the sounds are sounds that are sounds of my life. You see this skin, a little bit, if it just comes off like that, take it off. Keep it sort of, you don't want any appendages hanging, but keep a nice clean pieces. You know, Chicha lives quite well also. I bring back from the restaurant ossobuco bones, and she waits for me every night. My husband is actually Felice. He's the one that takes care of her. And she waits for him and jumps up and down when she hears him coming. What you want to do here is a nice hot pan and really sear and brown the chicken. Okay, I think we have enough, so I'm going to leave that piece out. Cut any excess skin. Now again, when you work with chickens, you got to clean everything. You got to finish the dish, but then just wash everything off with soap and water to begin anything else. Okay, nice hot pan. I'm going to season it with salt, fresh pepper, and skin down as much as possible. These are some young potatoes, and young potatoes are nice, first of all, as far as colors and flavors, but you could use a whole large potato, Idaho, and then cut it in quarters. Wash it well. I like the skin in this dish. Wash well the skin and leave the skin in. Just cut it in half. Yes, Tanya, my daughter, she lives in Florence. She is finishing a doctorate in art history and Renaissance art historian. You know, sometimes it's funny how life sort of takes its turns. We lived in Istria, which is a little peninsula, which was part of Italy. And after World War II, Italy lost the war, of course, and as the spoils of war had to give up certain territories. And Istria was the territory that Italy had to give up, all the way from Trieste to Fiume, and it went to Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia then had a communist regime, and after it really got all its boundaries, it really tightened up, and Iron Curtain went up. So my parents decided to actually escape back. So my brother, Franco, my mother, and I, we went as tourists. They wouldn't allow the whole family to go over because they knew that they wouldn't come back. And my father had to escape at night. As children, we didn't know that was happening. We just thought we were going on vacation. But then our father joined us, and we were all together, and life wasn't all that easy. We had family which helped us, but there was a camp set up. It was San Saba, and it was the camp for political refugees, they called them. And we stayed in that camp for a year and a half until the United States opened its immigration doors, and we were on a quota and finally accepted as immigrants in the United States. And that was in 1958. So I came here, I was quite young, I was 12 years old. I feel very American. I feel very Italian. So I feel bicultural. I really have two very strong cultures in me, and I feel so much richer. I'm getting everything nice and brown. You're watching the pot as I'm talking, right? I'm getting everything nice and brown. That's the idea. My husband Felice is also from Istria, and he did the same track that we did. He migrated as a young man by himself, and we met here in Astoria. So therefore we have a common background. And we took the kids back to Italy every year. I mean, my son Joseph was 9 months old when we first took him, and we spent 2.5 months up and down Italy in restaurants and wineries, and every year thereafter. So really they loved Italy as children. And of course, Tanya developed this love for Italian Renaissance art and married Corrado, an Italian, and is now living there. And she's doing her way of promoting the Italian culture through art. About a year ago, she started some gastronomical wine and art tours in Italy. So I'm going to join actually at the end of this week. I'm going to go and join her on one of her tours. I'm putting in the hot pepperoncino. You can use the crushed pepper or the whole pepperoncino. And these are Kalamata olive or gaeta or any flavorful olives that you have. You add to it. It could be green. And they will sort of leave that earthy flavor onto the chicken and the potatoes. I'm going to season it well. And at this point, I'm going to put the onions. And the onions, I want in quarters because I want them crunchy. I don't want them completely sort of disintegrated. I want to have them caramelized, and I want to eat them crunchy with the chicken and the potatoes. Okay. I am going to lower the flame a bit now that everything is caramelized. I'm going to cover it and let it steam with its own juices. I'm not going to add any liquid at all. No wine, no stock, or anything. Just its own, but you have to sort of lower down. The water from the onions, the water from potatoes, from the chicken will be enough to really steam it. Let me check on the chicken. See, we had the caramelization, and now the steam is sort of cooking it, and you don't want sauce at all. You just want it barely to be wet. Okay, but you must remember to keep it at a medium to low temperature. And I have to tell you finish the story of my family, of course. It makes me always happy. Then, I don't want to forget Dina. Now, Dina is Joe is my son's wife. And she is wonderful. She loves chicken too, by the way. She's Dina Damiano, and she is a third generation Italian in America. She's a wonderful young lady and just fell into our table. You know, the table is the center of our existence here. At least I communicate with food. Love, passion, emotion, hugs, kisses, it's all with food. We are almost there. I'm going to put some rosemary. And the rosemary, you can put it in the beginning, but even towards the end, you get even a fresher aroma instead of it burning on the bottom. You just want the aroma. And with herbs, keep out the woodsy part because that gives it a bitterness and it's tannic. With this chicken, I'm going to have some white wine, but you could have even a light red. A nice Chianti would be fine. A nice Merlot. I'm just in the mood for a nice Tokai. Tokai Friulano. Okay. I think that we are ready. And I'm going to serve this family style soft, juicy. You can tell that the chicken is nice and moist. You know, in cooking, less is really more. You know, sometimes I'm going to put this and this and this. And by the time I eat some dishes, I says, my God, what a confusion. You know, the simpler, the less is always more. You have those 2, 3 ingredients, and you let them really shine. Because as a cook, as a chef, what is my job is not to make ingredients. Nature gives me those wonderful ingredients for me to choose them, to choose the right ones, the best one. And then it is for me to exalt them and harmonize them. Now you see, it's the importance of this dish is the sequence. Chicken is crisp, the potatoes are nice and brown. The onion is wilted, and I want it like that. I don't want it. It's wilted, it's cooked, and it has a certain sweetness. It will be crunchy when you eat it. And some. You know, I feel like you're almost family. I mean, you got to know my family. I hope you do. And you'll hear more the more time I have. I'll pull you right in. But I love sharing my family with you. And since you're here with me, as we say at my house, let's go. Tutti a tavola a mangiare. Un bel piatto di riso porta sempre un sorriso. A wonderful plate of risotto always invokes a smile. You'll be smiling too when you join me while I show you how to make risotto. Buongiorno, benvenuti. Welcome to my kitchen. Today we're going to do risotto. There's always a mystique about risotto. Well, I don't buy that. It's rather simple, and you'll see that today. But one thing you do have to do, you have to stand by the pot while you're cooking your risotto. Also, what is very important in understanding is actually the rice, because that's what makes the risotto. There's about 1,200 different species of rice. Here we have 3, which is a small representation, but nonetheless. This is the long grain rice, which is very typical in the American cooking. These 2 are both short grain. This is the arborio. And this is the carnaroli. I prefer the carnaroli for making risotto, although both of these are equally as good. Let me tell you first what you need really to cook a risotto, the pot, the utensils. You need thick bottom pot so that the heat is spread uniformly so it doesn't scorch, and you need a wide pot so that the liquid, the stock, evaporates as the rice cooks and releases its starches. Begin with olive oil, some chopped onion, a little salt to impart a little flavor and to get the water to come out of the onions. Shallots are also very important in a risotto because they're sweeter and they amalgamate, they really break down into a creaminess. So while the onions are wilting, we'll cut some shallots. And they take about half of the time as onions do to wilt, and they do slip under your fingers, so do be careful. Let me chop them some more. Let me add the shallots now. Today we're making risotto alla Milanese. It's one of the simplest risotto because I really want to focus on a technique of risotto for you, because thereafter you can flavor it any way you want it. Therefore, the only added ingredient for flavor to this risotto will be saffron. This is saffron. And saffron are pistils of the crocus flowers, which are gathered from the flower, each one by one, then set to dry in the sun. Therefore, there's a lot of labor involved to yield a little result, but it goes a long way and it is expensive. But this will be enough for risotto for 4. We'll add to this boiling stock so it releases the color. The beauty of the saffron is twofold. It's the wonderful aroma and flavor, and the golden color that it will impart on the rice. Milanese, Milano. Milano is the capital city of Lombardy, and actually this risotto is typical and traditional of the area of Milano. Why? Well, there's a little story, and I'm going to tell you. You know, Milano has a beautiful Duomo, and it's really quite Gothic, and it has these steeples that look like icicles, and it has a lot of stained glass windows. Well, the glaziers at that time would use saffron to color the glass for the glass windows for the church. And as the story goes, the glazier in residence was marrying his daughter. And on the weekend, he used the space in his workshop to have the party. And as he was making the risotto, accidentally the box of saffron fell into the risotto, and we got the risotto alla Milanese. How true, I don't know, but it's certainly romantic. The onion is wilted, and now we'll add the carnaroli rice. Now, do not wash the carnaroli rice. The rice is clean because it has been milled, and it is clean and ready to use. Because if you wash it, you begin the premature release of the starches, and we don't want that. What we want now is we want to toast this rice. Dry like this, you want to toast it, and you want to toast it for definite reasons. Because you want to cook the starches on the outside. You want to really make like a capsule of the rice. So therefore, the release of the starches is uniform, not all at once. I'm sure that you had rice risotto where the rice is soft and the center is still hard. Well, if you don't toast the rice, most likely that's what will happen, because the releases of the starches all on the outside will happen and the inside it will still be undercooked. Therefore, toast those outside, form a shell. Also, what we're doing here is that we are coating the rice with some of the oil, giving it an extra sort of capsule effect. What is also very important in making risotto is that the stock that you add, in this case is chicken stock, is at the same temperature. So therefore that you do not disturb the cooking process of the rice itself and of the release of the starches. There's a basic rule of thumb that goes in making risotto. The ratio is 1 of rice to 3 liquid, and it will yield double the amount of the rice put in. So therefore, if you have 1 cup, you need 3 cups of liquid, and it will yield 2 cups of ready risotto. How do you know when the rice is toasted. Well, you hear this sort of clicking sound. That tells me that it's toasted. At this point, I'm going to add some acidity. Right. Some wine. In this case, I put some Orvieto wine. Orvieto is a wonderful light white wine from the Umbria region. And remember, in all cooking, as good as you put in that's what you're going to get out. The accumulation of the goodness that you put in usually is the ultimate product. You want all of the alcohol to evaporate in any cooking you do with wine. You don't want the alcohol, you want the flavor of whatever you're putting in. So therefore, again, I'm going to bring it all the way down, let all the alcohol before I will add any more stock. And this is the process of making risotto, back and forth. Adding hot stock, which coaxes the starches to come out, letting the stock evaporate. Adding hot stock, letting the starches come out, and let the extra stock evaporate to the point that it doesn't stick. So therefore, you have to watch it. Okay, you can hear it. It's beginning to stick, so therefore I'm going to add some stock. And again, a little bit of stock, not a lot. You don't want a soup. You say, well, why don't you throw the whole thing in? No, because again, what happens is that the rice will open up on the outside and the inside will not be cooked, and you'll get papa. The papa you make for babies. And what you really want is a risotto al dente, bene mantecato. Mantecato is when you whip it with cheese and butter at the end. And al dente is a terminology used in Italian. Really, it says an awful lot to an Italian in cooking pasta and rice. It really gauges the pressure of your teeth against the cooked product, whether it be rice or pasta. And us Italians, we like a little resistance. We like that sort of bite into our pasta and so into rice. I'm going to season it a little bit with salt, fresh pepper, and I'm going to add the saffron with all its juice and water at this point. You can buy saffron powder, but a real Milanese likes to see I fili di zafferano, which means the threads of saffron in his risotto. And so do I. That's the way I like to cook it. So try to get the threads of saffron rather than the pulverized version. You can lower the flame just to keep it perking, but yet not scorching. And this has to keep on going. It usually, risotto takes anywhere from 14 to 18 minutes to cook from beginning to end. Depends on the quantity, depends on the intensity of the fire and on your pot. So it's not that much to ask of you to stand 15, 16, 17 minutes for a wonderful product that will really render a smile on your guest faces. There are three major staples in Italian cuisine: pasta, rice, and polenta. Now, risotto being one of the main staples could be flavored in a myriad of ways. And you know now that risotto takes about 16 minutes. So whatever you add to it, you have to incorporate in that cooking time. If you'd like to add shrimps or seafood, which go excellent with saffron, now shrimps take 2 minutes. Then you subtract from the end. You saute your shrimps, season them a little bit, and add them in the last 2 minutes, whatever it takes for them to finish cooking. On the other hand, if you're doing a risotto with a veal ragu of some sort, you need to begin the veal ragu before, because that takes about 40 minutes, and then add it about halfway and let the two cook together. So you can be as diversified as you want, and this is what you really need to feel, that you can do it because you can, is that you can make this into whatever dish you'd like, whatever flavor you like. You like mushroom, you like vegetables. You know, they make risotto even with strawberries. Certainly not with saffron, but yes, it was in vogue a few years ago, and I kind of like it, but it's not my favorite. What really looks beautiful is risotto made with beets. It comes that vibrant purple color, is really beautiful. You know, smell and food evokes memories, such wonderful memories of, for me, a lot of time of my childhood. And when I do get into the mood, there is a little song I sing. I'm going to share it with you. Se son lontan de ti, Trieste mia, mi sento un gran dolor, e più che cerco de pararlo via, più me s'ingroppa il cuore. Ah, I'm choking. I'll tell you the story. It says, my dear Trieste, it's such a pain to be far away from you. And the more I think of being far away and consoling myself, the more my heart knots. Okay, let's go back to the risotto. Okay, I want you to see this. You see how creamy it looks, and it is, and I have not put anything in it yet except a little bit of oil in the beginning. And this is all those starches coming out, and this is precisely what you want. The smell of the saffron, the color of the saffron, just beautiful. Okay, we'll get ready to serve the risotto now. Again, the risotto, the density of the risotto, it's your preference. You can have a loose risotto, or you can have a tight and dense risotto. And that is also dependent on what the ingredient is in it, the main ingredient. If you serve it with seafood, a nice loose risotto, risotto all'onda, to the wave, meaning that's a soft risotto that goes with seafood, to a dense risotto with game, with mushrooms, and so on. First, let me get a nice platter. I love, you can serve risotto individually, but I love a steaming platter risotto brought to the table. The plate should be warm. We shut off the fire, and we're going to go to the process of mantecare il risotto. Mantecare, whip it. At this point, you add the butter. The fire is off. And you just whip it in. Okay, the last, we add the cheese, Parmigiano. And we continue to mantecare. I like Parmigiano Reggiano. And we are ready to serve it. And these golden kernels just pour right into the steam coming into my nostrils, into my face is just wonderful. Let's get some fresh Parmigiano on top. And just bring it to the table with one big spoon so they can help themselves. This is a day-old risotto, and when we finish with it, it's going to be just as good as the first day. Leftover food, to me, is sacred. Food is sacred. So therefore, using it day after and making it taste as fresh, it's something that needs a little bit of imagination, but certainly could be done, and certainly could be done with risotto. We're going to make two things. We're going to make supplì, or fili di telefono. Supplì is the Sicilian name for this dish, and it's little balls, like meatballs, of rice with stuffing of cheese, and we're going to fry them. And then when you eat them, I'll show you, they open up like fili di telefono, telephone wires. You had those telephones when you were kids? Well, the same way. And the other one is going to be riso al salto, which is the risotto, a pancake of risotto, just with some cheese and sauteed on some butter. And that's a wonderful lunch or a contorno with a meat dish. So let's begin with the supplì di telefono and the filling. I have some vegetable oil here because this will take not long. We'll make first the filling. 1 egg, a little bit of salt, a little bit of fresh pepper, fresh nutmeg. And again, just a touch. Nutmeg is very intense, but it does make really a difference. Just the nuttiness comes right out. Parsley, a little prosciutto, diced prosciutto, or if you have ham. Parmigiano Reggiano. And you mix it all well. Then you take the rice, the risotto, cold. Okay. Flatten out right in your, and in it, you put a little bit of the stuffing. And in the center, you put a little bit of the mozzarella. And the mozzarella, when that melts, it'll make those fili di telefono. Just close it in. And pat it shut. Just like you would a meatball. Okay, let's make a few of these. Again, you take the rice, open it up in your palm. A little stuffing, a little mozzarella in the center, and close it within your palm, just like you would a meatball. Squeeze it into place if it feels like it's falling apart on you. We'll need to bread the suppli before we fry them. Dip them lightly in the flour, then in the egg, and then in the breadcrumbs. And we'll do the same with all of them. The oil is nice and hot. Once they're in, lower just the flame because you don't want it to burn. Let me just turn them over on the other side, and then we'll go on and make the riso al salto, which is the rice pancake. Okay. For the riso al salto, add some Parmigiano Reggiano to the risotto, and again, here you do a lot of sculpting in this project here. But you make like a pancake, and you make it sort of an even size. Lightly butter the non-stick saute pan, and just set the risotto right in there. With the spatula, press it so that it cooks evenly and that it gets colored. Whenever frying anything, always get a nice dish ready with some paper towels to sort of dry up the excess oil before you actually serve it. And just flip it over, or do it with a spatula. Okay. These dishes are really wonderful, especially the suppli di telefono, are wonderful for a cocktail party. You can fry them and then leave them in the oven to keep warm, and then you just butler them around. People love them with their glass of wine or with their drink, but children love them very much. We used to love them as kids. We used to take a handful and run out and play and eat them while we were playing. Now the riso al salto is really very good when you serve it with braised meats. You can make a whole main course out of it. Serve the riso al salto and the braised meat and the sauce around it. You can serve it with a salad, with a piece of cheese on top, and make it for lunch. I like it nice and crunchy. I like it when the rice really gets crunchy under my teeth. So let me just pick up a little bit the fire. I think that these might be ready. Since basically everything is really cooked, you don't need much cooking except just enough heat to awaken the flavors of the prosciutto and melt the mozzarella that's in there. Finish frying the suppli. Salt it just slightly. The riso al salto is finished. Let me just dress a little bit of salad. I always need sort of a sense of completeness, of finishedness in my dishes. There we go. What I'm doing, I'm just drying the fat out of it. Just slide it right onto the dish. You can serve it with the suppli next to it. Just a little salad. Okay, very good. Now let me just show you what is supposed to happen. Well, the fili di telefono, but this is how it's supposed to look inside. And you see the fili di telefono as you pull them on. And as we say at my house, tutti a tavola a mangiare. Veal rollatini, that rolled veal with cheese oozing out of it, spinach salad with crispy bacon nuggets in it. Does that take you back to eating in Italian restaurants about 20 years ago? Well, it's still very good food, and today I will show you how to make it. I came here, I was 12 years old, and had the opportunity to become fully American, to understand fully the American culture, to always maintain my Italian culture very strongly. And I think what gives me the strength of communicating to you and is that I have this passion for food, but I also have this understanding of two cultures, and I bring them together through food at our table. Che bellezza! Buongiorno, benvenuti. Welcome to my kitchen. Welcome to my Italian-American kitchen. Today we're going to make veal rollatini and spinach salad. Those dishes I made in 1971 when I opened my first restaurant. People loved them then, and I still make it periodically, and I even make it at home for the family at times, and people still love it. Veal, everybody loves veal, and these are just veal rollatini. We'll make some nice veal cutlets. We'll sort of tenderize them a little bit and stuff them with some provola, with some tomatoes, and some seasoned breadcrumbs, and then in the oven. Simple, not much sauce, but they'll be juicy in themselves. Now, veal scallopini, try to get veal from your butcher. A nice piece of tinned veal, usually from the leg, the center of the leg is fine. The best, actually, part of the veal itself is actually the fillet. the filet where when it's an adult it becomes the filet mignon, that is the softest. So if you get the filet of veal and you cut a little slice and you pound it, it is the softest. But otherwise from the leg you can get some really good scallopini. And then of course you can tenderize it a little bit just with a mallet, like I'll do right here. Give it a little space to spread. And just, if it's tender, if the veal is not really tough, and you can sense it, by touching the veal, you can sense it and seeing the veins, you can use the flat part. And just sort of pound it going on the outside, towards the outside. And it's a little tough. Let's go to the, once you begin to use the teeth, you might break the cellophane paper, and then you might have to change it each time. When you are sort of pounding meat, or if you're working on a board with anything in the case, take a kitchen towel, wet it, and sort of really wring it dry and put it underneath the board so that you have that sort of buffer between the board and the hard surface underneath. Okay, I think we have enough here. Okay, let me keep this covered. We'll fill in it in the roll. We'll fill just with little tomato strips and provola strips. So let me just blanch the tomato so I can peel it. In this case, just cut the stem off and then just sort of mark an X here. Dunk it in boiling water. Let me get some iced water here. And the change of temperature, of course, between the hot and the cold will just make the skin come out. Well, that is sort of blanching. Let me cut the provola. I'm going to fish out the tomato because the tomato is ready. So tomato, I'm going to just drop it in the ice water, and I'll get back to it later. So you see that it has sometimes this light wax coating. Sometimes you can, if you're lucky enough to find one little one like this, which is really wonderful. But otherwise, they have big ones, and you can buy pieces of the provola. And as it ages here, it gets stronger and stronger. Sometimes provola can be strong, and you might not like it. So try to get a fresh provola for this dish especially, unless you really like piquant things. So let's address the tomato. Just peel out. The skin comes right off, as you can see. Let's clean the inside. Cut those in long strips. Okay. We will season the breadcrumbs. The breadcrumbs sort of binds everything in the filling, and it really retains some of the moisture from the meat and become quite flavorful and crunchy. What I have in here is, let me show you. I have crushed some garlic cloves and just set them in good olive oil for 20 minutes ago. About 20 minutes ago, I set it in the olive oil, and it'll infuse the whole olive oil with the garlic smell. So this way, I don't have to put garlic in the breadcrumbs, but they'll be really permeated by the garlic flavor just by this infusion here. A little bit of salt. A little pepperoncino, I kind of like that. Parsley. I think we're going to need some more oil here. Okay. Now what I want is, let me get my hands in there so I'll get where I want quickly. See, I want just enough the bread to be seasoned with the oil and the parsley, but I don't want it wet. I don't want it soaking with the olive oil. A little bit of salt. I know it needs a little. Okay, and we're ready to assemble the veal. Okay, and I'm looking at it. You know, which way would I like it better? I'm going to roll it this way because this is sort of a wider piece, or maybe no. Maybe I'll do it this way. So when I close it, it'll be closed all across rather than a small piece sticking out. Okay, a little bit of salt, and let's put the breadcrumbs. Not too much, just enough. Some provola. Now we said we're going to roll it this way, right? 2 pieces of provola, 2 pieces of tomato, and we'll just, let me just cut this away so it's, okay. And this is the side. You might not even need the toothpick, but I'm just going to put a toothpick to hold it like that. And if it breaks a little bit, it's fine also. You know, in cooking, it comes all together. Now let me just prep what you want. A nice sort of baking pan. This is a good one, sort of a heavy, so you get the heat from the bottom, because there's not going to be much sauce in it. Basically just the oil and the cheese itself. And the veal will cook through almost in a sort of almost a dry baking. It's not that usually roasting that you're used to with sauce, with juices, with this, with that. But it really comes out moist. I put the garlic here. I'm going to save some oil to just top it with. Do the rest again. I'm going to choose this side. And you know, these breadcrumbs are so useful for many different things. Let's say that you have just a fillet of flounder or something. You just want to make a quick meal. You do the same thing, just like that. You lay it with a little bit of oil. You put this breadcrumbs on top, drizzle it with a little bit of oil, and put it in the oven, and it bakes wonderfully. You know, in the restaurant, it was called oreganata. This is this kind of breadcrumbs, just with a little bit of maybe oregano, dry oregano crushed into it. Right. Let me fix them up. You want heat to come all around, so we'll sort of not squeeze them in too much. Give it some space. Season it a little more. Drizzle with a little bit of the oil. Top it with the bread. Just a drizzle of the oil. Okay. And we'll put this in a hot oven, in a 425-degree hot oven for about 20 to 30 minutes. Well, the rolatinis just came out of the oven nice and hot, so let's make this spinach salad and then let's enjoy. I've been cleaning the spinach salad. Let me just finish this last batch here. You know, when you make a salad and you wash it, it's important that it really sort of dries off and that you drain it in a sense, because it waters down your dressing, but also the dressing does not adhere to the salad. So if you have a spinner, that's fine, but sometimes what you can do is just you put a towel and you take your salad and you put it in, and let me show you. Actually, this has been sort of dried, but you do like this, And if you don't have a spinner, and you just go like this. My grandmother used to do this. And you continue doing it until it's done, and then you put it in your bowl. Okay, this is nice and dry. I have the pan going. It's a little hot, so I like nice sort of pieces. Some people like really small pieces of bacon. Some people like thick, like some of shoestring potatoes, that kind of. I mean, whatever you enjoy. But I like a nice piece of bacon when I bite into my salad. This is a lot of bacon here. Let me just choose some off. Yeah, I think that's enough. The mushroom, just if it's still open, just sort of clean this. The stems are not good for the salad unless they're really very tiny, but save them for something else. So if you have a towel like that and it's a little wet, which I did already, and you just clean them off like that, the mushroom will be fine. When you're cutting, I mean, the simplicity, just keep your fingers away, get your knuckles towards the knife, so that will sort of guide your knife not to go on your finger, so always like that with the knife. Okay, let me put that right in here. Let's see how this is. I like the bacon crisp. And I want those sort of little caramelization in the dressing, but let me get rid of this excess fat here. I mean, you can leave a little bit, but I kind of like to do it this way, then just add a little bit of the oil. I'm going to close the, okay, and add the vinegar right in here. Okay, the dressing is just about ready. I just want to sort of burn out a little bit of that intensity of the vinegar. Just let it come out. Let me salt the salad itself. All right. Okay, this looks good, all those little speckles. Great. Now, of course, you dress the salad the last minute because it is a warm dressing and because, salad wilts anyway. That's why you wait for the rollatini. Let me just put a little bit of fresh pepper. This salad sort of fell out of favor, but 20 years ago it used to be such a big seller in the restaurants. I really liked it. I really like it, and I still serve it in my restaurants, some versions of it. I serve one like that with shrimps. And it really becomes almost, like a meal, a lunch, a full lunch meal. Now, the rollatini, as I was telling you, it doesn't make a lot of sauce. You don't need sauce. It's crunchy. The cheese itself is really very oozy and tasty. Let's see, which one do I want? 1, 2. Okay, I think that's enough for the portion. So I think what I would do is I would have a nice meal, just like this. So here I am again at the difficult chore of tasting for you. But this looks wonderful. All right. Let's see, I wanted to show you how it looks. It's moist, and the veal really remains moist. You think that sometimes, just like this, dry would dry out, but it doesn't. It really doesn't. Good. I'm enjoying it. And some spinach salad. Goes very well together. The spinach salad, I like my spinach salad just with a little extra acidity. I know you're not supposed to talk with your mouth full, but I got to convey to you, as it happens. I like a little acidity in my spinach salad, so a little extra because of the bacon, and together really, really goes wonderful. And of course, a little sip of vino makes it all complete. Now, to make it complete, you would think dessert. But Italians are not big dessert eaters. So, I'm going to show you how to make a cookie. A pignoli almond paste cookie. Very typical in Sicily specifically, where the almonds are the best. And that's going to be just the perfect ending to this dish. Pignoli cookies, biscotti di pignoli, wonderful cookies. Everybody, you've had them. Every Italian bakery has them. Is those little sort of rounds with all the pignoli nuts, and these are the pignoli nuts all over it. It's great because it's a cookie that's a flourless cookie. So what you need is almond paste to begin with, and I'm just opening a can of almond paste here. I opened both sides, and I'm just going to press it right out into the processor. Now these things are good. You know what you can use them for? If you make raviolis or if you're cutting pasta, they make great like cookie cutters. And it's nice because you have really something to. So when you're making those ravioli or whatever, or even cookies, they're great like this. Let me just break. So this is almond paste. It's just sugar and ground almonds and some egg whites. And the cookies ultimately are flourless. And they take an abundant amount of sugar, but that's, I guess, what makes them good. Egg whites, not the yolks. Save the yolks to make that pasta. And you have the can to cut the ravioli. So you're all ready to go. There's nothing major happening in that you really have to work, but you do have to sort of blend in completely the sugar and the egg whites. And the mixture will be a little sticky at the end. Okay. Yeah. Let me just, you could work it right out of here, but given the blade, let me just pull it out. Ready to shape them. Make yourself a plate of the pignoli, just spread them out. You don't have to, usually pignoli or any nuts that you work with when baking are toasted, but in this case, they'll toast on top of the cookie, so just a little bit of wet water, and you shape them, and make it in a bowl. I want not too big in a bowl. Just roll the bowl right into the pignoli nuts, and you just set them on a baking sheet lined with paper, parchment paper, And let me just put a little bit more. Make them all the same size. Now, they'll bake about 15 minutes in 350-degree oven. I like mine chewy because, you know, there's no flour. There's not really much that needs cooking. The macaroon is chewy, is very good, and I like them that way. If you like them crunchy and hard, then just lower the temperature a little bit, make it 300, and extend the baking time a little bit, maybe 10 more minutes or so. And then you just sort of just lightly roll them, because otherwise they'll fill themselves up with pinoli and you'll get too many pinolis. Okay, let's see. They spread out a little bit, so in the line of 3, just a little bit of water. Okay, so let me finish this one. Okay, we finished the first tray, and you can continue making the rest, but we'll put it in the oven, a hot oven, and again, 350 degrees, and not too long, 15 minutes, and they become delicious and chewy, and that's the way I like them. Well, the cookies are baked and they have cooled off. And you know, at my house, there's always so many people. But today is just you and me. And I'm just going to sit down and relax, enjoy my rolatini, and then have one of these wonderful cookies. And I told you how I like them nice and chewy and exactly as they are. Wonderful. Well, I'm going to set them down and, you know, what do we say at my house? Tutti a tavola a mangiare. But it's not tavola today. You're in my kitchen, so tutti nella mia cucina a mangiare. Appetizer, main course, dessert. The possibility of polenta dishes are endless. This is my grandmother's pot. Memories for me of cooking polenta then. But now, you and I are going in the kitchen and cook polenta today. Buongiorno, benvenuti. Welcome to my steaming kitchen. I'm a polentona. What is a polentona? Polentona is a name given to the people of northeast Italy. That's where I come from. We eat and cook a lot of polenta. The traditional way of serving polenta is exactly like this. I remember as a child, these big tagliers full of mounds of polenta coming to the table. This is called a tagliere. And the polenta would be poured on the tagliere and left just to set, because polenta is like lava. It maintains really heat inside for about 15 minutes, so you can work comfortably with it. And then there was a taut string like this, and you would go underneath and pull up at different intervals, all the way down, and then you went right on a 90-degree angle the other way. There we go. And this will be brought to the table with a big pot of either a brodetto, seafood brodetto, or a game sauce or whatever. And everybody would pick up a nice square, put it on the table, and sauce it. What is polenta? Polenta is basically corn, dried corn, and milled. This one here is a polenta very finely ground, what will give you a very fine, smooth, pudding-like texture when you're finished cooking it. And for certain dishes, you might prefer that. Then this is the stone ground, which I like. Stone ground, thick, coarse. When you cook it, it still becomes into a nice pudding, but under your tongue, you sense it when your tongue presses against your palate, the top palate, you sense that graininess. And then we have white polenta. And white polenta is, again, the species of the corn, and it is used a lot for seafood, for brodettos, because it has sort of that mild, neutral flavor, not as intense as the rest. Today, what we're going to do is we're going to make basic polenta from a stone ground coarse cornmeal, which this is. To cook polenta, you need a good stock pot, one with a good solid base, because you'll be cooking it for about 45 minutes. Therefore, you want a dense, thick pan on the bottom when the heat is dispersed evenly. You also want a certain amount of open space because you want the water to evaporate as you're cooking the polenta. It's this game of adding, letting it evaporate while it's cooking, and then adding some more water. So let's put in the salt, olive oil. At this point, you could put a little butter, but I strongly recommend olive oil. Some fresh bay leaves. You can use dry bay leaves, but fresh leaves are much more intense, and it is the freshness. And the water is cold. Now, a whisk is ideal to sort of break up all the grumi, and the polenta is poured in gently and mix so you don't make the grumi or the lumps. You could expedite a little bit by pouring the polenta in boiling water, but that enhances the probability of having little lumps. And if there's the one thing that you don't want in polenta is lumps. You want this smooth pudding effect. So therefore, to secure that you don't have those lumps, begin with cold water. I also have a pot of boiling salted water on the side, which I'll add to this polenta so that, again, we don't interrupt that cooking temperature of the pot. At this point, I go on with a wooden spoon, a nice round wooden spoon so you can hit all the corners, so you can get all the polenta out of the corners is ideal. You don't have to stay on top of the pot, but you have to come back to the pot regularly so that it doesn't stick. Once it begins to perk, and it will perk like the lava in a volcano, you'll see it plop, plop, plop. You need to address it regularly. You have to be careful also because it literally pops like a volcano and it squirts. So if it falls, if it lands on your hand, you could really burn yourself because polenta is dense and it retains a lot of heat. And if you find some lumps, just go back to the whisk. Or you can continue with the whisk. I just am so used to the wooden spoon, and that's traditionally that I don't know, I think the wooden spoon is somehow gentler on the food. I mean, it's my imagination, I don't know, but it's a natural sort of material. Okay. As you can see, it's densening. Polenta is so versatile. We made it at least in Bussoler, which is the little town where my grandparents lived, and now you see it perking, I want to show you. I'll get back to the story. But you see it perking, and you see it coming right up. You have to be careful of that. So lower, stay away with your face. You can put a sort of a mitten or something, and if you continually mix it, then it will not perk. But if you let it, I want to show you. Doesn't that look like a volcano? Okay. You notice it densing up. At this point, you add a little bit of the cooking water at the time. And do lower the flame to the minimum to maintain the perking, but the minimum of heat. Well, anyway, in Bussoler, My mother and my grandmother would cook polenta at least twice a week. And whatever was left over, we ate the next morning in coffee and milk. So it was breakfast. So cornflakes are not too far-fetched. We ate polenta in the morning breakfast. Big chunks, like you saw, cut it right up in hot milk with a little sugar, and it's delicious. Even soft polenta like this, you put it in, like oatmeal. It is wonderful. With a little bit of sugar, a little bit of cinnamon and milk, it is really wonderful. The polenta is ready when it has a nice sheen and when it begins to pull off the sides easily like that. And the density is just what I like when it's sort of, when you put it on a plate and it piles up a little bit. All right, let's shut the fire. We'll fish out the bay leaves. They have given all its flavor. We don't need them anymore. What we'll do, first I'll take half of this and we'll put it in a container and we'll chill it. And it'll really solidify, and then you can do with it the next day whatever you'd like. Grill it, fry it. It is wonderful. So just lightly, I put a touch of olive oil in here. Let me just do a little bit of more. Not too much. You really don't need all that much because polenta, when it dries, it has sort of almost like a gelatin feel to it, and it detaches itself from the container immediately. Just shake it into place. Like you would a cake batter. Let it chill a little bit. That now it's too hot. You let it sit outside about 10 minutes. Cover the polenta tightly with plastic wrap and put it in the refrigerator. 2-3 hours overnight. It's just wonderful to be reused. And I'll show you that later. Mushrooms. Mushrooms and polenta are a natural. They're wonderful, simple and wonderful. Here we have a nice array of mushrooms. One of my favorite mushroom is the porcini. Where is it? Ah, here it is. This wonderful porcini. Porcini, you know what porco, porchetta means? Piglet, like a little piglet. It almost looks like a little chubby piglet. And the porcini are seasonal in spring and in autumn, and they are the best mushrooms that come out of Italy. Very intense. The meat is sweet. So take a wet rag and really rub off as much as you can. There's just clean a little bit of the base. Pat off. Let's see. There's a little bit of... I mean, if you really feel that there is grit, dunk it in and out of the water quickly and put it on a paper towel to completely dry. And then what you want this wonderful slices. And a certain density, because otherwise they will break up in the pot. Portobello is also a wonderful mushroom. Now, out of the portobello, and it's quite readily available, the actual stem is quite woodsy, but don't throw it away. Save them in the freezer. And I make a stuffing with it, a mushroom stuffing, which is wonderful. So save all your stems, whatever, clean it, chop them fine, and make a pasta stuffing with it. Out of the portobello, it's very meaty. The gills is what will render a lot of time your sauce very black. So why don't you just scrape that out? It tastes fine. It just looks a little less appealing. And again, while I'm doing this, I'm going to just light the fire. Olive oil. In a nice white pan, when you're sauteing mushrooms, get yourself a lot of space because they have water. You want the water to evaporate. You want the flavors to concentrate. So give them ample space again. Let's crush the garlic. I want the flavor, but I don't want little pieces of garlic within mushrooms or to remain with me. I love garlic, but I have difficulties in digesting it. Well, that is browning. Let me pick up some more mushrooms. Let's see what else I'd like. Some morels. Wonderful morels. They're a spring mushroom, but they're really wonderful. The morels, all you need is to cut them just in half, or you can even leave them whole, but I like half. Let's see what else. Cremini. Let's pick a cremini. Wonderful mushrooms, like the portobello. The stem is a little woodsy, but the rest is all wonderful and edible. Let's brush it, and let's just cut it in three. Okay, I think I have enough mushrooms here for. And give them space again. Rosemary, whole sprig too, then you can pull out whatever little leaves remain in there, let them be. A little bit of salt, again, to flavor it and to pull out the water. A little bit of fresh pepper. At this point, you can put a little butter. You can add a little bit more olive oil. And just a little bit of stock to make the sauce. A little parsley. And let that simmer. It reminds me, I had a great aunt, Maria Santola. We used to call her Santola. And she was a forager, she was a herbalist, and she used to take me with her. She used to make the ciabatte for me, which means the house slippers by hand. She used to sort of touch them. And she used to take me with her in the woods, and the smell of this mushroom just brought me right back into her little house. She used to have a little scagnetto, which is a little seat for me, and I would sit there and clean the mushrooms. The whole house was full of mushroom smell. This took me right back. Okay, now back to, seriously, let's say a spoon. Dip it in the water again so that the polenta will slide off. I just want a nice little mound in the center. Not so little because I like polenta. Okay. Now this could be a main course. Could be an appetizer. It's easy because you can see the polenta stays comfortably there and you can do your other works. The plate always hot, but the polenta retains its heat, so don't worry about letting it stay. I like my sauce pulled, and I love my raw olive oil at the end to amalgamize, to sort of tie my sauce. When you want to tie the sauce, shake the pan. You see me always shaking and making this noise, but there's a reason. It sort of incorporates the air in the fat molecules that are spreading with the heat. It makes the sauce denser and fluffier. So when you see those chefs, even when I hire chefs in my restaurants, I observe every move that they make. I observe how they touch food. It tells me an awful lot. And when I see them shaking the pans, I says, okay, that's a good sign. So shake those pans. Okay. Now, the smell of rosemary, of garlic, of mushrooms. You should be here, you really should. The porcini. This is the king of mushrooms. Let's see, those little piglets. I want a little bit of the polenta to show on the side, so I want the mushrooms, I'm going to just pile them on the top. And I'm being generous here with the mushrooms. What is in there that I want to decorate it with? Of course, rosemary. I don't need to go too alien. Maybe a little. Now. Doesn't that look delicious? Good. Now, the next dish that we're going to do is polenta con sale. And polenta con sale is a Piedmontese dish. Piemonte is a region of Italy where all those great wines, Barolo, Barbaresco, come from. And it's nestled underneath the Alps, right by the French border. Okay, let's see. The polenta is still hot. Let me just revive it a little bit. Add a little bit of the water. And let's see, I have a plate set here, yeah. For the polenta con sale. Coordination of colors too. You see a little yellow here, a little yellow there, just to exalt the yellow in the polenta. What I have here, I had some butter which I rendered until the specks became just slightly brown, that nutty flavor I want in the butter. Now, polenta con sale is basically cheese, raw cheese, added to hot polenta, whipped, and then served with a topping of this browned butter and some additional cheese. Okay. Here I have some fontina cheese. Fontina cheese is a cheese from Piemonte region. It's an all cow's milk cheese. It is very tasty. It is a soft cheese. It's a cheese that's good to cook with because it melts into a creamy consistency when... And I'm going to shut the fire. The heat of the polenta is enough to really melt the cheese because then you want these little specks of cheese in there. This is toma. Toma is a Piedmontese cheese also, which is cow's milk and sometimes goat's, sometimes sheep's milk mixed in it. And it's a soft cheese, and it's really intense. It's really mature. It has a lot of flavor. Now, you notice I really don't want to cook all this cheese. I just wanted to just melt it into the polenta. A little Parmigiano. Now, that's not Piedmontese. That's from Reggio Emilia, but a little Parmigiano is good everywhere. You notice the strings of the cheese? That's one wonderful. There are the little specks of cheese in there, not melted. You see the strings, that's what you want when you eat it. Okay. Just a little bit of the brown butter, not too much. I just want the nuttiness of it. Those little specks. And let me just top it off with a little Parmigiano or any of the cheeses. And what you want is just sort of little curls. Okay. And let's see, maybe I'll put a bay leaf here. That will look nice since the flavor in there is the bay leaf. Does this look wonderful or what? And you should smell it. It just smells wonderful. Two simple polenta dishes, and yet so wonderful. The versatility of polenta extends from breakfast to dessert. And now we're going to make a wonderful dessert. Now, this is the polenta that we chilled before. Just sort of move it in, and then just whack it right out. This it is, you see, and it's very handleable. Do not feel in any way that you cannot handle this. Now, there's a little bumps here. You might want to straighten them out, just like a cake, and you treat it again. You might want to leave them and just eat a bumpy dessert. That's not a problem. Let's see, yeah. Now, we need some nice ripe strawberries, sliced, and we'll marinate them with some honey, and the honey you can use mixed honey or flavored honey, acacia flavor or chestnut. Honey is just wonderful. A little bit of powdered sugar. Let's see what else we have here. Some wonderful blueberries. Let me add that. Okay. We'll let this just marinate just enough to brown the polenta in some butter. A nice white skillet where you have a lot of surface, and you can shape it any way you want, but I'll do it in sort of pie shapes. That's it. Let's put a little bit. When frying the polenta, it is best to fry it in a non-stick skillet so it really doesn't stick. You get a nice browning top to it. Okay. And we need just enough butter to coat the skillet. And this wonderful town of Bussolera, where I grew up, we had cornfields. And the harvest would be in August. But us kids used to love the cornfields because we would play hide and seek. You know, the corns are tall and planted distant from each other, and we would run through it playing hide and seek. We would sort of pluck the beards, make hairdos, hang it around and make mustache. Look at this, we would carry around with this, like Fu Manchu we would look. But when the harvest was in August, when the plant was almost dry, because you wanted the kernel to be dry to make the polenta flour, it would be brought into the courtyard, and there we would separate the ears, and the stalks themselves would be burnt, and the ashes would be put back into the land for fertilizer. The husks would be saved to put in the pens of the animals. And the finer leaves of the husks would be put to dry on the cement, and mattresses would be made out of. Summer mattresses would be made out of them. They were called paioni. I used to love to sleep on them because you would nestle your head in there, and this whole smell of grass, of corn, would come into my nostrils as I would fall asleep. And there was constantly a rustling sound because as you were laying, moving, something was always moving, and I had all kinds of visions of animals, of bears coming, of wolves coming, but ultimately that noise really lulled me to sleep. Good memories, nice memories. Okay, now the polenta you want it to be nice and golden. Let's just set it on a towel just to drain. Let's assemble the dessert. I think 2 slices would be enough for a dessert portion. You know, when you decorate food, sometimes it's the best to let it fall. Let's see, I have some boysenberries. And, sometimes I go to prepare something and I says, okay, when I get there, I see what I'll put even preparation for the show. Let me tell you, I had them going crazy. I says, when I get there, I see how I feel, what's really wonderful. So the figs really look great. Figs are Mediterranean. So let's see. This, cherries, wonderful. Right here. Some mint. Now this you could serve for dessert, or you could serve it for breakfast. I don't see why not. All right. Does this look wonderful or what? And as we say at my house, tutti a tavola for dessert. Gnocchis are one of those magnificent, wonderful foods that evoke childhood memories in me. It's one of those foods that hug me and caress me when I eat them. And when they're at their best, they're as light as a feather, como una piuma. And I'm going to teach you how to do that. I'm going to share with you my secret. Buongiorno, benvenuti. Welcome to my home, welcome to my kitchen, and welcome to my little corner of paradise, which I want to share with you. Today we're going to make gnocchis. Gnocchis have been on my table ever since I can remember, and making them was part of my childhood. What is gnocchi? Gnocchi is a dough made out of potato and flour and kneaded into little sort of dumplings and shaped. To make good gnocchis, you need a starchy potato, such as Idaho or russet, and you need to boil them. You need to boil them in their jacket so they don't crack, so they don't absorb the water. We have some boiling right here. When they're done, you just pierce them, and when they're completely cooked, you drain them and let them cool just enough so you can handle them, because you're going to have to rice them, and you want them to be warm when you rice them. As a base in an Italian cuisine, you need tomato sauce. To make a good tomato sauce, you need plum tomatoes. Plum or San Marzano. San Marzano is a little town outside north of Naples where the sun really is hot and the soil is a volcanic soil. Therefore, the tomatoes really ripen with the sweetness of the sun in them. And they're the Roma tomato. You've seen them around. Now, you could make it with fresh tomatoes, but they need to be ripe. And these are canned tomatoes, and they're perfectly fine. Just make sure that you get the whole San Marzano tomato in its juice. Now, this is a little gadget. This is a food mill. Every house should have one. And it's put to so many uses. In this case, we'll pass the tomatoes through the mill. Okay. What will happen is actually that you'll break it down, and the seeds will remain in the sieve. There's a little sieve down there. Now, you don't want to pass the tomatoes in a food processor because it makes it very frothy and foamy. I don't want that. I want just the sauce and the density of the tomatoes to make a good tomato sauce. While I'm doing this, I'm going to let some of the juices drain. We're going to begin with some good olive oil. Some onions. Okay. Going to put just a little bit of salt whenever you cook onions. Salt helps to get the water out while it's simmering. So add a little bit of the salt. While that is simmering, I'll go back and mill the tomatoes. If you are using fresh tomatoes, make sure that they're nice and ripe. Then what you do, you just blanch them in hot water, and you peel them, and you proceed to do the same. Reserve all the juices from the tomatoes. Okay. The basic tomato sauce needs to cook a good 40 minutes. And we'll use a little bit of onions, a little bit of shredded carrots, and let that just wilt a little bit. I add the celery. And it's important at each step not to add everything all at once whenever you're cooking, but to get that little caramelization of each item. Let it sort of brown. And we'll add the tomato puree that we have passed through the food mill. Okay. We'll add the bay leaves. Dry bay leaves, fresh bay leaves are perfectly fine. Just note the fresh bay leaves are at least twice, if not 3 times as strong as the dry ones. So when you do use them, be careful. And this is the little peperoncino, just to give it a little zest. Okay, and we'll let this slowly simmer. Now the potato need to be drained, and then we'll proceed on making the gnocchi. Okay, we're peeling the potatoes, and try to peel them as hot as you can, keeping them in a clean kitchen towel, whatever, because when you rice them, you really want the potatoes to sort of be fluffy and separate. Get all the blemishes out. Okay. Now, this is a ricer. Very simple gadget, inexpensive, and for gnocchi is a must, but also for mashed potatoes you can use it. And all you do is fit the potatoes in there, and you just press them through the little openings. Okay. Cut them in half if they don't fit in there. I'm just resting the bottom part for support. What is important is that all this moisture now comes out of the potatoes and that you let them absolutely cool completely. Because if there's a lot of humidity left in the potatoes, when you need it, it will require more flour, making them heavier and denser. But you want them light and fluffy with as little flour as possible and working the dough as little as possible. Okay, we have the water boiling for the gnocchis, salted water and covered. I always use a lid. You know, if you use a lid, you use about 1/3 less energy, so use that lid. The salt that I prefer when cooking pasta is sea salt, the coarse sea salt, but kosher salt is just as good. We're going to make the sauce for the gnocchi, so when we finish with the gnocchi, we're ready to go. Okay, just a little bit of butter. The sauce is going to be an olive and tomato sauce with fresh basil. In this case, I'm using Gaeta olives. Okay, just take the pit out. And I like them coarse like this. Just push that pit right out. It'll come right out. And again, I like them to brown just a little bit to get that flavor. And we'll use the tomato sauce that we made earlier right into it. It's perking. Okay. If you're cooking and the sauce gets dense, always use the cooking water of the pasta, even if the pasta has been in there. Just take it, put it right in the sauce, and get it the right density, and let's let it simmer while we make the gnocchis. The gnocchi, again, the flavor is the potatoes and the flour. A little nutmeg. Now, a little grater, again, is one of those gadgets that you should have in the kitchen. There's nothing like fresh ground nutmeg. You can get the powder one, but the fresh one really exalts it. And you don't need that much because nutmeg is intense. So just a little bit sprinkle. Okay. We'll need 2 eggs. You don't need a lot of eggs for this dough. Just whisk it, and of course, a little bit of salt. Whisk, and you always whisk the eggs before you put them in dough, before you put them anywhere, because you get them all mixed together. Otherwise, they're separated in the dough, and you don't get them back together. Just pour it right over. A little bit of flour right on top. Fresh white pepper. Okay, a little Parmesan cheese to give it that flavor. The gnocchi itself. Now the gnocchi, this is the simplest form of gnocchi in itself, but gnocchis can be flavored with spinach, with carrot purees, and so on, so you can make them all different flavors. Now, you have to remember that I don't want you to work this dough a lot. I don't want the glutens in this dough. I just want the dough to fall together. We had gnocchi in my childhood, I don't know, but just about every Sunday that I can remember. I used to love them. And they were made with different sauces. In the wintertime with game sauces, in the summertime with vegetables. And the whole family always got involved. As small kids, we would get around the table and we all get our own little piece of dough and work and shape the gnocchis. We were given that chore and we enjoyed it. We appreciated it because it made us feel really part of it. And this is something that you can do. I think that it's so important that families do eat together, do cook together. Cooking is sharing my affection, my love for my family, for my friends, or whomever comes to my table. Okay, now put a little pressure. You want to get the dough together. And as you can see, it's really easy. Scrape your board regularly. Now this board, this is a traditional board. As you can see, it has the base, and then on 3 sides it has a lip. Every household in Istria, where I actually come from, had one. And as a wedding present, you certainly got one. And this is where all the pasta was made. It was brought out to the table, and it contains everything, so you don't dirty the floor or the counter. But also more than that, the wood gives you a sort of a resistance, so you can really work the dough. Okay. When you sense a sense of stickiness, always add a little flour, but as little as you need, not more than that. And the dough is all together. You see, it's nice, soft, and it's all together. It's ready to be worked. Even though you might think that it's not completely homogeneously sort of mixed, it's fine. Let's put it to the side, and let's begin to actually work the gnocchi. Now, do you see the little sort of spots? This is the way it's supposed to be. Very good. Flour. And what we are going to try to do is make a cordon of the dough, and then cut this cordon into small pieces and shape each one of them. Okay, I'm going to slow down for you. There you go. You want to make little sort of dumplings like that. And again, flour them. And again, because you're going to be handling each one of them, roll them around so each one gets coated with the flour. We're going to line a baking sheet or a tray with the towel, and we're going to shape them. You take a fork, flour it, flour your fingers, and you take the gnocchi and you roll it. Now you roll it downwards. What you want is a little indentation in there, and you want the ridges on this side. The indentation there to capture the sauce, and the ridges to sort of play a little bit with your palate. Just roll it, push down, and as you're pushing, push it away from you. Push it down and away. Push it down and away. When you cook gnocchi, or pasta for that matter, it's important that you have abundance of water. the gnocchi have to sort of dance in the water. They have to come up. They can't be suffocated, especially fresh pasta or fresh gnocchi, which have extra amount of flour clinging to them. When you put them to boil, you bring the boiling point of the water back as soon as possible. You don't want them to sit on the bottom. And you do that by, first of all, have the water vigorously boiling. Secondly, by having enough water. Thirdly, by putting them in and covering them again. Let's cover it. Let's bring it back to boiling point. So they're beginning to come up. And this is how they're supposed to precisely cook. They'll come up, and then you let them just make a turn. Do not overcook them. Just let them make one boiling turn, and they'll be ready. I saute all of my pasta and the gnocchi before I serve it, so that the sauce is absorbed by the pasta, in this case by the gnocchi. And of course, what will add freshness to this dish is fresh basil. So you can put some basil in the sauce before if you'd like, but for that extra freshness, the last addition, just before you're ready to serve, is best. So you see they're turning, they're ready now. And you scoop them. The best way is, you can drain them in a colander, but the best way is just to fish them out like this. Okay, you see they're nice and fluffy. Wonderful, what a wonderful smell. It's the sort of the intensity of the sun, of the olives, of the tomato, the freshness of the basil. We don't have many ingredients here, but simplicity is best in everything, and so it is in the cuisine. Now, at this point, I will add just a little bit of cheese, grated Parmigiano Reggiano in this case. And when you do add cheese, close the fire. You don't want to cook the Parmigiano Reggiano because it's sort of cured, it's almost pre-digested, and will break into strings and fatty pools. I'm sure you had that experience. So don't cook it with the fire on. We are ready to serve it. This is as simple as it is. With gnocchi, the plate should always be warm when you serve it. And as you notice, I didn't put too much of the sauce because I'm going to top it with the sauce. A little bit of Parmigiano, and then you can put some on the table. You should only smell the aroma. It's really wonderful. We're going to begin by making the stuffing for the roulade, or the struccolo, as we call it in Friuli, Venezia Giulia, struccolo di gnocchi. Here we have some chopped spinach. Swiss chard is fine. We have some leeks, or anything from the onion family. Green onions, leeks, scallions is wonderful in the stuffing. Okay, and what basically you want to do is just, you want to smother it. Okay, we'll add the chopped leeks in butter. Smother that until it gets nice and wilted, and again, it gets its sort of flavor and the water out, a little bit of salt to do that. In the meantime, we have the water boiling where we're going to cook the struccolo. Let's add the spinach to the wilted leeks. Okay. And again, always season, salt, with fresh pepper. And I have some chopped margarine. You can put any herbs that you have handy, but I like margarine in this filling, and then I use sage as the sauce. Okay, and again, we'll cover this. Okay, while the greens are smothering, we'll begin the stuffing. One egg. And we'll salt it again a little bit of fresh pepper, and just beat the eggs. The stuffing here will be egg, ricotta, the smothered greens, a little Parmigiano. Now, the ricotta has been draining overnight. Just make sure that it drains so that the liquid is out of it when you begin to work it. To this, we'll add the Parmigiano Reggiano. Okay. And the Parmigiano will really bind and give it a lot of flavor to the stuffing. Whenever you're making stuffing, a little bit of Parmigiano Reggiano, even if the recipe doesn't call for it, add. You'll see that it'll really make a difference. Okay. What we want out of this is that it is dry. Okay, this is perfectly fine. Okay. Very good. Let me put this in the sink. We'll make some space where we're gonna roll the potato dough now. Okay, this is granite. Granite is also wonderful to roll dough on. A little bit of flour, always when you're working with dough. And this is the dough that we made before. Again, a little bit of flour. Nice rolling pin. Flour everything that touches the dough. And just roll away and pull towards you. Roll away and pull towards you. Okay. Dough scraper is always good with, especially with potato dough, which is sticky. And again, handle it, don't worry. Even if it rips a little bit, you can always push it together. Try to get it into a nice rectangle. What we are trying to do is almost like a jelly roll. If you were making a jelly roll, get a nice rectangle, we are going to spread the stuffing, and then we're going to roll it, and then tie it in a cheesecloth, and then boil it. Okay. This is a dough that has no glutens, and therefore does break easily. There you go. You see I have a little rip. Just pull it together, and it goes right back into place. No problem. But anyway, even if you have a little hole here or there, once you roll it, once you tie it, it cooks all together. I'm not going to take no from you. You're going to do it. All right. Here we go. Brush off any excess flour. We have the mixture. It has cooled. And just blend it all together. It's best if it's at room temperature. Okay. And you just pour it right on the dough, and then spread it with a spatula. The rubber spatula is good. Nice cake spatula. Just as if you would decorate a cake. Okay. And now we're going to begin to roll it. Help yourself with a dough scraper. And again, don't be afraid of it, just roll it. If it's a little sticky, just help yourself with the dough scraper. Always a little bit of flour. Make sure that the ends are tucked in. And it's just like working with putty, you know, just tie it in and don't be so particular about the perfection of it. It'll fall into shape. And we are going to tie it in a nice double cheesecloth. If you don't have that, again, I said I'm not going to take no for an answer. Use even a white kitchen towel, and you can roll it in that. Even a clean sheet, if it's really clean. White, just roll it in that, and then you can cook it. Okay, there you go. Roll it right in there. It's just, okay. Twist the ends, and you tie the ends well. And this is going to poach, cook, boil in salted water like you would any pasta. I have a roasting pan there, and I have salted water boiling in there, and I'm going to put this diagonally exactly as it fits. Take, again, a clean kitchen towel, and you just lay it on top. The kitchen towel will soak in the water, act as a sealant, and the temperature on top will be just as it is under the water, because the steam will build up and will really cook it from the top. And you leave it like that. And again, what I said about boiling, you want to get it back to the boiling point. Take another baking pan or whatever you have and set it on top and seal it. And let it simmer like this 45 to an hour. The strucolo is cooked and cooled. You can handle it. We're going to then bake it in a nice ceramic oven-proof dish or glass or whatever. To do that, we're going to make just a little bit of sage and butter sauce. Sage and butter are really a wonderful combination for pasta, even for the gnocchi, the little dumplings that we made. Sage is also very intense. You don't actually want to eat it. You just want the flavor of it. So just put it in whole. This way it could be seen, and whoever doesn't want to eat it can discard it. I'm adding just a little bit of the water. You see how useful that water is? And a little bit of fresh pepper. And let just that simmer while you're cutting it. And use a serrated knife and just go along and cut it about the thickness of your finger. What happens sometimes in doing this, stuffing sticks to the knife, and that's when you rip your thing. You don't want to do that. Just, again, use that water and just dunk your knife clean and continue. You take some of that sauce. Just a little bit. You want to line the bottom of the baking dish. And what you want to do, you want to choose also a nice dish, because this is wonderful to present the whole thing at the table and have everybody help themselves. You can handle it. You can squeeze them together. Sauce it. And again, it has enough moisture on its own. You don't need a lot of sauce. And the sage will become crispy. Now, when the sage becomes crispy, I eat it. I like it like that. Top it with Parmigiano Reggiano. And we bake it like this, about 20 minutes to half an hour at about 425, or until it's nice and crisp. It will not overcook. Don't worry. Just get the crispness on top. Wonderful. You should only smell this. It really is such a wonderful smell and simple. Now you see, you want it nice and crunchy and crispy. As I said, I would like to serve it like that. You could plate it, but this is the beauty of it. Just choose some of the same ingredients that you used, and let's decorate it right in the middle. Don't be afraid. Just like that. Let's see what else I have here. How about some nice tomatoes just for color? Yes, whatever you have around. Don't be... There you go. Just like that. And you just bring it to the table. It smells wonderful. Grandma, you see what I prepared? Gnocchi, una festa di gnocchi.
Ma guarda come sono belli.
I'll let you taste some, and I want to see what you think of them. Okay, here, take a fork. These are gnocchi with olives and tomato. Piacciono?
Buonissimi.
See?
Just the way I taught you.
You see? Those lessons were all put to good use. Now let me make you taste the roulade. This is a roulade. Is this good?
Yeah.
This is the roulade, we make with the spinach and with the ricotta. Assaggia un po'. Good?
Delicious. Delicious, really. May I have all?
Well, okay.
Very, very good.
Mwah. Everybody wants to be an Italian at some times in their lives. Well, I can't help you with that, but I surely can help you being an Italian in the kitchen. And today's dish, giambotto di verdura with lots of vegetable and filet mignon, will make just that out of you. So stay with me and I'll show you. I came here, I was 12 years old, and had the opportunity to become fully American, to understand fully the American culture, to always maintain my Italian culture very strongly. And I think what gives me the strength of communicating to you is that I have this passion for food, but I also have this understanding of two cultures, and I bring them together through food at our table. Che bellezza! Buongiorno, benvenuti to my kitchen, benvenuti alla mia cucina. And you have a lot of vegetables here, very Italian, and you have a big piece of meat here, not very Italian. But this is the Italian-American cuisine. And giambotto is a recipe that I used to cook in my restaurants in 1971 when I first opened my restaurant, which was Bonavia, which was in Queens. I used to cook this dish and everybody loved it. It was really an Italian-American dish. So we're going to begin with potatoes. We're going to have zucchini and onions and peppers and basil and garlic and all of that, and I'll saute all of that, and then chunks of filet mignon and saute that, and then ultimately just dress it all together, and it's going to be wonderful. I have some potatoes parboiling here, and I think they're just right. Let me just fish them out here. And I'm going to do this with 2 pans. Can you do it one pan, one after another? You could, but 2 pans really is going to expedite things. And you want a lot of caramelization, so, you know, I want a lot of hot surface. A little bit of olive oil here in the pan. And a little bit of olive oil here. I'm going to just caramelize the potatoes in this oil. Let me get it nice and hot. And here I have some onions, and I want big pieces. I want the onions chunky. I don't want the vegetables to sort of disintegrate. You want the vegetables to be cooked, but to have a nice bite and crunch. I'm just gonna cut the garlic in half, add it right here. A bit of salt. Now let's address the meat. Now this is a whole filet mignon, and the best part of the filet mignon is of course this part. So this dish is really ideal for all the other parts of the filet mignon. So if you buy the whole one, you want to save this. This is the traditional Chateaubriand or filet mignon where you just roast the whole thing and then slice it. The other parts can cut off and save it and make a great giambotto. Although I think we have a lot of guests coming for dinner tonight, so I'm going to cut off a piece, an extra piece, and I'm going to put the best part away. And again, I want big chunks. Okay. Now here we have a little bit of the silver skin. Let's cut that out. I'm going to cut this tip away because the tip is really tough here. Okay, let me cut that away. Let's go back, and I'm going to be going back and forth, so you follow me because I'm going to be going back and forth, caramelizing all of this. I think that the onions, they were a little on the crunchy side, and they'll finish really cooking right in here. Potatoes also. I will continue. Let me just cut some peppers. You know, in Italy, sometimes I just see them rip vegetables apart like that. I don't know, does it make a difference? But it just feels good sometimes. And I kind of like sometimes this approach to rough cutting the vegetables rather than just being 100% on the square. And this will all look like a mosaic. I know I talk in terms of food sometimes as music, as art, but I guess they're related. You know, beauty is beauty, whether it's in food, whether it's in music, whether it's in art. All set with this. And add the peppers. Let me do the zucchini. The zucchini, you know, zucchini, again, you want a nice firm zucchini. And you want them small and narrow. And try to get those. And make sure that this stem is nice and green, just like this one. That means that it is fresh. The longer the stem, the better it is. Because the zucchini, even though it's waiting in the store to be bought, It has still some source of food, of water. And you see, this is perfectly, doesn't have, once it begins to have those big seeds in it, then it's problematic. And in that case, then you remove the seeds and you use just the outer part. Okay. A little bit of olive oil, and we'll fry the zucchini. Now, I chose these vegetables. Could you put some eggplant in it? I would say so, yes. If you like scallions, that's also a good addition. I would have been here with pots and pans until tomorrow morning if I did all of the vegetables. Not that it takes so long. It's just that I want to take the time to show you each and every step. So think of it, what I put in it, but you could put in scallions. I think scallions would be really very good with this. Some broccoli. Well, broccoli maybe not so good. But eggplant, yes. A bit of salt. Okay, I think the peppers are done. Let me just put them right in. Okay. Now this pan, I think, has had it. I'm going to set a new pan because that one needs some washing. The zucchini also. Let me yes, just about done. They're a little al dente, but that's fine. We are ready for the meat. Now, when you sear the meat off, and you do that the last, I put no salt on the meat because salt, pulls out, especially when you grill steaks, salt pulls out the juices, and we'll salt it later. You want quick, high heat. You want to seal it off and let the juices be in there. And of course, at this point, you can give it the cooking temperature that you want. If you want it medium, medium rare. I think that the first pieces are cooked enough for me. Okay, you can salt them at this point, I think. Put the meat right in the vegetables. And I think these are done. I think this is still all very warm. I could just put it back in the pan if you feel that it is cool. Do you think that the vegetables are cool? Should we give them a little? Okay. One last. Okay. And at this point, get some fresh basil going. Just give it the freshness of basil. I think that's enough. A little bit of heat, just a little bit of oil, raw oil, a little bit of peperoncino, a little bit of the basil. You see, it all falls. You thought I was never going to get finished. That I had all these pots going and all that, and I'm talking to you and I'm getting it done, and it's wonderful. It looks wonderful and it smells delicious. I think we're ready for the plating. Let me get a nice plate. And this is, of course, family style. A warm plate, nice large plate. And let's just ladle it out. And this is Italian-American style. Giambotto, Italian-American style. Giambotto, what does that mean? Giambotto means really something that's all mixed up, and this is, in a sense, at the end, this is what comes out. Okay. Every little bit on the plate. Now, I need to look at, you know, when I cook something and I put it out, then I need to look at it. I says, okay. And it tells me what does it need. It really basically doesn't need anything because it has just that wonderful shine and all that I always look for. Now let me get some, maybe a little color. Does it need a little color on this side? Just like that. Okay. It looks wonderful. And it smells wonderful. And of course I have to taste it for you. And I'm going to tell you exactly how it tastes. And I want to get a piece of meat and whatever else comes with it. I'm not going to be choosy. Actually, I am choosy. I'm going for, what am I going for the pepper? Just a little bit. It is wonderful. The meat is just done right. I don't like it too rare. Just done right with the flavors of the vegetables, the sweetness of the vegetables. Just perfect. A little peperoncino. Just perfect. And of course, a dish like this, you need a nice glass of red wine. So, really good. I'm going to have another piece. I know I'm making you hungry, but I am going to have another piece. And this time with zucchini. And that's it. I promise I won't have any more. This will make an Italian out of you for sure. Tartufi. It's time for dessert. Tartufi you've had. Tartufi is really truffles, you know, those sort of truffles that you shave on risotto. But tartufi also means those ice cream little balls stuffed with pistachio and hazelnuts and cherries that you had in Italian restaurants. And they're really very simple to make. So let me show you. Now, let me address first pistachios. Pistachios, these are pistachios in a shell. They're very Italian. In Sicily, some of the best pistachios come out of Sicily. And it's a very Italian dessert flavor. Pistachio, coffee, amaretto, very Italian. So you just peel them right out of here. You blanch them. This is hot water. You just drop them in hot water. And then you peel them. They peel quite easily. See? So these are pistachios that have been blanched and peeled, and then you toast them to really maximize their flavor. And in this case, then we chop them up to stuff our tartufo. And of course, it's best if you make your own ice cream, but store-bought ice cream, it's perfectly fine, works perfectly fine. Keep sort of a container of warm water where you can dip your ice a scoop in and out of after each dip, and it facilitates and it cleans after. Get a good scoop of ice cream. And I'm going to fill this pistachio ice cream with pistachios and chocolate. Pistachio and chocolate go good together. Just, I'm going to dip my finger right in the water, make a little hole, fill it with pistachios and chocolates. Okay, I think that has enough. Let me just use this to facilitate the closure of it. Okay. And let's go to the next flavor. The next one, I'll do chocolate ice cream, and I'll fill it with chocolate and hazelnuts. And of course, always toast the hazelnuts, for that matter, any nut, before you bake with it or even cook with it. You really maximize the flavor. Okay. Just make a hole. Let me put some chocolate right in there. Let me stuck in some hazelnuts. You know, it's the surprise of it all. Once you break into it, it's the surprise of what you find in there. Okay, seal it off. And so the next one will be filled with amarena cherries and amaretto. Almonds and cherries really goes good together. And these cookies, you're familiar with these cookies. You've had them, and you can buy them and just take the back of the chop it coarsely, okay? And this will fill with vanilla ice cream. Put the amarena cherry, and the amarena cherries are, amarena, amaro means really bitter. They're the sour cherries in a sense, but they're sort of in a syrup. In Italy, they put them in a syrup. They're used a lot for desserts. And just stick in 1 or 2 pieces of the amaretto. And the amaretto, of course, has that bitter almond flavor, which is delicious also. Okay, seal it off. And now we'll put them back in the freezer to freeze solid, and then we'll roll them. The filled tartufi should be nice and stiff by now, so we can roll them, but we're gonna, before we go and get them out, you know, they're sensitive, let me tell you what I did here. We're gonna roll them, each one we're gonna roll them in one of these. This is very finely ground pistachio. That's the pistachio that was left over. You grind it very finely in a coffee grinder or in a food processor. This, of course, is chocolate, and it's chopped fine, or again, with a coffee grinder, get it very fine. And give yourself some space, because we're going to be rolling them right in here. And this is very finely ground, the amaretto. This is very finely ground amaretto. All right, I'm all set. Get them out. Let me go in the freezer. Okay, let's see, let's start this way. Now let me get with the pistachio. Number 1, and try to handle it as little as possible with your hand. Now these are the hazelnut and chocolate. Quick. Oy, oy. This one needs a little bit of coaxing. And this is the crushed amaretto, and this is the amarena filling, amarena and amaretto. The amarena cherry and the amaretto filling. I'm going to put them right back in the freezer before they melt. Okay, let's pistachio one, and we have to work. Put it in. We have some whipped cream here, just a tad. Okay, I think that's enough. There's plenty of ice cream. And, of course, some of the amarene cherries. 1, that's enough. 3, like that. Ooh, ooh. And just drizzle a little bit of the sauce around. Maybe we'll just do a little bit of the pistachio, a little bit of the amaretto. Now, you can go through all of this, or you can just give them one, cut it in half, and then top it, or you can give them a selection on the table, let them top it themselves. It could really be fun. And you really, it's the texture, but, well, let me taste it. Let's see, which one do I like? I like amarene cherries and amaretto, so I'm going to go for this one. Really good. It's good. I mean, it's very, very Italian, even though we use the ice cream, simple vanilla ice cream, but it's very Italian, the amaretto. Really good. Really, really good. And since this is melting quickly and I need to bring it to the table, and of course, I want you to join me. So, tutti a tavola a mangiare e fare un dolce far niente. Dolce far niente, sweet nothings. Sweetly doing nothing, actually. That's what it translates in Italian. And sometimes in the afternoon, when they're having a little vin santo, or after a little coffee, sitting on the porch, it's a dolce far niente. So, tutti a tavola a mangiare. For those days when your house is unexpectedly invaded by hungry mouths, like when Joseph, my son, was going to BC, and Tanya, my daughter, was going to Georgetown University, and on the weekend, of course, all the kids wanted to spend time in New York City, they would camp out all over my house. And this is the dish that I would make to keep them hungry, to feed them, to feed their hunger, and keep them happy. So you stay with me, and I'll teach you how to make it. Buongiorno, benvenuti. Welcome, benvenuti alla mia cucina saporita. Saporita is flavorful. And you guys think that us professional chefs have some magic bag where we pull all our tricks of flavors out. Well, it's not so. They're all yours to have. And if I were to tell you any major secret, it's as simple as fresh herbs. Here today, we're going to use fresh oregano. Now, I'm sure that you know oregano that has been dried, and that has its own flavor. It's a different intensity. But try using fresh herbs. They really make a difference. So today, we're going to make pork chops or pork scallopini. These are the actual chops taken away from the bone, and then I pounded them into scallopini because I felt I wanted a different texture, and they're much quicker to cook. And pizzaiola, what does pizzaiola mean in the pizza style, Neapolitan style? But it could mean adding peppers, capers, tomatoes. This dish, I'm going to put the pasta together with the meat. And it's fine to do that sometimes. As a child, I remember all the time having a big plate of gnocchi with 2 pieces of chicken braised in guazzetto. So let's go. The first thing, the time that it takes to cook the pasta, the meat will be ready. Okay, we'll let that one go. I have the boiling water here. It's salted, plenty of it, because cooking pasta, the pasta has to dance in the water. So this is, I have pounded this and ready for you. I have chosen some that have more marbling for those of you that enjoy, because you know, flavor sort of travels with the fat molecule, so this will be more flavorful, but a little bit more fatty. Now again, you can buy them, the chop, and then debone it with this is. Let's just take out all of the excess fat. And I'm gonna butterfly it. This is what's butterflying. And you really don't need all that much, just to sort of, see, it looks like a butterfly. Okay. So pizzaiolo has basically garlic as the flavoring base. You know, the Italian cuisine, you start with the garlic family or with the onion family. I'm just gonna crush some garlic cloves. This way I'm able to pull them out. I want a lot of the flavors of garlic, but I don't want to eat the garlic. I have problems with eating the garlic, even though I love it. I'm going to lightly flour, salt, and then lightly flour, and shake off all excess. Let me just... And what you want, you just want to caramelize sort of the outside. That's why I have the high heat. I don't want to cook it at this point because I'm going to reintroduce it in the sauce. And as you can tell, it's still sort of raw on the inside, but that's how I want it. Let me add in. Now, you could, if you sense that there's too much fat in there, you can drain it. I like that sort of flavor of caramelization, and I didn't think there was a lot of fat in there. No. And pasta water, very important. Now you see, these tomatoes were kind of nice and dry, but I wanted a little bit more liquid. So I'm going to go right to the pasta water. Again, I don't have any secrets out of my bag. I just go to the pasta pot. A little bit of raw olive oil, and again, that sort of leaves that fresh olive oil flavor in the sauce, because when you cook it, a lot of it dissipates. I'm going to put, and you know how I use herbs, I use it twice. I use it in the beginning to really get into the flavor of the sauce, and then I use it at the end to get the freshness of the herb. And in this case, I'm going to put the whole sort of little branches, and then I can pull them right out when they have changed colors and I don't want them to be in there. Since we're going to add peppers to this sauce, I'm going to blanch the peppers. And the peppers, I'm going to blanch right into the pasta water. You're asking why? Why not? You don't need another pot for this. You're going to flavor it anyway with this. This way, it saves you a pot. It even flavors the pasta. So let's do it. And why do I blanch them? I could put them right in here. I mean, you could do it. And again, pepper have some repeating effects on certain people. And if that happens to you, then just blanch it before you're using it. Even when you're using the whole pepper, just blanch it a little bit, and it will take away some of that sort of element that returns when you eat raw peppers. So I'm doing it for this reason, but could I have thrown it directly into the sauce? Yes. And it doesn't take much. I'm just gonna let it steam a few minutes. You can see it in this bubbling sauce like this. You can almost see when things fall together. For me, you know, after all these years, I just sense when it's right. But give it about 10, 15 minutes. The sauce with crushed tomatoes from a can will pull itself together like this. I think that the peppers should be blanched. There. Put them right in here. Okay. We'll make some room and we'll put the pork right in there. I have the capers. And they don't need to be cooked all that much. As a matter of fact, you don't want them to be cooked really until they fall apart. Okay, I think we're ready. Pasta is cooked, sauce is done. Now let's go for the main event. I'm going to saute the pasta. You know, again, I love to saute my pasta in the sauce. Okay, just give me a chance. I want to do the best job that I can for you. I want it to look really beautiful, so you're going to run out to shop. You know, I get that in the email. It says, you know, after I finished watching your show, it looked easy, it looked doable. I went right out and bought the ingredients and made it for the family. And there's nothing more rewarding for me than to hear that, to know that I have sort of touched you and your family and that you're going to cook this. I'm going to shut the fire. I'm going to add the cheese. And you see that the pork, it's nice and juicy. It's not dried out because we didn't overcook it. Okay. So let's add some oregano. Again, it's the same. And it's also because it gives it last minute flavor. When you put this in front of somebody's nose, just the whole thing comes right out. I'm not going to disrupt that, but I'm going to take a pasta out of here. I love eating out of pots. I really do. Even in the restaurant, you know, says, Lydia, you're going to sit down. I'm going to taste this. That's the problem. I taste this, I taste that. So they give me a little pot, whatever's left in the pot, and I eat right there. Very good. Very, very good. This is another one of those dishes that it's very flavorful. It's a traditional dish, and you can make it for many people. And it really is a favorite in the restaurants, at home, with the kids. It's chicken alla valdostana. Petto di pollo. Pollo is chicken in Italian. Petto is breast, so petto di pollo. Alla valdostana. Valdosta, after which this name comes, is a little sort of region of Italy nestled between Piemonte and France. And the fontina, the cheese that we're going to use for this dish, is also from that region. So it's a nice, sort of very flavorful dish. You take a breast of chicken, and this is kind of large. I'm going to just sort of butterfly it. It doesn't have much fat. If it does, remove the fat away. And with this, we are going to serve lentils. And it's very nice because it's a nice balance. The dish is rich. It has prosciutto, it has cheese, And by using the lentils, we put very little in the actual condiment of the lentils, but we flavor it with vegetables. And it sort of absorbs the sauce of the chicken, and it sort of balances. So the first thing, what takes the longest is actually the lentils. We'll put them to cook. And these are the regular lentils that you can buy in the stores. You put it just in water. You sort of pick through them, you wash them a little bit, and then you put in water, put 2 bay leaves right in there. I'm going to put a drizzle of olive oil. And the vegetables here are just sort of diced. It's a little larger than a mirepoix. Put them in at the same time that you do the lentils, because you want them to cook together, and it takes about the same time for them to cook. Let's put the lid on. Do you know that if you put the lid on whenever you cook something, you serve about 1/3 of the energy? When you're pounding it, sort of cover it with a plastic wrap so you really don't break the meat itself, and just sort of pound it away from the center. Take a slice of prosciutto. This is prosciutto di Parma. And you take the back part of the knife and you just sort of make it adhere like this, attach like this. And then when you cook it, it's going to stick, you'll see. And if not, you'll help it, but it'll work just fine. And so I use olive oil and butter, which have low smoking points. Now, if I wanted to raise the temperature, I would use vegetable oil, which has a higher smoking point. And with this, as I don't want to bring the saltiness out of prosciutto, I want sort of a lower smoking point. And I'm going to put prosciutto face down. And again, when doing these dishes, find a pan that gives you enough space so that everything can lay comfortably and really touch the bottom of the pan and get caramelized. I'm going to just slightly flour it on one side. You could have floured the whole thing, front and back, but I'm going to just do the back. And why do you use flour? You actually use flour because then the flour caramelizes it and melts into the sauce and gives you a nice, a little denser sauce. So that's why you use flour but you can do it without. Absolutely can do it without. Let's just check it. Okay, there it is. I don't want it you see it sticks to the chicken, no problem, but I don't want it any browner in this case because the prosciutto really sort of hardens and gets salty. Now, what is prosciutto? Prosciutto is a cornerstone product of the Italian cuisine. Every part of Italy enjoys it, eats it, and makes some kind of prosciutto. It is the hind legs of the pig, and it is air cured, and it has only salt and air. There's no other element that is added to it. At this point, I'm going to raise the temperature because I'm going to add some wine. I'm going to add Pinot Grigio in this case because it has nice acidity. But you can add any wine, white wine. You can even add Marsala or sherry if you like a little bit more complexity to this. When cooking with wine, remember, the quality of the wine that you put in just enhances the quality of what you're making. Here we're going to add just a touch of crushed tomatoes I have here. The sort of the San Marzano peeled tomato crushed well or passed through a food mill. I'm just going to add a little bit for color and also the acidity in it. It sort of helps to balance the sauce. Here we have the fontina. And I'm going to put this lay it just on top. And then we're going to put the whole thing in the oven. Now, that's why I say that it's a good dish to make when you have a lot of people over, because you can have 1 or even 2 pans. Why not 2? And at this point, you put it in the oven and you'll let it finish in the oven. So when you're ready to serve, you just pull it out of the oven and everything is just perfect. Let me put some Some more cheese. I like cheese, so I'm going to put some. Okay. Let me just put a dab of tomato sauce on top of each, just to give it that color. Okay. Also sprinkle a little bit of the Parmigiano. I smell the bay leaves really coming through the lentils. All right. Take it like this, and we'll put it in the oven as it is. The oven not too high. All right, the lentils are ready. So let's drain the lentils. And we'll just put them in a saute pan. And as I said, I'll put just a little bit of olive oil since we have the dish is so rich in itself. Let's a little salt. Put just a little bit of stock. And I'm going to add spinach just for freshness, because I like it, because it sort of lightens up the whole dish. But can you leave the lentils just like that? Fine. Of course, it's been washed, the spinach. And we just fold it right in there. I'll just put a little bit more oil. And here, I don't want the spinach to really sort of cook and disappear. I want it to sort of really remains as green spots between the lentils. All right. This is all set. All right. I think it looks just perfect. How about that? What I'm going to do is I'm going to just sort of reduce a little bit more of the sauce while I do the service. Now, at this point, you know, you could sort of spoon out some of the fat from the cheese will have come up to the top. And if you're really sensitive, you could really spoon it out at this time. Okay, let's begin the plating. Hot plate, hot food, and hot plates, because otherwise you lose right away the temperature on the food. I'm going to put the lentils right in the center. Keep it clean all the time. I think 2 pieces of chicken is a nice portion. Let me choose 2 nice pieces. Just like that. Now, since some of the cheese will have broken into the sauce, you can eat it like that. It's very good. But, you know, this is sort of my restaurant eye working, where I want everything to be just sort of flawless or perfect. You see, if you put it without the strainer, you get those little specks. What do you like? You like the specks better? I think I do. Forget about the strainer. Very good. Now, a good herb with this is margarine. Just sort of, and you will get enough, just by laying it on the hot sauce like this, you will get enough when eating from the heat of the sauce, enough flavor, because margarine is very delicate, but it is very, very good with chicken and with fowl. No. All right, do we want just a little bit on the top? Ooh, that's a hot. Very, very nice, and it smells delicious. The prosciutto, you know. I mean, each dish has a strong odor, like the lentils have the bay leaves, and then there is the complexity of the prosciutto coming here and the cheese. So those two harmonize right into my nostrils and really get my excitement and appetite going. And with this, a nice glass of Pinot Grigio, the same one that I put in. So, as we say at my house, tutti a tavola mangiare, mangiare alla valdostana. Cin cin. One of the most humblest dishes of the Italian culinary tradition is escarole and beans. And one of the most elegant presentation is baked pears in this wonderful Capodimonte plate. Today, I will show you both with equal ease and equal beauty. And that is precisely the beauty of the Italian cuisine. So stay with me. I came here, I was 12 years old, and had the opportunity to become fully American, to understand fully the American culture, to always maintain my Italian culture very strongly. And I think what gives me the strength of communicating to you and is that I have this passion for food, but I also have this understanding of two cultures, and I bring them together through food at our table. Che bellezza! Buongiorno, benvenuti. Today in my kitchen there's two ingredients, just two, and I'm going to make a primo and a secondo, a first dish and a second dish. And those two magical ingredients are escarole and beans. So I have some beans actually bubbling away, because you know beans take a while. You take beans, you soak them overnight, and then you boil them with 2 bay leaves and olive oil. No salt, because they harden if you boil them with salt. And they are just about done. I'm going to fish out a good part of these cooked beans, of these cannellini beans, as they're called in Italian, the white, but that you can use kidney beans or whatever you have. I don't want you to say, oh, I don't have cannellini beans and I'm not doing this. None of that. You can do it with other beans. And this I'll let just chill, these beans, and I want them cooked to the end. And with the rest remaining in here, I'm going to make escarole and bean soup. With the beans that are chilling here, I'm going to make a great arugula and bean salad. Okay, there's a third ingredient, the arugula, but they're close. So here I have, this is boiling very nice. Let's go and cut the escarole. The escarole, I like it like this, in sort of ribbons or shreds, or julienne, as they call it in the kitchen, the technical name in the kitchen. And here it's good, the soup is good to use all of those outer leaves, you know, the tough leaf of escarole. Actually, they're even better. At this point, I'm going to add some salt, and I'm going to add some salt on the cooling beans and also to the soup itself. I'm going to add the escarole. Mix it in and let that cook. I have a nice salad. That takes 1 second to assemble. The escarole is cooking. I need a nice piece of bread with all of this. How about garlic bread? Okay. And let's say that you don't have your grill going. You don't have your oven going. You're doing just the top. I'm going to make some garlic bread in a cast iron pan. So let's heat that up. Just brushed it with some oil. Actually, oil that has been infused with garlic. And I'm going to, I kind of like this large half a loaf kind of. Let me just lightly brush it with the garlic infused olive oil. And you really want to get the flavor out of it, which I do. Let me crush some garlic, and let me just rub it with the crushed garlic. I know that in the Italian, American restaurants, and in your days, you get this garlic bread with all chopped garlic, plenty of it on top. And that gets a little bit too much for me. This is called strofinare. Strofinare is just to sort of rub. And with the infusion of garlic and oil, plus strofinare, a little bit of garlic right on top, you're going to get plenty of the aroma of garlic. Put one down. In order to have full contact of the bread with the pan, I'm going to put some weight on it. And it's another cast iron pan, a smaller one, that fits right in it. We'll make the salad. So let me get the arugula. I'll choose, just cut those this protruding stems of the arugula away. I'm going to cut some onion. And I like the red sweet onion for this salad. Okay. I like to cut the onion the last minute and thin, so it's not those big pieces, and yet it's crunchy. If you cut it way in advance, it loses a lot of its juices and becomes limp. I like the crunchiness of... I know that my grandmother used to make a salad of just beans and onions, oil and vinegar, and it was delicious. Let's see how I'm going to choose some of the beans, and I'm going to just The beans are still warm, and you can imagine if you have escarole and the warmth of the beans in a salad, which you can make nice bean and escarole salad, it's delicious, that the beans will tenderize the escarole, and it will really sort of blend in flavor. Some fresh pepper. This is a great, great salad. Let me just set this on the side. Let me check on the bread. Just perfect. We don't need to even toast it on the other side. The soup is almost there. Let's do some of that toasting of the peperoncino. This is the garlic infused olive oil. Let me just maybe slice it. These are the whole peperoncino, the little diavolillo, the same one that is this one crushed. This is the whole one. I'm going to throw in it the whole peperoncino because I want to toast it a little bit. It really brings out a nuttiness and it really brings out the spice. And we're going to add this right into the soup, just like that. Get all the flavor, and we'll put it right into the soup. We'll give it 1 minute to cook, and the soup is going to be ready. Yes, absolutely, it is ready for service. And I would even let it rest a little bit before I serve it, but you're out there, you're waiting for me, and let me pluck out the bay leaf. I want to catch a lot of that escarole. Wonderful. You know, the aroma here is more of a comfort aroma. You have the oil, the beans, and it's not an intense aroma, but it's one of comfort, delicious, you know, warmth. Actually, I'm going to taste some. Now, it is nice and hot, so just bear with me. I want to catch some. Okay, I got some of the escarole. Delicious. The escarole is just nice. It has a crunch, but it just sort of melts in your mouth. There's the pronounced beans, that silkiness of beans, the peperoncino, the oil. There's a nice harmony, really a delicious soup, and very easy to make, as you see. Of all of the soups that I get asked most to duplicate in my restaurants is the bean and escarole soup. I think that this is a soup that is part of the Italian table forever, but it certainly is a big part of the Italian-American table. And now you see how easy it is to make. Out of the same ingredients, the beans, you make a wonderful salad. And it could be with the arugula, as we made it here, and onions and beans, or it could be also with the escarole itself. If you save the center, the white part of the escarole, and with the beans, you make a great salad. And then, of course, bread with soup. I mean, you know, bread and soup just goes together. And to do it just like that quickly with a little bit of garlic oil that you have already, it's just the whole sort of complexity, and it's a whole meal. All I would need with this is a piece of cheese, and maybe not even that. Good glass of wine, yes. And the meal is ready. You know what? It just dawned on me that I showed you how to make escarole soup, I showed you and told you how to make escarole salad, and the basics of escarole, which everybody loves, braised escarole, I didn't show you. So I came back, I grabbed that half of escarole I had left, and I'm going to show you. Okay, nice pan, and all it takes is some crushed garlic. I'll put some oil in there first. Plenty of garlic, crushed so I can pick it out. And the escarole is washed. I usually take the whole escarole. This is half left from the soup and all of that. But I usually take the whole head of escarole, a lot of water, and dunk it in and out, until it gets right between all of it, and it's nicely and washed. For braising that, which you have to look, this looks like a nice escargot, but the sort of the outer tips are a little rusty, so let me cut that out. Let me get that out of the way. This is fine. And let me just cut it off. I like braising the whole leaves like that, and so it's sort of nice. It wraps around on your fork when you pick it up. If you have problems with that, you could cut it in half. So, and it is, as you can see, a little. It has some water in it, and you want that. You want that so that when it is braising, the water itself helps to cook it. This is such an easy and yet such a wonderful side dish. Okay, well, ready? Right in. Salt, peperoncino. I like abundant peperoncino in my escargot. Twist it, and you just let it steam in there, twisting it once or twice. Braising like this, vegetables, you could do it certainly with escargot, with spinach, with broccoli, with cauliflower. You can take any of those vegetables, even string beans. Instead of boiling them first, you can cook them this way. Now, think the cauliflower and the string beans do take a little bit more liquid. So you add a little bit of water, just plain water. You remember that I always keep water around. You add that to the pot, and you let it steam within its own juices and the water, and they'll cook and they'll really retain a lot of the flavors and a lot of the nutritional values. See? I think that the escargot is ready. Let me shut it off. I like it al dente. Actually, let me bring this plate here. Here we are. A great side dish in 3 minutes. And now it's time for dessert. And of course, you are going to expect and butter, and flour, and cream, and eggs. Well, none of those. This is an Italian dessert, a true Italian dessert, all about fruits and some great wine, Moscato. So, I am going to bake some pears with seedless grapes in a lot of Moscato. And to do that, nice baking pan. The oven is going. I am going to just core the pears, and sometimes you can just pull this out, or you can leave it as I have left it here. Just like that. I'm just going to pass it with a little bit of lemon juice so it doesn't oxidize so quickly. As the sauce basically is going to be Moscato, and in this case is Moscato d'Asti. Moscato is a varietal that really grows all over the world. Wherever grape is grown, some form of Moscato grow. And it is a very aromatic grape, and it makes great dessert wines. It's going to make a great sauce. So abundant of that, because that's the base of it. The pears need to cook in this, and ultimately we need to have some sauce. To that, we'll add some sugar. I'm going to add some honey also. and some apricot jam or any other jam that you like. And I'm adding this really for the pectin. The pectin is, what gives that gloss, and it's found in most fruits when they really are mature. It's like a glaze. And just to make sure that I have enough of that sort of syrupiness, I add a little bit of the apricot marmalade or glaze or whatever you have. Melt all of that. To add more flavor, I'm going to put a vanilla bean. I'm going to cut it in half. Because I'm going to scrape out the beans itself. And this is plenty, actually. I'm going to put half of it in. Sometimes, too much of vanilla I don't like. I want to taste the fruit, but I do want a little bit of the vanilla beans. Now, of course, these, you save them, you wrap them airtight, and they'll keep for you for quite a while. If you sort of scrape one out and you don't want to use it, put it in sugar, and will really perfume your sugar. I'm going to put the pears, and this is Basque pears. You want the pears to be ripe, but to be firm. You don't want a pear that is ready to sort of fall apart, really mushy, because then it will do just that. It will fall apart on you. Okay, let me just... And here I have seedless grapes. Of course, any grapes will do, but seedless are so practical because then your guests can eat without any problem. Some people are uncomfortable with seeds in their grapes. And as I said, I have the oven hot. It is at 375, and this should bake in about 40 minutes. It should really condense and the sauce become very syrupy, and the pears be ready to eat. Okay, it's as simple as that, and it is a true Italian way to finish a meal. So let's put it in the oven. As you can see, dessert is ready. It is nice and colored. The pears are soft but yet firm. There's the glossiness that was created by the pectin in the apricot glazing. The grapes have left their color, so it is beautiful. It is simple and yet magnificent and tasty. And I even brought my good china for you and my good linens for this wonderful dessert. This is an antique Capo di Monte, which I love. It's one of my favorites, so I'm sharing it with you. So let's plate the pears. And of course, you can plate this individually. Can you just imagine it with a scoop of ice cream and this warm pears on top of it, and the sauce, and melting the ice cream right into all of this? But I'm going to serve it as almost as a centerpiece. Let's see, I think one more. Oh, like this. Do we like this? Yeah, I think I like it like that. Let's scoop some of the... and let the grapes and the sauce fall where they may. Scoop up a little bit more sauce. Just a little bit more sauce. And let's see what I have. I have some beautiful mint flowers. This is from my garden, so I went to the garden for you. I got my best china out. I got my best linen. I really want you to be my special guest tonight. Okay, so this is just like that. I don't want anything else on it. Just simple like that. I'm going to present it on beautiful linen with some wonderful moscato. I told you that the moscato is in the sauce. And I'm going to toast to you with some moscato. Now, let me also taste this. Before I can really truthfully convey to you, I need to taste. I'm not going to spoil that presentation.
Delicious.
It's tangy, it's sweet, it's syrupy, it's wonderful. Perfect. There's an underlying moscato flavor in the sauce, and this is a little bit more acidic. It just balances beautiful. And to you, and as we say at my house, tutti a tavola a mangiare. E primavera, svegliatevi bambine. Oh, that wonderful sound of music when I was growing up in Bussoler, the town that I was born in. The windows were all open and everybody had their radio on the same channel and the same song permeated the whole town. But not only the song, the wonderful smells of sugo and ragu. And I can't say that I can teach you how to sing, but I surely can show you how to make a great ragu, so stay tuned. I came here, I was 12 years old and had the opportunity to become fully American, to understand fully the American culture, to always maintain my Italian culture very strongly. And I think what gives me the strength of communicating to you and is that I have this passion for food, but I also have this understanding of two cultures and I bring them together through food at our table. Che bellezza! Buongiorno. It's Sunday morning and you're stretching in bed, you're waking up. And you're waking up to this wonderful aroma seeping under your door, through your window. I'm sure those of you that lived close to somebody that's Italian, this is what Sunday morning smelled like. And for Italians, Sunday is sacred. You go to church, but also the family gathers around the table. And the family gathers around a big pot of ragu. Here I have some garlic, onion, and olive oil going. Okay, so let's start with the bracciola, which takes the longest to cook, while the onions are sort of simmering away. Piece of beef doesn't necessarily need to be the best cut, because this will cook and will really break. Actually, you need something that's a little tough. And this is piece of the chuck or the leg of the beef. Nice and fresh. You want to cut thin so you don't have to pound away as much out of this. You know, they would make also whole big bracciolas and then you slice them with the egg, the whole egg in the middle. But I think I'll make smaller ones so they're individual portions. Let me just... And in this case, since it's a tough meat, I like veal to pound veal with this side so it doesn't really break up the meat. But this is tough. You can see that it has the veins and all that. So the side with the dentals is fine for this. And when you bang, you sort of bang away from you. And in most of the cases, when I pound meat, whether it be chicken breast or veal, I put the clear paper. In this case, this meat can take it. It's not necessary. Okay, these are two nice bracciola will come out of that. Let's start with the stuffing of bracciola. And, you know, stuffings and cooking, a lot of things are personal. A lot of the recipes call for breadcrumbs. I like putting in day-old bread soaked in milk, sort of straining it very well, because it really leaves the filling very moist. If you put breadcrumbs, sometimes the breadcrumbs take the juice from the meat and becomes a little dry. So milk, bread soaked with milk really remains, it's flavorful and it remains nice and soft in the center. Okay. To this, I'll add some parsley, some raisin, and you can dark raisin or golden raisin, some pinoli nuts toasted. Toast them first just in a pan to bring out the oils and the flavoring. Again, in the bracciola, sometimes you see the whole egg. I choose, since the bracciolas are smaller, I choose to chop a cooked egg. A bit of salt, Parmigiano, and just get your hands right in there and amalgamate it all together. So I need to make a roll, thin slice of prosciutto, and not that much. Very, very thin slice is plenty. With the back of the knife, just tap it so it adheres to the meat. Okay. And then some people like to put the stuffing all here. I like to spread it around a little bit. So as you're cutting into the meat, the stuffing permeates the whole roll. If you're not able to get provola, you could put a little provolone, but you could also put a piece of mozzarella, because that's basically the precursor to this. Okay. And again, not too much, you know, just enough to flavor it. Sometimes in cooking, we tend to put a lot because we want to. No, it's the balance. You just need enough for flavoring, one twist, and then just pull the sides in a little bit. Let's give it a good twist. And then you pull the sides in a little bit, but not too much. Because even if a little bit of the filling comes out, it's fine. And the sauce goes in, it's fine. You want that. You want the sauce to seep in. And as you're rolling it, just pull it towards you. And basically it sticks together. To seal this, just take a toothpick and puncture the flap. The rest will stay together tight. I'm going to season it just a little bit. And we're going to brown them with the onion and the garlic. And you want to turn them a mild heat. You don't want the onions or the garlic to burn in the same time. You want the meat to caramelize. Turn them gently on all sides. So this is caramelized nice. At this point, we'll put some red wine. You want the alcohol to dissipate. I have some tomatoes, and these are peeled tomatoes, plum tomatoes from a can. If you have wonderful ripe tomatoes, are wonderful, but canned tomatoes are much better than unripened fresh tomatoes. And I pass them through a mill. You can work them in the food processor, or just pulsating them lightly, because I want the sauce to be fairly smooth. Do you hear? You know, you use all of your senses in cooking. I see that it's getting to the caramelization point, but I also hear it. You hear the crackling? That means that the water is sort of dissipating. The food is really beginning to cook. So pay attention, even if you're on the other side of the kitchen. Let your ear be an indication that you need to come back to the pot. Yeah. Tomato paste. Tomato paste needs to be cooked a little longer. Since it is tomatoes, they're not cooked. They're just out there dried by the sun, traditionally. Although today maybe they might be cooking them a little bit, reducing them a little bit. But I like to cook my tomato paste for at least 45 minutes to an hour in the sauce. But here we'll cook for 3 hours, so we're really safe. Now let me put all the seasoning in here so I can let it simmer and go on to the meatballs. I put some bay leaves in here. Dry bay leaves are fine. Fresh bay leaves are much more intense than dry bay leaves. So if you're using fresh, just use half of that. A little peperoncino. And I have here some water boiling for the pasta eventually, but I'm going to just add on boiling water to this. You know, so you don't need stock, you don't need anything. You want to keep it pure. You want the flavor of the tomatoes and the meat that's going to go in it, and you're going to have plenty of flavor. So just hot water is fine. And periodically, you're going to have to add hot water to the sauce until at the end you'll see the concentration after about 3.5 hours, the oil floating on the top and the sauce really being concentrated and wonderful. And we're just about an hour into the sauce, and you can already see the density. It's almost like a little volcano bubbling away. And we're going to continue to add things to it. Now, we are entering the Italian-American realm here, the sausages. And sausages and braciole and the meatballs that we'll be adding would not be found in a traditional ragu in Italy. But I guess when they came here, they found this abundance of meat, and meat meant wealth, living well. And they just kept on adding it to this wonderful Sunday ragu to show that they are living well, that they are well off in this new land. So let's do as those Italian Americans. Today is the Italian American ragu, the one that you remember. Let me just puncture a little bit the sausages. The sausages are sweet sausages. They don't have the fennel seed or the anise seed because I don't want to add another element of flavor in here. I am just puncturing them because I want this sort of some of the sauce of the sausages to come out, the flavor, and some of the sauce of the ragu to go in. And just put them right in and let them simmer. While the sausages and the braciole are braising, we're ready to make the meatballs. And let's season this. I have pork meat and beef. You can make it all pork. I think mixing it really gives it a nice flavor. All pork is fine, or all beef for that matter. Put some salt, put some pepper, an egg, and the egg is what will bind everything. Just a little bit of garlic, Parmigiano, parsley, and I like a lot of parsley, and breadcrumbs. And again, I'm just going to go in there with my hands because it's the best and the most efficient and the quickest. Now, the Italian traditional meatballs are like this. But if I gave you this kind of meatballs, you wouldn't recognize it in a Sunday ragu. So let's do the traditional American-Italian, Italian-American meatballs, which were About this size, absolutely, nice and round. Okay. Whenever I fry things, I start with the vegetable, but then I add a little bit of olive oil just the last minute. So let's lightly flour them. And we're not deep frying them, we're just forming a little crust to add a little flavor, a little complexity, caramelizing, and to seal it. So when we put it in the stock, it doesn't fall apart. Okay, this looks fine. I'm just gonna pat them on a towel. And when you put the meatballs in there, just let them stay a minute. Don't go in there and mixing right away because you do want them to tighten up, so not to break on you. Another way, instead of mixing, just shake the pot a little bit, get a handle, and just shake them right in there. They'll find a spot. And bring it down to simmering, and let it simmer away, adding boiling water periodically for another hour. Of course, there's no meal, no Sunday meal, no meal for that matter, without a big bowl of greens. Vegetables. Vegetables are very important to the Italian table, and as many as you can put on the table, we love them all. In this case, broccoli di rape. Broccoli di rape is something that came to the American table maybe in the last 10, 15 years, but it's something that we've been eating a long time, and it is just delicious. It's bitter, it's almondy, it's easy to make. Olive oil, and our vegetables, I mean, are only done in olive oil. Put a little peperoncino. When you put the peperoncino like this, it gives it that extra kick. You wash the broccoli di rape and leave a certain amount of water in them, because that's what will steam them when you're cooking them. I'm going to put just a little bit of the water, not too much. Let me season them with salt. We have the peperoncino in there already. And put a lid on it, and if you don't have a lid, another pot will do just fine. And of course, with this sauce, we'll dress a bowl of rigatoni, and then we'll have a big platter of all the meats and a platter of broccoli di rape. Sounds good? When you put in pasta, stir it. Let's see. Okay, we're almost there. See how quickly. I think this is fine. Warm plates. Whenever you serve your things, keep them in the oven. Keep warm plates, nice. They don't have to be hot, but warm plates. You know, you see sometimes the broccoli di rape cut into small pieces. I like them like this, whole, just a whole stalk like that. And as soon as the pasta is ready, we'll be ready to serve. Well, we are ready to enjoy and to plate. So I'm pulling all of the meat out, and the meat is served on this big platter where everybody can help themselves. The sauce we're going to dress the pasta with. Now the braccioli have the toothpicks in them. You can stand there and pick each one of them out and then return them just before service, or otherwise you can do just what I'm doing. Just put them in and be sure that you tell your guest that the toothpicks are still in there. Wow. You know, if there is one Italian dish that really says it all and brings everybody together, this is it. And you want to put a little bit of sauce on top of this. You don't want this to dry. And let's get back quickly to the pasta. I don't want the pasta to overcook. And as you know, I always... Okay. The Italian way, you really don't want the pasta to be swimming in sauce. You want it to be sort of just condita, just dressed. And the pasta is fairly al dente. I want it to cook a little more in the sauce. I'm fishing it out, not even draining it. So it's perfect. Those starches I talked to you about are all intact, waiting to latch on that sauce. Okay, one more I thought. Great, okay. And can you see the difference of a pasta that's cooked fresh and cooked al dente? Do you see how it stands up? When you see rigatoni that sort of closed down, they've either been cooked before or they've been way overcooked. Just a little more cooking. Okay, great. I'm going to shut the fire off and I'm going to add some cheese, Parmigiano Reggiano, although you could add pecorino romano, pecorino sardo, pecorino toscano. Pecorino is the cheese made of 100% sheep's milk, and Parmigiano Reggiano is made of 100% cow's milk. The difference is that the pecorino is more intense. Wow. Wow, it's wonderful. Smells great. Maybe a little sauce. I'm just gonna far la mossa. I'm just gonna make the move, but it really doesn't need it. Just a little bit too. You see, the pasta is not soupy, but it's flowing. And I just wish I could. I certainly have enough food for all of you. I wish I could have you here. It is such a great dish. And yes, it takes 3.5 hours, but basically you don't have to be there 3.5 hours. And at the end of those hours, this is what you have. Now, let me just taste for you. You know how I want to share with you. I'm going to take one of each so I can really tell you how each one tastes. And the bracciola. Let me take out the toothpick. And of course, I want a little bit of pasta. Now, if I were to serve this as a portion to somebody, and if you really want to, but this is not that kind of a dish that you have to portion it and make it seem super elegant. This is a real family dish, a dish that really brings everybody together. Now, where do I start? Let me start with the bracciola. I want to show you the bracciola. And you see how it really is sort of breaking apart. It's nice and moist. And that's what the 3 hours will do to it. And it's great. And, you know, you want it to fall apart and put it in the sauce and pick it up. The meat just falls apart. There's a little nut there, a little of the prosciutto. And of course, no Sunday meal is a meal without wine. Delicious, nice, hearty red. Now, You know, what does this meal do to me? If there ever was, or is, or will be an embracing meal, this is it. It really embraces your whole table, all of your guests and everybody. So I want to embrace you. I want to invite you to my table. So, as we say at my house, tutti a tavola a mangiare e bere del vino buono. When in Rome, you do as the Romans. You have a porchetta sandwich. So, in Rome, you can have it on the streets, even at the airport. Close to the airport, they have a stand where they have it. But I am going to teach you how to make it at home, so stay with me. I came here, I was 12 years old, and had the opportunity to become fully American, to understand fully the American culture, to always maintain my Italian culture very strongly. And I think what gives me the strength of communicating to you is that I have this passion for food, but I also have this understanding of two cultures, and I bring them together through food at our table. Che bellezza! Buongiorno, benvenuti to my Roman kitchen. And today we're going to have Tanya, my daughter Tanya, join me. You know, she's married to a Roman, so she's really into the Roman stuff. Now, the Romans love their porchetta, but they love their pasta. Do you know that at the end of a Roman meal, a long Roman meal, even after desserts and all of that, you end up with spaghetti aglio and olio, spaghetti, garlic, and oil, and they really do that. And today I'm going to make some spaghetti for you to begin with, actually. And it's going to be spaghetti, garlic, and oil, plus a little bit of anchovies and capers. Now, you are used to these anchovies in a can, the filet of anchovies, or you can have them rolled with a little caper right in it. And they're wonderful. I mean, they're wonderful for antipasta, for pastas. But I wanted to share with you these anchovies packed in salt, which is really very traditional. And this is how they pull up they put the salt aside, and then they pull up the anchovy so that they don't break the other ones. And it is full of salt, so just let me rinse it a little bit. And then just scrape it. Pull the bone out, you pull the fillet off. And you make it in a salad with a little bit of onion. My grandmother used to do it all the time, and it is delicious. It really is. So we are ready to do, and I'm going to use these, and I'm going to use also the regular anchovies. Let me put the fire on, a little bit of olive oil. Chop up some garlic. Okay. That's it. Okay, so let the garlic just get golden, and we're going to put the pasta to cook now. Ah, you like that? Just whack it and it comes right out. The water is vigorously boiling. Stretch it out. Cover it again. And let's add the anchovies. Now I'm going to use the ones that I cleaned. And the ones that are packed in olive oil. And they will disintegrate. These especially would really disintegrate, and you can just break them up and put them in. Anchovies are really wonderful, not only to make a sauce like that, I use them sometimes to add complexity to roasts, to stews. Just one anchovy. You sort of let it disintegrate, and it adds a complexity. You don't know that it's the anchovies in there, but it really adds a complexity. Okay. Some capers in there. And I'm going to let just the capers and the anchovies get a little sort of flavor, cooked, caramelized. You say, well, the anchovies, I can just throw them in the last time they're cured and they're... No, if you let them caramelize a little bit, there's going to be a different flavor coming out. Let's check on the pasta. Now, the pasta, if I said it once, I'm going to say it 1,000 times. You need abundant water to cook the pasta. Not too much, but abundant for the pasta to dance in the water. And of course, you know that the pasta water is going to really make the sauce. I'm going to add just a little bit of peperoncino to add some more spice. I'm going to add just a little bit more of the oil. Check on the pasta, because I'm going to cook it right in here. Do not rinse your pasta. I am just picking it. This is really the optimal way to do it. Just fish it right out and put it right into your sauce. But otherwise, yes, you can drain it. Just don't rinse it, because, you know, pasta has, when it's cooked right, it's a little, of course, the starch is a little sticky, and that's where the sauce adheres to. So either if you add oil, which I tell you all the time not to, or if you rinse it, you sort of inhibit that adhesiveness, that the sort of starch that really makes the sauce and the flavor stick to pasta. I'm going to add just a little bit more of the pasta water. Lots of parsley. And of course you want a nice warm plate for pasta, because pasta is so sensitive. Shut the fire off. I'm looking for that smiling pasta. You know, I always tell you that your pasta has to smile, has to, and it's missing a little bit of oil. Okay. Put a little bit more parsley. Okay. Now it's glistening. All right. And now we'll put the breadcrumbs. And be careful with the breadcrumbs, because the breadcrumbs really can absorb and really become stodgy. So you want just a little bit. You want it at the end. And you actually, what happens, the sensation is that the breadcrumbs, because it's toasted, it adds some flavor, but it also adds a crunch. You know, it's almost under your teeth. It's almost like sand, but sand is negative when you get under your teeth. This is really positive. It gives you the little crunchiness under your teeth when you're enjoying your pasta. Okay, this is just perfect. You see, it absorbed all of the sauce, and yet it's still flowing. Wow, the smell. I mean, you know, it looks simple. You say, gee, is that flavorful? It really is. It really is very flavorful. Clean up a little bit. Ah, che bellezza, che buona roba. Now, let me just... And you know, in the traditional Italian fashion, you never serve a spoon with your pasta. You just manage with your fork. And they do. Ooh. Can you hear the breadcrumbs under my teeth? I'm feeling them. I hope you can hear them. Really delicious. Porchetta alla romana. Porchetta alla romana is really the whole animal, and an adult animal, and deboned completely in its entirety, left in one piece of the carcass, and then a paste of herbs is made, like I'm going to make, and then that is all sort of spread among this big piece of meat, this sort of sheet of meat, skin on. And then it is rolled and tied and cooked on a spit forever. For overnight they cook it. It takes about 12 hours. I'm going to make a, sort of a shorter version for you, but it'll have all the flavors and tastes of a Roman porchetta. So what we'll do is, once I have it all rolled, we are going to simmer it in seasoned water with herbs. I'm going to put some bay leaves in there, some whole garlic cloves, rosemary, and sage, some salt, and then I'll make the paste out of herbs. Lots of garlic, sage leaves, get some more sage leaves, rosemary leaves which I've plucked out. This is enough. I put some parsley, and I'll put in some salt, peperoncino, give it a zest, and some olive oil, and the olive oil will sort of turn it all into a paste. Okay. Yeah, that's just right. Now this is the fillet, the loin part of the pork. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn it around, and I'm going to open it up, and then I'm going to spread these herbs, and then I'm going to roll it up again, just like the big porchetta. Start with the skirt. You know, if you buy it from your butcher, tell the butcher not to just cut out the perfect loin, but to give you all that side, sort of that skirt that's on the side where the bacon part is, because that's what we'll cut into. And as you're cutting, just roll it open. Okay. Season it with a little bit of salt. So spread all the herbs evenly, this pesto of herbs that you've made, and let's roll it back into itself. Salt it just a little bit along the way. Okay, and there's little pieces. Let's put them all back in. And we will proceed to tie it now. You get some kitchen twine and cut yourself a fairly long piece, so this way you don't have to join it at the end. You can always cut the extra off. Okay. We'll begin with this side. Just slide it underneath. Make a loop on one side. This. And then you pass the twine into it. See, and I want it to come to the top like that. pull it up again, and then tighten it. Then you hold it with your finger, and you go underneath again, and you come and you catch it. Let me just pull it so it all stays on the top here. Okay. Hold it with your finger again. Go underneath the meat again. Pass it under. And then we go underneath. Turn it upside down and just catch it here and there. Okay. Tie it each one and you come back. Okay. Don't feel free to just pull and tighten it in and tie it as you would regularly. Okay. So we are ready to put it in the water to boil, and just enough to cover it, which is perfect like that. Put the cap on, the lid on to bring it to a boil, but then you remove the lid because you want the water to evaporate. You bring it down to a slow simmer and you want the water to evaporate almost until the very end, not almost, until the very end. And when it's all finished, the water is finished, it begins to caramelize. And this will take about 3-4 hours to happen. So this is a project that you do maybe on Saturday morning while you're cleaning, or Sunday, and you set it aside, because then this meat, it is wonderful when it's hot like that, but it is even better for sandwiches or later when it sort of rests. So here we are back in the kitchen, and I promised that Tanya would be here, and Tanya is here. She's helping. You know, at our house, there's always a table full. You know, just the immediate family, there's about 16 of us. And the ladies get to help me because, you know, Grandma is the best prep chef or sous chef that you want. She gets everything ready early in the morning. She's up, she cuts the vegetables, she gets the soup going. Then I get up because, you know, I work late in the restaurant. And I get the cooking, and then the young ladies, Tanya, my daughter, and Dina, my daughter-in-law, also, even though they have kids running around, they all chip in. And today, being a Roman meal, Tanya's all into Roman. You know, she married a Roman, so we're gonna talk a little bit about Rome and the culture. Now, the porchetta. The porchetta is already. Is it going anywhere, Tanya?
Well, slowly, yeah.
I would pick up the fire just a little bit. That's it. Because we really need to bring it to the bottom. It gets caramelized and all that. And fennel and porchetta just go so well together, and it is so Roman. And so Tanya's going to do the fennel because she does that many times. And I'm just going to help you prep a little bit here. And Tanya, what you're going to explain to them how you do fennel your style?
I put the butter in.
I will put a little bit of oil.
A little bit of oil.
Yeah, that's it.
And I'm just simply going to braise the fennel.
Right. But you want it, you know, when you do it and it comes out so good, everybody likes it when it's really caramelized. Mm-hmm. You know, when it gets that nice brown edge to it. And Tanya did, I'm very proud of Tanya. Tanya has, she will blush, but I'll tell you, she has a PhD in Renaissance art history from Oxford. So I'm very proud. She spent a lot of time in Italy doing her dissertation. But as it turned out, not only her dissertation, she married an Italian, so she was busy doing other things.
So I was studying art history. I started my studies actually in the U.S. I'm going to add, I put a little salt, now I'm going to put a little peperoncino.
Yeah, they like it. You know, the Romans
yeah,
like it.
Yeah, Corrado really likes it spicy, so I'm going to put a little extra maybe.
Corrado is the husband.
Oh, my husband, yeah.
So Tanya, how was it, you know, having a mom that always worked and that she did what she did at the restaurant, and you were home with Grandma, but you did get to travel a lot to Italy.
No, yeah, I got to travel a lot to Italy for summer vacations while, everybody else would go to, I don't know, the Catskills, or if you were lucky, Disney World. We would go to Italy and eat lunch and dinner, and maybe sometimes an extra meal in between.
Thanks.
Sure. I'm going to just put a little soup in here now, you think?
A little stock, yeah. I think Well, let's
wait a little,
nice
maybe.
Nice caramelization. I would caramelize, but you do. It's your cooking. It's your,
I'm just going to put a little. I like to put just a little now.
Okay.
So, because for her it was research, we would go and maybe see a nice site like the Leaning Tower of Pisa, and then we'd go have lunch, and then we'd go maybe try a cafe, and then we'd go have dinner because she wanted to see all the recipes and what was going on new in Italy. And my brother and I, of course, couldn't eat as much, so we would get a little rambunctious. But in Italy, a lot of the restaurants have courtyards, or you're in a safe place, so you could run around. And oftentimes they had like chickens or farm animals, which was nice too, because that wasn't something we saw in Queens.
This is sort of coming along. I'm just paying a lot of attention to it because I want it caramelized on all sides. And, I lowered the flame a little bit so it doesn't, but I wanted, you want that caramelization that everybody loves. I'm going to add just a little bit more olive oil because, it sort of gets to the bottom and it's kind of sticking. The meat has absorbed a lot of the fat that was in the water. So I'm just adding a little bit of olive oil and I'm slowly caramelizing it over and over, all around, all ends caramelized. And the fennel, another 10 minutes together the fennel does take about 20 minutes altogether. And we'll be ready to eat. So Tanya, how does the fennel look?
Delicious. Here, let me give you a little taste.
Oh, yeah. Be careful you don't burn me, yeah?
Yeah, well, it's hot.
Yeah. Really good.
Good.
Yeah. I can't even tell that it's
Somebody else made it, huh?
No, it doesn't even need salt or anything, I'm
good.
really, when I taste something, I run it around and I'm sort of inquisitive. I am, looking for faults. It's really good. Now, this is the roast. Look at this, how good this looks, Tanya.
Delicious, browned wonderfully.
Yeah, okay. I just cut it off.
It smells great, too.
And where do you start cutting off? Any place, really. Okay. And you see, we had a pretty decent size, and you see how it sort of, in the cooking, it really shrunk. Okay.
Wow. Perfect.
So good.
It smells delicious.
You see because the herbs inside just permeate the whole meat. Okay, let me just start plating it.
I'm too busy watching that, not paying attention to my fennel here.
Oh, you can do two things at once. Hoo-ha, hee-hoo-ha. I'm going to leave sort of these end pieces to make the sandwiches, and they're going to be the best because it's really caramelized. Yeah. And this doesn't need any sauce or anything. It's just nice and moist and a lot of flavor. Yeah, right in the center. I could have made a little more,
Oh, it's good.
I think it's going to be enough.
I think it's fine. It's just a light lunch, right? For our family.
But there's the pasta. There's always the pasta.
Right.
I'm going to talk about sandwiches. I'm going to make a quick sandwich. And I'm going to collect all of these little herbs that came right here. I'm going to just sort of use them for, let me just cut.
The chef and the shelf helper's snack.
Okay. Just a little bit. Just make it quick. It doesn't even need salt or anything. Just right. And this is the porchetta. This is the porchetta sandwiches. Some good. We're gonna begin eating before we sit.
Okay.
Before we sit down. Right. Why don't you go call the gang? Yeah.
Okay. I'll take this with me.
Okay. Go ahead. Now, this is my grandson, Lorenzo, and he is a Roman, and he loves his pasta. So I'm going to spend some time with him just to show you. Lorenzo, buona la pasta asciutta? Che buona sta pasta asciutta della nonna. Ti piace? Dai un po' con la nonna, dai un po' con la nonna. All of my grandkids were never in doubt. A plate full of pasta always resolves dinner or lunch. And mind you, this has anchovy in it. He's a Roman. Okay? Basta così? Basta così. Andiamo? I think he's ready for the table. And, as we say at our house, tutti a tavola a mangiare. They're all waiting for me. Let's go. Pasta, pasta, pasta. Never basta pasta. I often get asked, what is your favorite food? And I love all foods, but pasta must be it because I can't imagine living without pasta. Well, today I'll teach you some of my pasta secrets, and some simple techniques will give you spectacular finishes. Buongiorno, benvenuti. Welcome to my house, welcome to my kitchen, welcome to my world of Italian flavors. When I cook, I need around me, I need all these wonderful products, these wonderful aromas and smells. I begin with my sense of smell. I even take sometimes a nice leaf of basil or whatever I have, I rub it on my hands and I just pass it in front of me. It just gets me going. So do that to yourself, stimulate yourself, and then you'll really feel energized and ready to go and do what you need to do. Well, today we're going to do some pastas. I know that most of you have cooked pasta at some time or other, but this is the way I do pasta. I want to share with you my flavors, and they're really very simple, and you're going to be able to duplicate my flavor and maybe add some of yours. The first one we're going to do is the vermicelli with a seafood and vegetable sauce. Simple. By the time it takes to cook the pasta, the sauce is going to be ready. Now I have some water boiling here, of course, for the pasta. Let me just salt that a little bit. Okay. Even if you wash the salt, you must put a little bit of salt in the pasta, otherwise the pasta will be completely flat, and there's no way that you can get that flavor back into the pasta, because pasta is only water and semolina flour and a little bit of salt. There's nothing else in there, so it's a neutral flavor. You need to just sort of liven it up with the salt. To begin with, we'll open up the clams with a little bit of heat here. You could shuck them if you're handy, or if you know how to do it, but otherwise just open them in a little pan with a little bit of, what I do is just take a little bit of the same boiling water and just brush them and wash them and just put them in there. Now I just can't have simple water. I need to put something in there. Let me take some fresh thyme. Maybe I'll put a basil leaf right here. Okay. And close it and let it steam. And we'll begin to make the marinara sauce. Again, marinara is a very simple rendition of a tomato sauce. It is basically fresh tomatoes or canned San Marzano tomato, which is the plum tomato. The canned ones are perfectly fine, and these are the canned ones. You take them and you just crush them with your hands. Again, food. I love to feel food, so feel free. It gives me a feeling, the texture of what I'm cooking. This gives me an indication of how ripe they are, how much I need to cook them. And in this case, the seeds, I leave them right in the marinara. Olive oil, some garlic, crushed. I crush it with my palm. You can crush it with a knife. But again, you crush it with the palm, you smell of garlic, and just sort of, there's a crescendo of aromas. There you go. The whole garlic clove crushed like that sort of gives you more of the flavor releases of the oils, and at the same time, your guest can pick it out, or you, if you cannot digest garlic, or if it repeats on you. Let me crush a little more. And here, the tomatoes, some people like a marinara, very chunky marinara, and that's perfectly fine. In that case, just don't crush it. Okay. Again, for a little bit of zest, I add a little peperoncino, but I like a little zest in my sauce, the acidity, the sweetness, and the sort of kick of the peperoncino. A little salt, and we're going to let this just simmer. Okay, the clams are just beginning to keep them under steam, so they're open, and you don't want to cook them, you just want them to open up, because clams cook very quickly. All seafood does, clams, scallops, so we're going to need a certain amount of speediness to cooking them. So as soon as they open up, you pull them off. Let me just check the clams. Oh, okay, yes, the clams are opened. Let me just pour them right in here so they can cool off. We're going to begin the beginning of the actual sauce. This is a scallop. What the scallop is the muscle between that hold the shell together. This is the actual muscle of the shell that hold the shell. And then there's the whole body of the scallop, which we don't eat. There is just a little muscle here that you have to remove. Otherwise, everything is edible. Not that it's bad, it's just tough. So you remove it, and then you can cut it. Now, you can buy different scallops. I recommend you buy dry sea scallops. Dry sea scallops are scallops that have been harvested and sold in its natural waters. Because scallops sometimes, they're so delicate that they are preserved in a sort of milky solution. The flavor, the natural sweetness of the scallops is no longer there. You get this milky substance, and when you cook them, you see all this milky water running out, and they shrink half up to their normal size. So as for dry sea scallops, they're much more perishable, but you sense a stickiness, that almost sugar substance is still stuck to them. The scallop's important that you have a lot of pan space, if you will. Okay. Lower it, and again, salt. Okay, let's pull out the clams. If a clam doesn't open, discard it to the side. Whenever a mollusco with a clam or mussel doesn't open and you're cooking it, discard it to the side, don't use it. See, I want that little caramelization and a little splatter around your stove, but cook. And then the satisfaction of your family, I'm sure it's worthwhile, the cleanup. You can put whole clams, you can chop them up. Again, your preference. The scallops are nice and golden. I put the chopped clams. I added the blanched string beans, and blanching is, of course, just sort of partially cooking that in hot water and then putting them in ice water to sort of retain some of the colors. Although here the greens will lose some of the color because of this acidity in the tomato sauce. But so what? I'm after the flavor, even if the color isn't 100. Okay, let's put some of the marinara sauce right in. And marinara actually cooks in 10, 15 minutes. Here it will continue to cook right in here. Some of the water from the clam. Okay, the water is boiling, and we should be putting some pasta. Now, these are vermicelli, a very thin spaghetti. Actually, the name vermicelli, vermo, means a little worm. I know it doesn't sound too good, but in Italian, it's a very endearing word for actually worm, vermicelli, almost simpatico, as we say, cute. So let me put the pasta to cook because the sauce is almost ready. When you cook pasta, again, make sure that there's enough water. Make sure that it is salted. Oh, there's 2 clams here. Let me not waste anything. Let me put a little more peperoncino here. a little bit of raw olive oil, yeah. And I'm going to throw in just a whole branch of thyme. And what will happen is that the leaves will fall into the sauce, and then the stem itself you'll be able to remove. Now, seafood, I want to cook full speed. I want it open. I want all the water to evaporate. I want it to cook as quickly as possible. So when you cook pasta, make sure that the water is salted, that it is boiling vigorously when you put pasta in. You throw pasta in, you mix it right away, and then you cover it. What's important is to bring the boiling point of pasta back as soon as possible. You don't want the pasta to lay in there because then it begins to stick. Pasta needs to dance almost in the water to be free. And I always get asked, do I put oil when I cook pasta? Absolutely not. You don't put oil when you cook pasta. The only exception is when you cook flat pasta, you want to make lasagna, fresh pasta. So then you don't want it to stick. You want the oil. You want it separate so you can lay it. But every other pasta, you absolutely do not want oil, because what you really want is, as the pasta cooks, there's a thin layer of starch around the pasta that is almost sticky. I mean, you all heard throw the pasta to the wall, when it sticks to the wall, it's done. Why? Because that little layer of starch is where the sauce will adhere to. So if you put oil, you coat that, and you don't get that effect. If you rinse your pasta, if you cook it, again, you're wasting all that good starch and the quality that you really want in pasta. So don't rinse your pasta, and don't put oil when you're cooking. Okay. All right, the pasta is just done. Now, I toss my pasta always a little bit in the sauce. I take half of the sauce, I put it in a saute pan, and I toss the pasta. So therefore, I leave the pasta just a notch al dente. See how wonderful the sauce came? Let me remove, these are the thyme. Okay, and let me just drain the pasta since it's ready. Okay, so always away from you, you pour away from you. Okay, you want to get as much of the water out of the pasta, because otherwise it'll dilute the intensity of your sauce. Okay, hot stuff. And again, let's pour it right in the, okay, let me just saute. Okay, add just a little bit of oil. Again, I love the flavor of fresh olive oil. And if you cook it, you change it, because again, the oils, the aromas sort of dissipate and fly away. But when you get it like this at the end, you will be able to taste it in the pasta. You have to get good olive oil, of course. And now I'm adding some parsley. I think my passion, no, I know, my passion for food came really during my formative years, when I spent a lot of time with my maternal grandmother and grandfather. And they lived in a small town outside of Pola. And they grew everything we ate. We made olive oil. They grew the wheat for the flour. So I had an opportunity to really see food from the ground up, and to understand how it grows, and to understand what makes it what it is. And I remember the olive oil when it was by the mill, by the stone mill, and it would run down, and they would put a little bit of hot water. And what we used to do, we used to dunk fresh hot bread in that warm oil. And the flavor of that is so embedded in my mind that I look for it whenever I cook. But that's what flavors really are, you know. It's like a reference library. Now, let me go back to the serving of the pasta. First of all, when you serve pasta, again, the plate needs to be warm. You can't put good pasta on a cold plate. You need to maintain the heat of the pasta. I like a fondina, a deep plate, which keeps the pasta contained. You notice that I'm turning it, making it into a nest-like formation. They're called nido. This way, the pasta stays warmer for longer periods of time in your dish itself, and it looks good, rather than, you know, running all over the plate. so you make this nice little mounds. Again. And, you know, you could substitute the vegetables, maybe string beans or peas or whatever. That's the freedom that I really want to give you. You need to feel that you can do this. I sort of led you to do this, but then your personality, whatever you have, whatever is fresh, you don't have to get exactly this. You can do shrimps and broccoli the same way. Why not? May I drizzle a little bit of olive oil? I would do it this way. Just a little bit. And it looks like I'm doing a lot, but I'm really not at the end. Okay. These are haricot vert, very thin. They just split open. And I left some just to put on top, you know, because the visual part is so important. Okay. Now, do you think that your guest or your family might enjoy something like this? I think so. Enjoy. Zitti in cartoccio. What is that? I'm actually mixing the zitti, which are already cooking. They're halfway there. Cartoccio is a bag, a paper bag. And what we're going to do is we're going to sauce the zittis, put them in a bag, sort of, and bake them in the oven. What you need for this is parchment paper, about an arm's length of parchment paper, and you bend it over. And you can cook, I'm going to show you pasta, but you can cook fish in this, you can cook chicken, and it's really a show because everything is captured in there, all the aroma and everything, and you put it in front of your guests, and then it just explodes in their face. What you need is to butter slightly this. So you take a bar of butter, sort of semi-soft, and you just lightly butter. That's fine. Here we have the marinara sauce as a base, and it is basically the same marinara that we made for the previous recipe. And when you make marinara, you saw how simple it is. Make that extra batch. Put it in containers, put it in the freezer, and then your next pasta meal is only 10 or 15 minutes away. Again, I like to saute my pasta. I don't like to pour sauce over pasta. I like the pasta to absorb the sauce. So therefore, I leave it a little bit undercooked, and then I saute it in the sauce itself. In the sauce, there is the marinara, the basic garlic, olive oil, and fresh tomatoes crushed. And then I add some margarine, a lot of those fresh herbs. I have some in here already for flavor, but I'm going to add some more just for that sort of last-minute freshness effect. And as I was telling you before, when I taste something, it's something really good, I really focus on that taste. Visually, with my sense of smell, my olfactory, and then my taste buds. I take it once, I take it twice, and I really record that, and I file it away. And then, when I'm cooking, that optimal taste that I've tasted someplace along the line, that's in my reference, sort of haunts me. And when I cook, I have to get there. So when those two meet, the optimal flavor that you have recorded and what you're cooking, the bells go off. You have the right thing. So, okay, let's chop. Roughly chop is fine. I'll split it evenly here and there. Okay. The pasta is just about ready. I want it a little bit undercooked because it's going to cook a little bit in the sauce and then ultimately in the oven. This thing here, we call it in Italian ragno, which is the spider. Cost $2 maximum, but you must have one. It's so practical, especially when you're cooking short pastas. You know, there's the category of the long pastas, the spaghettis, the linguinis. There's the category of the short pastas. And this is wonderful to fish out dry pasta. This way, you don't have to drain it, and all those starches remain on the... Okay. Not too watery. I like most of the sauce to be adhered to the pasta, not soupy. I'll add some at the end on top. Okay. Gonna shut off the fire, add some Parmigiano Reggiano. Okay. Now, when you begin this, preheat the oven. You need a hot oven at 475. You can rest these either in an oven-proof baking dish or on a long baking pan, and you can align them and bake them like that. But I think it's wonderful once they're in this dish, you present it right in front of your guests. Okay. Okay. About one portion full. Okay, sort of settled in the center. I was thinking about a little sauce, but I think it might have enough sauce, maybe just a little more. And then we top it off with bocconcini di mozzarella. What are bocconcini? Boccone is one bite in Italian. Bocconcini is little bites of mozzarella. They're wonderful to have with, if you serve it with plum tomatoes or whatever. But if you don't have bocconcini, or you can't find them, get a hole and then cut it in little cubes, and it'll do just as well. And I sort of nestle them in, and you know, you could, 4 is fine. If you'd like to put some more, you could do that. And then you take it and you wrap it as you would almost a sandwich. Make sure that you wrap it tight, because what you want the steam to stay there. You don't want that to escape, because that's the fun, when you open it up and all that really hits you in the face. It's good for your skin, so you know they say that steam is good for your skin. Fold it over on the side. And again, you fold it over on the other side, almost like a sandwich. Let it leave a little room, because it'll puff up. And you set it right in the baking dish, and it goes in the oven like this. And you want to bake it for 20 minutes. The ziti should be perfectly ready, steaming ready. Okay. Let's begin with this one. If you want to serve each guest one by themselves, then you serve it in the container that you put it in the oven. Take the scissors and just snip the end. The parchment paper will sort of shred and crumble, but what's a little paper with good pasta? Okay. And then set it in front of them just like that, and let them unroll it. The steam is coming slowly. There it is. And just spread it apart, and they can enjoy it. This is the one that we put with the tomatoes. The other way that you can serve it is if you'd like to let them serve themselves. So what you do, you put the same procedure. Snip the side. Okay. Open it themselves, like this. Give them a nice serving spoon. Set it between them, and let them serve themselves. The aroma of all the herbs coming out is just makes you begin to salivate. A little basil on the side. We have again this little pomodorini. But I think the fun of this is really letting your guests get into it, letting the aroma really come into their nostrils, and then sharing this. I mean, sharing food, it's a communication of emotions. For Lidia once, I had a customer, and he was a good customer. And he says, Lidia, I'm having some special guest. I've never met them before. They're business guest. I want you to do everything. I don't want to have to worry about the meal. So you know what I did the first thing? The first course, they were all strangers, mind you. The first course, I made a family-style service. I put everything in the middle of the table. So they had to pass, they had to share. So the barrier between being strangers and baking bread was broken. And right away there was a talk at the table. So use food and the service of food for communicating emotions such like that, for setting stages for the openness and communication. This certainly is going to be one of those, because most likely they're going to feel the hat, they're going to say ouch, the aroma is going to tempt them, and here we are. And so, as we say at my house, cin cin e tutti a tavola, a mangiare. Buono. Milano, the fashion capital of the world, has certainly given us enough in the fashion world. But let's not forget the culinary world. It has given us the Milanese. And Milanese is the technique of breading and frying. And if you stay with me, I'll show you how to bread and fry pork chops, chicken, and veal. So don't go away. I came here, I was 12 years old, and had the opportunity to become fully American, to understand fully the American culture, to always maintain my Italian culture very strongly. And I think what gives me the strength of communicating to you and is that I have this passion for food, but I also have this understanding of two cultures, and I bring them together through food at our table. Che bellezza!
Lydia's Italian-American kitchen is made possible by...
Buongiorno, benvenuti. Today is a kitchen alla Milanese. Now, alla Milanese, to the world might mean they might see this runways with Prada, with Missoni. But to most Italians, it is a juicy cut of veal breaded. So, let me show you not only veal, but chicken and pork. So here I have the veal scallopini, a pork chop, and some chicken thighs. We're going to begin with the veal scallopini. And you can buy the veal scallopini like this. This is rather thin. I don't really need to do much of it, and it's actually quite nice and lean. I'm just going to pound it lightly. And the best way to pound it is if you do put it between non-stick paper like this kind of plastic wrap, so you don't really bruise it, it doesn't stick to the mallet, and just very lightly off to the side. Okay, I'm going to do a wonderful pork chop Milanese topped with a salad. It's a great summer dish. And most of the time you will see it a veal chop. But I just wanted to show you the versatility and the other meats that you can use, you can introduce in your kitchen for some diversity. Now I'm going to French the bone. What does that mean? It actually means just getting all the meat off the bone so it looks pretty. You could leave the meat on and eat it. There's no culinary reason for removing this, with the exception of the way it looks. And basically you just proceed to cut it off the bone, all the big pieces. Then you take the back of your knife and you just scrape it down. I'm going to put it between the clear wrap, the plastic wrap. Again, And this is a little thicker, so we'll need a little bit more pounding. And I'm going to start with the flat. I could start with some of the teeth, but I think, let me see how soft and how it is. It is pounding. It is pounding quite well without the teeth, because the teeth really break into it. And as you're pounding, just give it a center and pull it out. Center and pull it out. Center and pull it out. Okay. This is fine. I don't want it any thinner. And we'll set this here. And then we'll go to the chicken. This is the chicken thigh. I think you can do a chicken breast, certainly. But I want to encourage the use of thighs and legs. Is the part that I like the most. It's economical, and it really is very tasty. So remove the skin and as much as the fat. To remove skins like this and fat, just put the tip of your knife underneath and loosen it, and then just pull it up and cut it away. The bone is right in here, so you hold it firm because chicken is slippery. Make an incision right on this side of the bone and on this side of the bone, pressing against the bone. You take the bone up, you insert the knife right underneath, and then you cut it right out on this side, and you proceed to do the same on this side. Cut it right out. Again, we'll pound it between some paper. And again, I'm going to begin with the flat. I always do that just not to let me see, yeah. So here I have some simple breadcrumbs. I have flour. I have egg whisked with a little bit of salt. And I have breadcrumbs. To the breadcrumbs, I want to flavor a little bit of breadcrumbs. I'm going to add some parsley. I'm going to add some Parmigiano Reggiano. Now, don't add too much Parmigiano. I like it for flavor. But it does, when you fry it, it really caramelizes. It sort of gets brown very quickly. So you don't want that to happen. A little bit fine. I'm going to put a little bit of pepper. Okay. And I'm going to proceed to bread them all. Lightly in flour. Shake the excess flour off. As long as they get wet on both sides. And give yourself enough space to be able to lay them flat. And just flip them over right away, and then you can go back and press the breadcrumbs. Pork chops the same way. And don't worry about seasoning and salt. We will do that when we finish frying them. The bone you want to leave nice and clean. Press it well so that the bread really adheres to it. And then let's do the chicken. Piece also. Okay. and we're ready to cook them. We are ready to cook the Milanese, the veal Milanese. I like to fry it in a little bit of olive oil and a little bit of butter. The olive oil for flavor just as well as butter, and the butter brings it to a lower temperature so that it could brown evenly and not really just tighten the whole meat, because sometimes when you put it on high temperature, the meat sort of pulls together. So let me put it in. Okay, but what am I doing here is that I don't want too much oil, but on this side I didn't have any, so I just tilted the pan so that the oil would come on that side and that the veal cutlet would go on a little bit of fat rather than straight on the pan. Let me just check. Okay, let that cook. So, just spread it like that and fried is veal cutlet Milanese, served in Milano, for that matter, all over Italy. But I'm going to just go a little step further. You know, I come from the Friuli, Venezia Giulia, Trieste. Actually, I was born in Istria. And the cuisine in our area, very much it reflects the Slavic part, which is Croatia, and also some of the Nordic, more of the Germanic, the Austro-Hungarian. So my grandmother would serve this like a bread veal katza, but she would put the egg and the capers on top, which would be like a Holstein. So I'm going to do that for you. This is, and it is cooked already. If you want to do something else, if you want to continue cooking and keeping it warm, you can drain it like this and put it in the oven. Let's say that you have 8 guests and you need to cook for each one. Then you just put it on a pan like that, on a piece of towel, keep it in a warm oven. What I'm going to do now, I'm just going to sort of burn some butter, really get the butter down to cooking, all the water to dissipate, the fats to divide from the solids of the milk, of the butter, and the solids in the butter are the ones that get sort of caramelized and brown. And it's a different flavor that comes out of butter that way, and it is really very good. The egg, I like it in olive oil. I say burnt butter. Yeah, I want the little particles to get nice and brown and caramelized, but I don't want the whole thing to really smoke out. So the butter is browning. I'm going to add the capers right into it. And this is done. Just leave it like that. Let's get... If you served just like this, it would be perfectly acceptable as a veal Milanese. But I told you I want to go to the next step. So. I just want the top of the egg also to cook. Okay, so we're ready for the... I'm going to put just a little bit of parsley in the brown butter with the capers. Okay. And this is the veal a la Holstein. And now we're going to make chicken parmigiana with fresh tomato sauce. Take the tomato, plop it in the boiling water. It only takes a few minutes. Take the tomato, put it in the ice water bath. Just leave it a few minutes, and as you can see, the skin will come right off. Let's cut it in half. I want to reserve all the juices but not the seeds. So I'm going to just squeeze out the seeds. Again, just squeeze out. Or you can help yourself with, that's it. And the tomato themselves, we'll just chop in small pieces. And we'll make the sauce with this. Let me get out as much of the juice as I can. To make the fresh tomato sauce, put some olive oil, garlic. I like garlic, but I'm gonna just crush it so I get the flavor, but be able to remove it when I use the sauce. While the sauce is cooking, we'll be ready to assemble the chicken parmigiana. Now I have the chicken that's been fried and breaded. And this can be done before because we're going to reintroduce it in the oven. It's going to be reheated. So this is one dish that you could prep the chicken before. And then when you're ready, when your guests are ready for the course, just set them up on sheet pans like this. The sauce should be ready. And when you're ready for the main course or for the course, just pop them in the oven. Okay, let me just... Put some salt. A little peperoncino. I like a little zest. I think you know me by now. I like my peperoncino. I'm going to put a drizzle of olive oil. Now I'm going to do the chicken parmigiana a little different. This is an alternative that is quite nice and quite fresh. What I do is that I take fresh tomato slices, put it right on top of the chicken, a little bit of salt, a little bit of Parmigiano, and then I put the cheese right on top of that. Now, the tomatoes will cook, will bake, will soften up, and will give you enough moisture, and then we'll have the sauce around it. So I really don't need it all sort of covered with tomato sauce. I kind of like it this way. I'm going to put half a slice of basil right in there. And I'm going to put the fontina cheese on one chicken. And fontina cheese, you see me use it through the show, through this show, is a very mellow cheese. It's an aged cheese, young but aged cheese. And it really melts very creamy. It has a lot of cream and nice contact of flavors, and that means fats also. But it is wonderful. And on the other one, I'm going to put fresh mozzarella. Now, fresh mozzarella is of course, this mozzarella right here that you buy, and it is wonderful. It is not aged. It is fresh, exactly what it says. And therefore, it cooks a little different. It has a fresher taste, but it is a little chewier. And I'm going to do one with this, and you'll see the difference between the end results. I have a preheated oven, 475 degrees. When you are ready to serve it, you put the chicken in the oven like this. So the chicken will be in the oven for about 7 minutes. And this sauce, the fresh sauce, should be finished in 7 minutes, and we'll be ready to plate the dish. And here is the chicken. It is ready. And you can see this is the fontina. It's yellow. And this is the fresh mozzarella. So it's your choice. Whatever you can buy, whatever you have, or whatever you feel like having. The sauce is ready. What I'm going to do to the sauce, some fresh basil, some julienne fresh basil, ribbons or shreds. Julienne, the technical name in the kitchen. I just want to get enough of sauce, not too much. Now, which one do we want? Do we want the fresh mozzarella or the fontina? I don't know which one I want. Let me just... Want to use the fontina? Okay. And you lay it just in the middle of the sauce like that. And I think one piece is enough for a portion. Let me get some fresh basil. And again, just because I love olive oil. Okay, just like that. Chicken alla parmigiana. I'm frying the pork chops off, the pork chops Milanese, and medium temperature. You get them into a fairly hot, and then you have them bubbling away in a medium temperature. I put olive oil and vegetable oil, and just enough to come halfway up the meat. I want it to be golden brown on both sides, which they are. Now the pork takes a little longer, so I'm going to put it in a baking pan and in the oven while I make the salad. So here I have some ripe tomatoes, diced. I'm going to do some red onions. And I like kind of the onions chunky, crunchy on the teeth, like this. Cut it to order, cut it the last minute. It is much better that way. Let's see, I think that's enough onion. I'm going to put some cubes of fresh mozzarella. And this makes it a richer meal, more nourishing meal. If you serve it maybe for dinner, you put the cheese. If maybe it's a lighter lunch, don't put the cheese. Okay. Some arugula, nice little washed arugula. I'm going to just pick some, remove the ends. I'm going to dress it with extra virgin olive oil, wine vinegar. You could put balsamic vinegar instead of the wine vinegar. Yes, it adds another dimension. Now, a little bit of salt. A bit of fresh pepper. Oil. Let me just toss it. I always put the oil, toss the salad, and then put the vinegar so that the leaves are all coated with the oil, the vinegar. This looks great in itself. The salad is wonderful in itself. So imagine putting it on top of a pork chop Milanese. Okay, let's check the pork chops. That's great. And we are ready for service, as we say in our industry. It's a little hot here. I think one could be enough, but I'm going to make a platter for two. Let's see. I want really, okay. Trying to find, I want the bone to stick up nice, I want it visually to be quite. Can I use my hands? Yes, because I get a good sense, in the hands of how much I'm getting and where I want to put it exactly. Onion. Piece like this. Just want to make it beautiful for you. Okay, this looks wonderful. It looks delicious. It's glistening. It's just smiling at me. I always say that food smiles at you, and it does. You have to look for that smile. And when you see it, you'll recognize it when you see it. It's just ready. It glistens. It has a shine. It has all of those. And of course, with this a great glass of Chianti. I think that Tuscan wine, which is food friendly, there's some delicious Chiantis out there, and with pork and like this, I think it will be just perfect. Now, I finished off with the pork chop. I started with the veal schnitzel alla Holstein, and then we had the chicken parmigiana. The common denominator to all of them is the technique of breading and frying. But then I took each one in a different dimension, from pork to veal to chicken. With the technique of Milanese, you can make great dishes. And, as we say at my house, tutti a tavola a mangiare, un bel piatto di pork chops alla capricciosa. So, un bel capriccio. Salute! Are you in a mood for a riddle? How long did it take the chicken to cross the road? Even if it stopped for garlic, mashed potatoes, and spinach, it would be under 30 minutes. And I will show you how to prepare 3 chicken scallopini dishes in under 30 minutes. And it's no riddle. I came here, I was 12 years old, and had the opportunity to become fully American, to understand fully the American culture, to always maintain my Italian culture very strongly. And I think what gives me the strength of communicating to you and is that I have this passion for food, but I also have this understanding of 2 cultures, and I bring them together through food at our table. Che bellezza! Buongiorno, benvenuti, welcome to my kitchen. And today we are doing chicken. Pollo, chicken in Italian. And we're going to do it 3 ways. And I know that you out there really like chicken because it makes nutritional sense and it's easy to prepare. So let's begin. Here I have a chicken breast. One I have it dressed already. And the other one I'm just going to cut in half. And we're going to lightly pound it. Now, chicken cooks very quickly. So whatever you do, make sure that all the pieces are about the same density so that when you cook, they're all cooked and yet they're not overcooked. Put it between some paper and just a mallet. Let's use the flat end because chicken is soft. Okay, that looks good. Chicken is ready. I'm going to just sort of lightly brown the chicken, and I'm going to do a little bit of olive oil and a little bit of butter. Now, butter has a sort of a lower smoking point or temperature than oil does, and I want the chicken, I don't want the chicken really in hot oil, so it sort of toughens up. I want it to caramelize slowly, make a nice sort of caramelization. And butter will help to sort of keep the temperature lower. Just slightly salted. And in flour, shake excess flour off. And I'm going to make this chicken marsala, the scallopini marsala. Remember, Italian restaurants really were popular. And still, to this day, chicken marsala is enjoyed. Let's set the chicken in the pan and let it caramelize slowly. In the meantime, we'll address some mushrooms here. We have here the regular champignons, which are wonderful. I'm going to just use a little bit of whatever I have here, and I have a nice selection. It's the shiitake. Just let's cut out the stems. Some Roman mushroom. Some black trumpet mushroom. I think that'd be a nice addition, not only to the flavor, but also the color. Now the black trumpet, always be careful, because open them up, because it's right in the sort of neck of the mushrooms that you find sometimes pieces of dead wood or and just pull them apart like that. No need to cut them. Let's see. This is a bluefoot mushroom. Let's put one of that. Let me just turn them around. We don't want to overcook them, although they'll be just about finished when I'm finished caramelizing the chicken. Will be just about finished. But we'll pull it out, and then we'll saute the mushrooms. Here are some of the enoki mushrooms. Let's use just the tip here. Remove the chicken. And you see, this is a nice caramelization. It is not burnt, it didn't smoke, it kept at a low temperature. So we can continue. Let me just put a little bit of shallots first and let them... Could you use garlic if you prefer garlic? Yes. Shallots are very good in this sauce because they just disintegrate and become part of the sauce. And sort of there's a softness to the shallots. Here we go. Okay. A little bit of salt. And let's address the potatoes now. Now with this is going to have a lot of flavor, and it's kind of simple dish, quick. I'm going to make just some mashed potatoes, but just with olive oil. Potatoes, Yukon Gold potatoes are wonderful. I remember we didn't have Yukon Gold, but we had potatoes very similar, waxy yellow potatoes, which my grandmother would make, were wonderful. But Idaho potatoes are fine. Whichever potato you prefer. Cook it in its skin, and just let's... It is hot. But I peeled plenty of hot potatoes, especially for gnocchis, you know. When you make gnocchis, you need the potatoes to really be riced, and you need it riced hot. So when the potato is hot, it really rices nice and fluffy. A potato ricer. This is the same one that I use for gnocchis. Okay. Return the chicken right in. A bit of salt. Fresh pepper. And now I'm going to sort of pick up really the flame. I'm going to add just a little bit of butter to make the sauce. And then some Marsala wine. And not too much. I'm going to let just a minute until the alcohol evaporates. Here I have a little bit of chicken stock. Now, could you add vegetable stock or, yes, anything, canned stock. I have fresh. I make it fresh. I keep it in the freezer all the time. But yes, you could. Just going to lower that. I'm going to let that perk while I make the mashed potatoes. This was usually the kids' job. We loved doing this for gnocchis or for mashed potatoes. Just squeezing the potatoes, we would have a lot of fun. So get your kids involved. Get everybody involved in cooking. Salt. little fresh pepper. And just plain olive oil. And I know you're not going to be tasting this, but you got to take my word for it. The oil, you know, when you go to a restaurant now, you like your little plate of oil and you dunk your bread in oil. Well, when you do the mashed potatoes with all the oil, just the perfume of the oil just is so prevalent that it is wonderful. That, you know, really, because it's uncooked, it's unaltered, it just permeates the potatoes, and it really is wonderful. And now we're ready to plate. This is a wonderful plate. That's one that you can make also family style for a lot of people, because the chicken sometimes can be unforgiving if it's overcooked. But here in the sauce, it really maintains itself quite well. So it is a great dish for larger groups. And this is the consistency that you want. You don't want a very watery, you want sort of a molasses-like texture to the sauce, that you have enough to dress, because basically the chicken is cooked and it's coated. The potatoes have the oil in it, which are flavored in itself. So you don't need all that much sauce. And just a little bit of parsley to decorate it, and it is ready to go. Pollo alla francese, that's what we'll be making next. Francese, pollo francese, I don't know why they called it pollo alla francese when the Italians really made it and ate it. And I'm sure that you've had this dish with veal or even with pork, could be made in Italian restaurants over and over again. And it's simple and it really is good. So we have some breast of chicken, which we have pounded. And we're going to flour them a little bit in egg and milk batter. And then we're going to fry them. Here I have some vegetable oil heating. I'm going to add some olive oil just for flavor within the vegetable oil. Let me just salt a little bit the chicken. And then we'll flour them, shake the excess flour off. A little bit of salt in the egg mixture, a little bit of pepper. So it's egg, salt, pepper, and just a little bit of milk. A lot of you keep in touch with me through email, through visiting my restaurants, or at book signings when I go. And one of the things that really amazes me that I get a lot of is, you know, what I learned from you is that you need to flour the scallopini or before you put it in egg batter and sometimes it's breaded. And I said, of course, because this is what seals sort of the meat, and this is where the egg adheres to. Shake off all the excess egg. Let's see. Now again, you know, don't want to overcook chicken. So just get it nice color. I think just, the caramelization tastes good, and it is, caramelization, it's called technically the Maillard process. What is it? Chemically is when proteins and sugar join. It's the Maillard process, and it is this caramelization that occurs. This one looks good. Drain it on a towel. Just going to give it a minute. I have a sliced lemon here, and it's going to be for decoration, but also I'm going to brown it lightly in the pan, the lemon itself. And not only the juice, but the zest also will impart a nice flavor. Okay. Let me just put a little bit of butter and a little bit of oil. Okay. Oops. It's kind of hot. Let me just lower the flame. And I'm going to just saute some of the lemon. Yeah. Okay. Okay. And just each time, just take a piece of towel and clean up the pan, and then continue. Okay. All right. A little bit of butter. The lemon goes back in. Okay. Let's squeeze the lemon right in there. A little bit of white wine. Just a little bit of stock. Okay. And we are ready for plating. Now I'm doing this family style. I think one or even two pieces, depends on how hungry your family is, or how much of big eaters they are, would be enough. And you can do it individually. To just put a little bit of parsley right in here. So here it is, chicken francese all'italiana. It really is Italian. It is quick and it is delicious. It doesn't get any simpler than this. This is breast of chicken marinated with sage, in garlic and olive oil, and just seared. It is simple and delicious. Now, I have the chicken here marinating for, it needs to marinate about a half an hour with garlic, oil, and sage, but I left one out so I can show you how to fix the sage leaves. I like it to impart its flavor on the food and then be able to sort of remove it. If you put it like this, just with the, and you fix it with a toothpick, and we'll put it side down first, it'll become nice and crispy, and it'll be almost like a chip. So, here we are. Let me affix this one. A little bit of salt. And I'm going to put this one underneath because the other ones have been marinating. Now I have some spinach, just garlic and oil and spinach leaves, some slices of garlic. And that'll be the vegetable for this chicken. I have a non-stick pan, which is ideal for this kind of cooking, you know, when you sear something quick. Although also a cast iron pan could be very good. You don't need any fat in the pan at all because you have the fat on the chicken already. Here, the oil where it has been marinating. And you want a nice hot pan. This looks like it's hot. And put it with the sage down. See, I want it nice and caramelized. I don't want it to overcook, but I do want it nice and caramelized. You know, I opened my first restaurant in 1971, which is quite a few years ago. And the restaurant, the Italian restaurant that was popular there was really Italian-American restaurant. Now, I didn't know Italian-American cuisine. It was a different cuisine than the one that I ate at home. We hired an Italian-American chef, and I became his sous chef for 10 years. And for 10 years, we cooked the Italian-American cuisine. Now, what is the Italian-American cuisine? Well, the Italian-American cuisine is a cuisine of adaptation. It's really a wonderful cuisine because the first big influx of Italian immigrants came at the turn of the century, at the end of the 1800s and the beginning of the 1900s. And they came here with lots of food memories and recipes, not the products. They were missing a lot of the basic products, olive oil, Samaritano tomatoes. And so all these wonderful memories of cooking had to be interpreted in a different way. And what was born was the Italian-American cuisine. I think this is just about ready. I'll shut that off. Let me set up the... And garlic and oil. I mean, the Italian, American restaurants, for that matter, Italy today, vegetables prepared with garlic and oil are as traditional then as they are now, and I think will always be. Just some good, okay, this is all done. You just put it here for a moment. I don't want it to overcook. I'm going to pluck out the toothpicks and you can leave it for your guests to pluck out, but you know, you can do them the service actually. They're quite easy to. You can leave it just like this. I might like to put a little bit of fresh pepper on top, a drizzle of fresh olive oil. That is, if you're not really watching your diet. Not even half an hour has gone by, and here we have 3 chicken dishes. We have the chicken alla marsala over olive oil mashed potatoes, wonderful. The chicken alla francese, and the seared chicken breast, which was marinated with sage, garlic, and olive oil. Delicious, simple and quick. And you know, that time has come again that I have to sacrifice for you, and I have to taste these dishes. Now, let's go for the chicken francese, since it's right here in front of me. Just as I like it. It has the tangy finish of lemon and yet a certain lightness to the whole dish. Really delicious. And maybe a little Tokai, a little white Tokai. Very, very good. And of course, with all of these dishes full, it is time to go to the table. And as we say at my house, tutti a tavola a mangiare pollo. Oggi è la giornata del pollo. Today is a chicken day. Two favorite dishes at our household, manicotti and cannelloni. Stay with me, watch me make it, but best of all, watch them eat it.
Perfect.
Guys, what do you think?
I'm going to try this one.
Very good.
Yeah?
Very
Delicious.
good.
Okay.
That's my favorite anyway.
I came here, I was 12 years old, and had the opportunity to become fully American, to understand fully the American culture, to always maintain my Italian culture very strongly. And I think what gives me the strength of communicating to you and is that I have this passion for food, but I also have this understanding of two cultures, and I bring them together through food at our table. Che bellezza! Buongiorno, benvenuti. Today we're going to do a lot of rolling of pasta and stuffing. We're going to make cannelloni and manicotti. Cannelloni, where do they get the name? You know, I'm always into these little trivia details. I guess canna, which is cane, and rolled, the big sort of stalk of the cane, cannelloni. The stuffing of the cannelloni is basically roasted meat with all the flavors of roasting, and spinach put in there with a lot of different seasoning and flavors that I'll share with you. So let's begin. And pork is the meat of choice. Pork was used a lot in stuffings and in cooking in Italy because, pork is an animal that in a year reaches, from 9 months to a year, it really reaches complete maturity, and it yields a lot of meat. Everything from the pork is usable in the kitchen. Garlic, onion, lots of onion. We'll use these vegetables also in the filling. Celery not as much. Carrots, yes, I want to put carrots, give it a nice sweetness. Rosemary, and I'm just going to pluck out the leaves. Salt. For flavor, I have here dry porcini. And when you reconstitute them like this in hot stock or hot water, it really brings it out. And you want to save that stock because we're going to use that stock also. Now, let me also put a little bit of the juice right now. I'll put also a little bit of the stock. When I make a roast, or when you make a roast, don't put the dry meat just like this with the vegetable and with some oil in the oven. Always put a little bit of stock or bouillon or a little bit of the juice, because what happens is that the steam permeates everything, and in roasting, what you want is the juices to caramelize and to get a wonderful sauce to enter into the meat. You don't want to sear it off right away. First, you want to loosen up a little bit, all the flavors to begin to cook and come out, and then you let it dry and caramelize. You put it in about 450 oven. This will take about 45 minutes to an hour to really cook and cook thoroughly. I'm rolling the dough for the manicotti, and it's a basic fresh pasta dough, making it thin, and you can roll it with your pasta machine, of course. I just want to make sure that you don't use as an excuse, I don't have it. I'm doing it by hand for you. And basically you want to get it fairly thin, and you know that pasta, fresh pasta, when really done well, and that means when it's worked so that the glutens in the dough really become sort of a fiber, is thin and silky and strong as silk. It really parallels silk, a good fresh pasta, in it that it is thin and yet it is very resilient. Let me just check. I have some pasta cooking. As I am rolling it, I'm also cooking the pasta. Right. And pasta goes into ice water. Let it chill, and then we'll layer it right here between wet kitchen towels. They're just humid, they're not wet. You want the pasta to remain soft and wet. Cut it in half. There's the pasta. And cut it in half. And whenever to facilitate your cutting, put a lot of flour, and you can pile up the rolled dough on top of each other. Just make sure you have the flour. And we'll cook this pasta also. In cooking pasta for manicotti, cannelloni, or lasagna for that matter, sheets or flat pasta, I always add a little bit of oil to the water. It will coat the pasta so it doesn't stick to each other. So we're ready to finish the manicotti. Let's make the stuffing. Put 2 eggs. And the manicotti stuffing is really very, very simple. Basically ricotta and cheese. Now I have the ricotta draining. Ricotta has a lot of water or milk, so to make a filling, always drain it for a few hours. Overnight is best. Let me just whisk the eggs before I do that. A little bit of salt. Put the ricotta right in. Fresh pepper. Let's put parsley, a lot of parsley. And I'm just going to add a little bit of cheese, grated, and cubed mozzarella. And again, you can put shredded mozzarella, but when you put the cubed mozzarella, it does create, again, a tactile sensation. You know, the pieces will remain whole, and they will melt, and you'll get that piece of melted mozzarella rather than a combination of the ricotta and the mozzarella if you were to shred it. The basis of the manicotti is a tomato sauce that I've made. Tomato sauce, a sauce that has cooked for a while with some carrots and some celeries and some onions and herbs. We'll layer the bottom, and we'll begin to roll the manicotti. You don't have to worry about getting them even all over, because as you're rolling it, you'll pressure it into whichever corner you want to go. See, it's coming off the side. And when you have it where you want it, you just stop pressing. Put it with the loose end down so it doesn't stick up, doesn't dry on you. So the edge, leave that underneath. These are my mother's favorite, Erminia, so I'm sure she'll show up to taste them when they're done. We'll just top with. Now, this will cook a while together, so you can leave the tomato sauce a little more liquid, so by the time it cooks, it comes at the right consistency, Or you could add, to the sauce itself a little bit of stock, or you could add to the dish itself a little bit, not too much, just a little bit of stock. Put the cheese all over, it'll melt. And we'll put it in a preheated oven at about 400 degrees for about 40 minutes. So let me cover this. I'll cover it so it remains nice and moist. You know what I want to do also here? I think I have some nice basil. I think that I'd like a little bit of freshness here. And the basil will, of course, cook and change color, will not stay this green, but that's fine. It'll sort of really, especially cover with this, it will steam all that basil flavor right into the manicotti. I'm going to cover them. Let it breathe a little bit, let the steam come out. And then we'll uncover it in the last 15-20 minutes. As you can see, the meat is really caramelized, and so are the vegetables, nice and tender. And we have some juice. In the roasting process, I added a little bit of stock, as I told you, so that it really cooks thoroughly. And I'm going to use that sauce as a condiment for the cannelloni, ultimately, when they bake. So let's drain. Saute pan, and we're going to use it for the baking process. Let me just put it on the side. While the meat is cooling, we're going to braise some spinach, because in the stuffing we'll put the meat, the vegetables, some spinach, some mortadella. Mortadella is one of those cured meats that Italians really, really love next to their prosciutto. Let me cut a little bit of that. And why I want to get to cut this is because I wanted to put it while that is warm, so that we can get the flavor out of the mortadella also. You don't want it cooked, but you do want the flavors out of the mortadella. Let me just lightly cut some for the spinach, big pieces, because I want to get them out. Cutting the mortadella. Now this will be all minced through the machine, so I'm cutting it roughly and letting it just gain some heat. Okay, I think that's enough. A little bit of salt. And so we'll mince all of this. We'll add the spinach, mince all of that. To that we'll add some cheese and some eggs. And then we'll roll it. To bake it, to have the moisture in which to bake it, we have the natural sauce, which I'll dress it with, but I'll make bechamel. Bechamel is basically a sauce, very simple to make, of milk, flour, with some bay leaves and nutmeg. Okay, the spinach is done. Let's go to the bechamel. You want cold milk. The important thing about bechamel is that the flour doesn't curdle or form little balls in there. You want to put it in cold milk, whisk it immediately. Okay. To this we'll add bay leaf. I love the flavor of bay leaf in a good bechamel. Salt. Some fresh pepper. A little nutmeg. You can buy nutmeg in the powder form, but it takes so little to grate it. Let me get it. So I'm cooking the milk and the flour with the bay leaves and the seasoning, and it's just beginning to cook. I'm going to add a little butter. Just a little bit of cheese. It really doesn't take that long to make bechamel, so stand by it. All right, the bechamel is boiling, it's sort of perking, and you want it to boil for a few minutes. And of course, always mixing, because you need to cook the flour. There's nothing worse than the taste of raw flour on your tongue. Okay, this is all done. And this is the density that I like. We collected all the particles in it, and we're ready to use it for service. Okay, now let's get to the stuffing. Doesn't it look good? It looks good enough to eat. It looks almost like a meal. It is really very tasty. We are ready to make the stuffing in a bowl where you can mix it well. Put 2 eggs. They'll bind the whole stuffing. It's a nutmeg. Parsley, some additional parsley, and I'm looking at it. It would be fine. You see, it's nice and soft, and it really will shape, because ultimately it's really very soft, and still yet it sort of binds together. But I have the bechamel that we made, and I'm just going to add a little bit of the bechamel right in there. Just a little bit. And again, that will act as a binding agent. So when you are making stuffings, and if you have some bechamel, do use it. Okay. You know, these spatulas and spoons are all good, but you know, I just like to get in there, right? You know that. So let me do that. And I think that should have most of the flavors that I want. We are ready for the assembling of the fillings of the cannelloni and ultimately baking them. So here we have the pasta, basically the same that we did for the manicotti. Let me just prepare the baking pan. I have the bechamel here, and you line the bechamel all over the bottom of the baking pan. Takes sort of 2 tablespoons of the filling. And again, like the manicotti, you press it in, you make it come out long, and you roll it, and you put the edge on the bottom. It. I have here the sauce from the roast, which will ultimately just perking away. And the bechamel, I do want a little bit more. See how it's loose? This is the way I like it, because when it cooks, it denses up. And now we have the baking juices. And we'll save some of these baking juices for the very end. Let's put a little bit of cheese. I have a hot oven, 450 degrees, and this should stay in there about 40 minutes. We'll cover it first, so sort of it cooks, it steams, And then in the last 15, 20 minutes, you uncover it so it really gets some color. Just let it breathe a little bit. And let's put it in the oven. Let's see how the manicottis are doing. Oh, ooh, hot. Ah, beautiful. Let me just... Now, you can enjoy them just like that, or maybe put some mozzarella, some shredded mozzarella. This is the way I like it. So we'll be putting it in the oven and be ready in a few minutes. Hot stuff. Looks wonderful. Bubbling, delicious. Ah, let me plate some here. Let's see. Let me start with the manicotti. And do you see how the, detach it a little bit, how the mozzarella has melted? Just, ooh, ooh, ooh. And do you see how the pasta has cooked and it became soft and it absorbed a lot of the sauce? I always like putting a little bit of the sauce we have kept aside just on top. Just like that. And I'll put maybe a little basil. That's what we put in there. Yeah, that's wonderful. Now, the cannelloni. Okay, there's one. Let's see. Which one? I want this one right here. 2. That looks wonderful. Now, the sauce. A little bit of that natural sauce that we had left behind. Well, am I going to taste this, or do I hear somebody? Do I hear? What did I tell you? I told you. She smelled it. She's upstairs. You know, she lives upstairs. Grandma, did you smell it or?
Oh, you make my favorite pastas today, huh?
I certainly did. And this is 3 generations. 1, 2, and Tanya, my daughter, 3, and my mother, Erminia. And are you gonna taste these?
Gladly.
Okay, I want your opinion, that you're an expert on manicotti.
You whatever. Every restaurant.
Whenever I take you somewhere to go to dinner, she doesn't like to go out too often, she says, if they have manicotti. Now here, I want your critique. Tanya, taste the cannelloni. You like cannelloni. Be careful, it's hot. That's it.
They're beautiful and they look so good. Oh, it's a little bit hot for me.
Sophia. That's it. Do you like the taste? Mm-hmm. Is it good?
It's very good.
Grandma doesn't know which side to put it first. You'd cut too big of a piece, Grandma. Take your time. Let me taste it.
Buonissimo.
What are you guys talking about?
Bellissimo, tu.
Davvero? Buono. Molto buono.
We will have a party, huh?
Benissimo.
The way it
Buono.
looks.
Bene.
Thank you
And-
very much. Mwah. Ah, un bacino.
Mwah. I had one side manicotti, one side cannelloni. And, as we say at our house, now this is our house, and you can think these are the 3 women, and then there's husbands and children added to that, and we all gather at this table. So, as we say at my house, tutti a tavola a mangiare, manicotti, cannelloni e una grande festa in famiglia.
Con grande piacere.
1, 2, 3 sono le cose che piacciono a me. 1, 2, 3 are the things that I love. And eggplant in every single one of them. Eggplant parmigiana, eggplant rollatini, and a fan of eggplant. So you stay tuned and you'll be going 1, 2, 3. I came here, I was 12 years old and had the opportunity to become fully American, to understand fully the American culture, to always maintain my Italian culture very strongly. And I think what gives me the strength of communicating to you and is that I have this passion for food, but I also have this understanding of two cultures and I bring them together through food at our table. Che bellezza! Let me show you how to prep the eggplant for these glorious dishes. A nice firm eggplant, as I said before. Cut the tip and the base. And I like the skin on my eggplants, but sometimes it is a little tough. So peel part of it away, just maybe a little part of it, and leave some of it, or even with the, and so like this. You leave little strips of the skin itself, and some of it, or you can leave the whole skin. I like it. Some people find it tough. The dishes that we are going to prepare are eggplant parmigiana and eggplant rollatini. I'm sure that you've had it many a times, the Italian-American restaurants. It is, but this is a true Italian culture of the eggplant parmigiana and the eggplant rollatini stuffed. Meat, Sorrentina has a piece of eggplant on top of it. So the use of eggplant is endless in the Italian cuisine. Let's start. Let's see. I like to cut my eggplant the long way, especially for the rollatini you need to, because you're going to be rolling. But even the parmigiana sort of covers more space. And the first one is usually, for the rollatini, let's cut it a little bit thinner. For the parmigiana, a little thicker. And you're asking yourself, what is the difference? I'll show you in a minute. Here I have some prepped. And when you have sliced it like that, you salt them with coarse salt, sea salt, and you put them on a strainer sort of to let out their water. And after that, we'll proceed. So this is the little thicker, this is the little thinner. We'll proceed to bread them and fry them. For the eggplant parmigiana, we're going to go through flour, egg that's been beaten with some salt, and simple breadcrumbs. Now you could put seasoning in here, but I don't put any. I don't put any because the tomato sauce, and then I'm going to put the cheese, and there's going to be a lot going on in the parmigiana itself. Let me just make sure that this is all mixed well. And get yourself a nice large pan like that, because so the slices, so you're not sort of squeezing them in or whatever. And this sort of step from one to the other prevents dripping all over right into the pan. What I have a hot pan here with vegetable oil. I'm going to add a little bit of olive oil just to give it some flavor. And let's begin for the eggplant parmigiana. Let me just pat them a little bit because they're still releasing their water. Good. Flour and egg. Once you get into the egg, you get your fingers all dirty. So get all of this done. And we'll do for the rollatini too. I'll put them on the side here so I know which one is which. You see, it's quite wet. Let me dry the eggplant out. And lightly flour it. You don't want a lot of flour. You could work with tongues, but, you know, You need to get involved at some point or other with your food. And I'm going to get into it right away. Okay. Just let the eggs coat the whole eggplant so that the bread can adhere to it. Pat it. Okay. Your oil is ready. We used to eat eggplant just like that, a meal, breaded and fried. For the rollatine, we're going to do just egg. Just egg. You want it nice and crisp and golden. And do put them on a towel to drain. Now, could you make eggplant parmigiana without the bread and just with the egg? Yes. Yes, you could. You don't have the same, in a sense, maybe crunchiness and consistency, but you can do it just as well. Could you take, if you're sensitive to fried foods, you know, I make all kinds of options for you so that ultimately you do cook. And I am in touch and concerned about all the health issues because, after all, we want to eat, we want to enjoy life, but we want to be healthy to do that. But let me tell you, the one word is moderation. I think, as my dear friend Julia Child always says, everything in moderation, but it is absolutely true in life for everything, but especially for food. Don't deprive yourself of wonderful flavors because it doesn't make sense because it's fried. Have it periodically and don't have as much of it, but put it in your repertoire. But let's say that you like eggplant and you like eggplant parmigiana and you want to have it once or twice a week and you don't want to always fry it. You can take a sheet pan, oil it, and put the slices of eggplant on the sheet pan and bake them in the oven. Make sure that you don't overcook them, that you don't overbake them because they'll bake again. They won't be as tasty. You won't have the complexity or the crunchiness of an eggplant parmigiana when you bite into it, that the eggplant has, that the bread gives it that sort of that firmness. If you roast it first in the oven, it'll be a little softer, but it'll be just as good. It will be a good option if you really are very conscious about that. But that once when you really want to do it this way. Well, I think that the sauce is ready. We have the eggplant, so we're ready to assemble the eggplant parmigiana. Get yourself a nice casserole or a baking pan. Something is nice because this dish, you can portion it in a plate, but the nice thing is to serve it on the table in the baking pan, that you put it in the oven. So choose a nice one. And we'll just line a little bit on the base with the sauce. A little Parmigiano Reggiano, that wonderful cheese. Now, eggplant Parmigiana, it got its name after Parmigiano Reggiano, or Parma. Parma is the city in Reggio Emilia where the prosciutto di Parma, the Parmigiano Reggiano, it's a wonderful, rich area that has wonderful pastures. It is right under the Apennini, which is the chain of mountains that go down Italy. The Alps cross it on the top, and the Apennini come down the center. So these pastures of the Apennini are wonderful for raising pigs, for raising cows. The milk there is wonderful. The cheese is the king of Italian cheese, Parmigiano Reggiano. And hence, when you make anything Parmigiano, I guess it refers to the style of Parma with the Parmigiano cheese. Even though we're going to put mozzarella and fontina and other cheeses, but that's where it got its name. So we line the base with the eggplant, the fried eggplant, a few leaves of basil, and this will give it a little freshness just in the middle. Again, some sauce. And if you notice, I don't put a lot of sauce. You don't need it. It is best to save some of the sauce, and then when you serve it in your plate, you just pour a little sauce on top of it, give it the moisture, rather than have the eggplant in zuppa, in a soup, sort of. Parmigiano Reggiano. And you could put here fresh mozzarella cheese or fontina cheese. Fontina cheese is a cheese that is made, it's used a lot in Piemonte, in Val d'Aosta, and it melts wonderfully. It has a lot of flavor, and it's just sort of melts into the Parmigiana itself, into the whole mixture. Mozzarella, which is a fresher cheese, and it's sometimes when you bake it, it leaves you a little bit more of a crust. It's a little tougher because it is a very fresh cheese. This has been aged for about 6 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks at least. Okay, this is fine. Let me just add a little bit more of sauce. Press it down. Some more sauce. Parmigiano. Fontina. Fine. Put some more eggplant. 3 layers. I usually bake in pan, a casserole like this. About 3 layers are fine. Put some more of the basil, the freshness of basil. And basil sometimes is best if you just rip it like that. You know, you can cut it, but it loses color so fast that sometimes you just shred it right into what you're doing, and it is fine. Okay. I'm going to put some cheese. I'm going to leave just the sides kind of open, so just you don't see this big blob of cheese on the top. I'm going to leave a little bit on the sides open. And let me just drizzle a little bit of the sauce on the side. And Parmigiano. What's wonderful about the Parmigiano that it sort of absorbs a little bit of the sauce and into it. You see it's beginning of it, and that really gives it a lot of good flavor. We'll cover it with, and again, you want it sort of high. You don't want to press into it. You want to give it space. You don't want the cheese to stick to the. I'm holding it just so I can make the holes, so it doesn't really press against the cheese. And you put it in a 400-degree hot oven for about 30 minutes. Because everything is cooked, you just want it to amalgamate together. And now we're ready to make the eggplant rollatine, and it's quite simple. Some ricotta. First I'll put an egg and just whisk the egg a little bit with some salt. drain the ricotta because the ricotta sometimes has a lot of water, and what you want the curds of the ricotta. You don't want this loose. Actually, there's a lot here. Let me just take, this is fine. You want the curds and the ricotta itself. You don't want the watery part. So whenever you're using ricotta, always drain it, and the best thing is overnight. Let me get some fresh pepper in here. Some salt, not too much because I'm going to be putting some Parmigiano. But ricotta is sweet, it is not salted, so it needs a little bit Parmigiano. And parsley. And let's just mix this into. Now I'm going to put a stick of fresh mozzarella in the center, but you could make cubes and put them right in here. Could you put raisins in here? Could you put pignoli nuts? Could you put some prosciutto? Yes, you can do all of those and change it to a flavor that you like. But I wanted to show you the basic, the simplest, and I kind of like it this way. Now we still have the tomato sauce that we made for the eggplant parmigiana. Just line the base of a baking dish. Just a spoonful of the stuffing, a nice slice of the mozzarella, and you just roll it. Now the eggplant is so pliable and all that that you don't need a toothpick or anything to stop it. Just put the closure on the bottom. And did I put a little too much? Yeah. I don't usually like too much stuffings in anything. You know, just enough. Yeah, this is perfect. The eggplant rollatini was always part of the hot antipasto that you remember in the Italian on the Italian-American menus a while back. You know, I opened my first restaurant in 1971. And all of this food I learned actually with the chef next to my side that was cooking this kind of food. I was not cooking veal parmigiana, or neither was I eating it at home the way it is cooked now and the way I'm showing it to you. It is a culture, a cuisine that I sort of learned once I came to the United States and opened my own restaurant. And that was the Italian cuisine of the times. I'm talking about the 70s. And I was a little perplexed by it. But let me tell you, it's a wonderful flavors in this cuisine. And the Americans relate so much to this cuisine because I think that it is the cuisine of the immigrants, of adaptation. And the Americans first got introduced to this cuisine, and then the authentic Italian cuisine sort of followed. So it was, in a sense, the first Italian cuisine that they experienced. And you know, there's a saying in Italian that says, you know, il primo amore non si scorda mai, the first love you never forget. So I think that in America, this is the relationship with this kind of Italian food that Americans still associate and love this kind of Italian food. And even though they travel and the food of Italy, of contemporary Italy, of Italy today, of regional Italy is prevalent, and it is the right way sort of to represent Italy, this kind of food is very much loved by the Americans, and I think it really is part of the Americana. So, now, I'm not going to put mozzarella or anything on top of it. This is fine just the way it is. I'm going to put maybe a little bit of basil just to give it that really fresh flavor. I am going to cover it with foil paper, and you put it in a hot oven about 375 degrees. This should cook in about 20-25 minutes. It'll be nice and bubbly. Everything is cooked, basically, the ricotta. The egg has to cook in there, sort of really tighten up the ricotta. But with 20-25 minutes, give it half an hour, it is done. Who doesn't love eggplant, tomato, basil, and mozzarella. Well, these are the ingredients in this baked eggplant fan. It's quick, it is wonderful, and you really get the flavor of the eggplant. Take a baking dish and just line it with oil. An eggplant, a nice firm eggplant, and a smaller size. You don't want a very big eggplant. You leave everything on, and you fan it. Just leave it attached at the tip. Just fan it and make cuttings right out. I'm going to salt it a little bit. Again, just a little bit of oil. Eggplant really takes in oil. And we are going to put it right in here and dress it up. Dress it up. I have some sliced tomatoes here. Let me cut them in half. I have slices of mozzarella, fresh mozzarella cut in half. And I'm just going to alternate. Slice of tomato, slice of mozzarella. Actually, I'm going to put 1 and 1 in each. Yes, that's it. Again, open it up. A slice of tomato, a slice of mozzarella, and that's a last one, the end. And we'll do another one in this side. Now, this is a whole main course or an appetizer, and all it takes is to assemble it and put it in the oven and serve it nice and hot or even warm. Just a little bit of salt. I have some breadcrumbs here. I'm going to add some cheese to it. Breadcrumb and cheese. Just top it off. Top it off with that. Top it off with a little bit more Parmigiano. A few leaves of fresh basil. A drizzle of olive oil. Some tomato sauce. You could even bake it without tomato sauce, or you can use canned, even whatever, if you do not want to go through making a tomato sauce. But making a tomato sauce is not really a major undertaking. But do give it some liquid, maybe a little stock if you don't have tomato sauce or if you don't want to use it. We'll cover it with foil paper, and we'll bake it in a hot oven, 425 degrees, for about half an hour. Remove the foil paper about 20 minutes into the bacon so that you get a nice crust. Let's just make some breathing holes here and set it in the oven. As simple as that. Well, the eggplant has been resting for a while here, and I guess this wonderful aroma of cheese and tomato wafting through the street brought my son, Joseph, here, the resident wine master and maker. Now, Joe, these are wonderful flavors. Okay, first things first. These are wonderful flavors of tomatoes and cheese and all that. What kind of wine did you choose for us?
Well, today I thought we would drink Refosco, which is a wine that's indigenous to the region of Friuli, Venezia Giulia. And it's a high-acid wine, very food-friendly. We thought it'd be great to kind of go cut the fat of the cheese and the ricotta with the eggplant.
Great, I think it's a great choice. Refosco is one of my favorites. It's very fruity, very, very nice. So let's taste a little bit. Let's taste the eggplant parmigiano. And this, by the way, happens to be one of your favorites, too.
All-time favorites. It's better to heat it up on the second day out of the refrigerator.
Oh, yeah, you like it?
Tastes even better.
You like it? That's great. You know, I wish you could be here with us. It's mellow and it's cheesy and the eggplant is sweet. And let's taste it with wine. I think it's perfect. A lot of fruit to the wine, a lot of complexity, almost velvetiness to the eggplant, huh?
Perfect.
Perfect combination. So, Joe, what do we say at our house?
Tutti a tavola a mangiare e bere.
Assolutamente. Cin cin. I came here, I was 12 years old, and had the opportunity to become fully American, to understand fully the American culture, to always maintain my... Buongiorno, benvenuti. And today we're going to make lasagna. Lasagna. You know, I like to share with you every aspect of food that